Chapter 16 Last Chance. Hoyt Weathers was not sure what he had gotten himself into. He was a marine geophysicist with the U.S. Naval Hydrographic Office, and one of 6 civilian hydros assigned to ride with Archerfish up from Philadelphia to New London to make sure the compartment where the equipment was installed was satisfactory. One of the other scientists aboard for the cruise was Hoyt Salisbury. They were the only 2 Hoyts on the boat. The day Weathers reported aboard, he noticed workmen welding a steel patch in place over a hole in the boat's hull. He learned that there had been an accident the day before. Someone had been sandblasting above the waterline, getting the hull ready for painting. When the air compressor was shut off at the end of the shift, the workman forgot to shut off the air supply valve to his nozzle and simply laid it down and left. When the compressor was fired up again for the next shift, the nozzle blasted a hole in the hull before anyone noticed it. Weathers had never been in a submarine during a dive before. This one, with a patched hole in her side, dived twice on her trip up the coast. He soon learned that the patch would hold just fine, and he had nothing to fear in that regard. He discovered other problems. The sensitive scientific devices were stored in a small compartment that could only be accessed through a deck hatch in the control room passageway, directly below the radio shack. The room tended to sweat when the boat was in colder waters. When not in use, the delicate, highly sophisticated equipment had to be covered with sheets of plastic to keep it from being damaged by the condensation. Archerfish arrived at New London on Sunday morning, May 8th. This became their nominal home port as long as they operated in the Atlantic, and they became part of Submarine Development Group 2. Just after 09:30, they moored portside to the south of Pier 9. There was quite a greeting party waiting for them. That was very unusual. It looked as if every staff officer from the base was there. The brow went across, and the official party came aboard. Everyone was smiling, saluting, shaking hands, doing all the things officers do when they get together in public. It wasn't long, though, before the lecture began. The crew was forewarned that the larceny that had occurred back in Philadelphia would not be tolerated here. All the shops on the base and all the vessels in port had been alerted and were keeping their eyes on anyone from Archerfish. While the warnings were being delivered on the forward deck, the electricians were jumping back and forth from the after deck to the tank tops to the pier to take on shore power, as was the norm when berthing. But there were some extra sailors hopping off the boat as well, and they ventured a bit farther. They headed on across the pier, down onto the tank tops of the boat tied up on the opposite side, and up onto her after deck. The engine men were out of rags, and their mission was to acquire the several bales that rested near the other boat's after engine room hatch. They quickly formed a line of white hats across the pier, moving the bales of rags to their new home. The few sailors who were topside on the other boat were so intent on what was taking place on the forward deck of the Archerfish that they never noticed what was going on over their shoulders. The official greeting party was so busy telling the Archerfish crew what not to do that they didn't realize they were already doing it. The stay in New London was expected to be 10 days. No one at the base really anticipated having the boat ready for an extended cruise in that short time. There was still plenty to do. Woods and his crew also avoided telling anyone that there had been problems with one of the 2 working engines on the trip up from the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. If they thought we were in bad shape now, they should have seen us a few weeks before back in Philly, Miles Graham says. We were not authorized to draw any spare parts, not even those necessary to get our engines running. It was starting to sound as if we were in a different navy than those other boats around us. They would have to once again rely on ingenuity. The base was only willing to give them fuel, lube oil, and stores, as they knew Archerfish couldn't leave without those items, and the general implied sentiment was that everyone on the base wanted Archerfish to leave as soon as possible. Lubricating oil was a necessity for sure. Without it, a boat was dead in the water. Finding a way to carry enough aboard for Archerfish's lengthy cruise had posed a knotty problem. The solution was ingenious. Someone came up with the idea of converting torpedo tubes 7 and 8 to bulk lube oil storage. They carried no torpedoes anymore, and the space inside the tubes was being wasted. Prior to loading, the jack nuts on each tube were jammed shut to keep the outer doors securely on their seats. Each tube held 410 gallons of oil. There were 2 ways to get the oil into the tubes. The best was to use the hose that was specially made to run from the vent pipe on top of No. 5 lube oil storage tank to the back roller connection to the torpedo tube. The engineman intentionally overfilled No. 5, forcing the oil through the hose into the tube. When the tube was full, the hose was removed and stored until the oil was needed. At that time, the torpedoman put pressure into the tube, forcing the oil through the hose and back into the normal lube oil system. The other way to fill the tubes was manually, from 55-gallon drums. In this method, a drum cradle was placed on deck near the after-room hatch, and the hose was connected to a large funnel under the cradle. The engineman had to manually put the drums on the cradle, and then the oil would gravity feed into the tubes. This method took longer and was very labor-intensive. The sailors who had used those torpedo tubes to hurl weapons at the Japanese could have never dreamed they would one day be used as oil storage tanks. They would have certainly admired the ingenuity of their brother submarine sailors, though. That resourcefulness is one trait that has never changed in the silent service. Shortly after their arrival in New London, William Fong from the Hydrographic Office came down to check on the placement of the equipment on Archerfish and meet with Captain Woods. There were only 2 or 3 pieces of this highly specialized gear in the world, and he wanted to make certain it was being loaded and installed properly. As he walked down the pier to where Archerfish was moored, he spotted one of the large crates he knew contained the fragile, carefully calibrated equipment. The word "sensitive" was painted in large letters on the crate's sides, along with bold arrows and the command, "This side up." Of course, the arrows pointed toward the pier, and all the words were upside down. Everyone aboard knew New London was their last chance to get items they needed or to take care of personal business. It would be 7 months before they returned to the States, so many of the men drew advanced pay and headed for town. Pigpen Henry and Turkey Neck Steck went to Mike's Tailors on Bank Street for sets of custom-tailored dress blues. Others hurried off to Ernie's or the Dolphin, 2 well-known Bank Street establishments that catered to submarine sailors. The crew spent every night in the bars on Bank Street. Since Archerfish was the new boat in town, they had no bar to call their own, as most of the local boats did. A.B. Snyder said, "We had to try them all. The one that liked us the best was the Dolphin, and it became our home. The one that liked us the least, and soon refused to let us in the door, was Ernie's." James G. Bush Blackburn remembers that the crew went a little crazy in New London. The workload was half what it had been in the Philly yard, and they were actually granted liberty. The enginemen were only working 12-hour days. He remembers that during their 10 days in New London, 138 men went to jail. Not bad for a crew of 60. Doc Barboza was thinking ahead. He knew the boat would be spending quite a bit of time in cold climes north of the Arctic Circle, so he began taking orders for quilted thermal underwear. He collected the money and went to a sporting goods store on Bank Street, where he bought the underwear. Those who didn't invest in the thermals would be very sorry before the year was out. Ted Armstrong says he still has the bottoms he so wisely bought through Barboza and uses them to this day when he goes duck hunting. There were other priorities as well during those 10 short days. Jim Blackburn was convinced by his throttleman that he needed a tattoo before they cruised away. Blackburn was guided down a dimly lit alley in a seedy part of town and led up the rickety staircase of a dilapidated old building. A crooked sign nailed to the wall outside a door proclaimed that this was the place for tattoos. Blackburn had never been in a tattoo parlor before and wasn't sure what to expect. The place was a mess, with a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling and the walls papered with brightly colored drawings of everything imaginable, and some things that weren't. Blackburn slowly circled the room, looking for something he wouldn't be ashamed to show the folks back home in Bloomingdale, Ohio. He also wanted a design that wouldn't show, even when he had on a short-sleeved shirt. Blackburn finally settled on the cartoon character Alley-oop. He awoke the next morning with a bloody bandage on his right arm, totally amazed that he had actually done it. It wasn't long, though, before he realized that when he wore a short-sleeved shirt, Alley-oop's feet stuck out below the sleeve. Meanwhile, work continued and new crew members were added. When the boat was still in Key West, all 8 of the exhaust manifolds, 2 on each of the 4 main engines, were cracked and leaking water and exhaust into the engine rooms. Getting them replaced had been a priority in Philly. However, the ship's company had not had time to replace the exhaust manifolds on number 4 main engine. That was completed in New London, so that by the time they got underway, all 4 main engines had new exhaust manifolds, both inboard and outboard. Lieutenant Joseph D. Cummings joined the boat during this time, and he, too, had that initial reaction of, "What in hell have I gotten myself into?" He had served a tour as an instructor for the Venezuelan Navy and their one-submarine fleet. When his orders to Archerfish came, he had less than 48 hours to get to New London. He drove to his mother's house in Los Angeles, left his Austin Healey, and caught a plane for the East Coast. He was stunned when he stepped aboard Archerfish. The Venezuelans weren't much on seamanship and tactics, but they were a hell on glitter, Cummings says. It was a real shock to come from a boat where everything was paint and chrome, and the topside was Simonized, to a boat that, being as kind as possible, could use a lot of work. It got worse. He was walking through the boat with Ken Woods, the commanding officer, when his heel went right through the deck in the maneuvering room. He thought the boat and its crew looked like something out of McHale's Navy. "How do you like the boat?" Woods asked after the tour. "She needs a hell of a lot of work," Cummings answered honestly. He doesn't think Woods ever forgave him for his blunt but accurate assessment. The very next day, Cummings was hit up for $100 for a party the Archerfish's 7-man wardroom was throwing for every submarine officer on the East Coast in honor of their impending cruise. Before that event, he and some of the other Archerfish officers attended another party, and Cummings got a good idea of the sort of individuals with whom he would be spending the next little while. They attended Com-Sub Lance reception at the Officers' Club on the base in honor of the officers from the USS Triton, SSRN 586. Triton had recently returned from a record-setting 80-day trip around the world. The nuclear boat had stayed submerged for the entire time, except for broaching briefly to remove an ill crewman to a helicopter. Her skipper, Commander Ned Beach, who wrote the classic book on the silent service, Run Silent, Run Deep, had just come from the White House, where he had received the Legion of Merit from President Dwight D. Eisenhower. The newspapers and television were playing the amazing feat to the maximum, telling the world about the submarine that had circumnavigated the world, staying submerged all the way. Except for the one time they partially surfaced for the helicopter, of course. The Archerfish officers were at the O Club that night, arranging for their own party, and apparently felt the Triton guys were getting a little too full of themselves. During the evening, Archerfish Executive Officer David Dimmick, Joe Cummings, David Duke Durgan, and some of the others mingled with the guests at the Triton reception and proceeded to make themselves at home. Dimmick had been walking around all evening with a very conspicuous shoebox under his arm. He changed the subject any time anyone asked what was inside it. Finally, he boldly walked up to the front of the room, took a position behind the podium, as if he belonged there, and switched on the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention," he began. The room quieted and looked his way. "First, let me commend the officers and crew of the Triton. We all honor you for your excellent display of seamanship." There was polite applause among those assembled. Dimmick went on. "It is quite a feat, putting a helicopter party on the deck of a submarine and offloading a man, all while remaining submerged." There was more applause, but several of the attendees looked at each other, a puzzled expression on their faces. Dimmick was just getting warmed up. "We must also salute the Archerfish, about to embark on an 880-day around-the-world submerged cruise, and she will only broach to go into ports for liberty." Now the crowd was really confused. Dimmick held up the shoebox for all to see and continued his speech. "To ensure that President Eisenhower will not have problems with getting us our awards when the time comes, and in order to spare the President the inconvenience of having to fly all of us to the White House for the ceremony, I have here enough Legion of Merit awards for every member of our crew. We can award them to ourselves as appropriate." The crowd did not know how to react. A livid Captain Ned Beach did. He shoved Dimmick aside and took his place behind the microphone. "All Archerfish officers are to leave this party immediately," he announced. The boat's own wardroom party went on as scheduled the night before Archerfish got under way. Sure enough, submarine officers had shown up from all over the East Coast, and the party was one to remember. However, about 10 p.m., the manager of the Officers' Club told David Dimmick that his men and their invited guests had already finished off all the food and drinks they had paid for in advance. The exec began circulating, telling everyone the party was over. Captain Woods intervened. "How much will it cost to go another hour?" he asked the club manager. The man gave the skipper a figure. "Okay, just bill it to me." He went right along behind Dimmick, telling everyone that the event was still open. The party went on until at least midnight. "New London never seemed like a home port to me," Joe Cummings says. "We were treated as if we were a pirate ship, a vessel that was only tolerated because we were needed for an important mission, that we were not wanted around nice people." Cummings remembers that on the day they left New London, only the 4 sailors who had been transferred off the boat at the last minute, Jim McDermott, Jim Hughes, Bill Pickens, and Dick Stetler, and the squadron duty officer were there to see them off on the longest continuous cruise in submarine history. The last thing the division commander told Captain Woods prior to sailing was, "If you cause an international incident, don't come back." Jumping Joe Cummings went on to earn a significant honor later in his Navy career. After leaving Archerfish in June 1962, he received the military's second-highest medal for bravery for his actions during an ugly incident at the naval base at Okinawa. An American sailor had apparently gone berserk, waving around a loaded pistol, threatening to kill a group of officers he had forced to line up against a wall. The deranged sailor had already fired at least one shot at them. Though he was unarmed, Cummings marched bravely up to the sailor to disarm him. The man pointed the gun at Cummings and pulled the trigger, but the cartridge jammed. Cummings grabbed him and subdued him before he could clear the pistol. Cummings later served as commanding officer of the White Beach and Buckner Bay naval bases on Okinawa. On May 18, 1960, at 1800, the Archerfish crew was mustered. For once, there were no unauthorized absences. Everyone was ready to get this cruise underway. When quarters were secured at 1811, Vern Pappy Bettis, the chief of the boat, gave the order to station the maneuvering watch. Captain Kenny Woods was on the bridge. Lieutenant Dave Dimmick, the executive officer and navigator, was in the conning tower. Lieutenant Joe Cummings had the deck. There was one long blast of the ship's whistle, followed by 3 short ones, warning the world that Archerfish was under way on yet another great adventure. Phase 1 of Operation Seascan officially began at 18:56 p.m. on the evening of the 18th. The maneuvering watch was secured at 1934, and at 1936 the boat took her departure from New London, Connecticut, bound for Portsmouth, England, the namesake in the old country of Archerfish's birthplace in New Hampshire. In accordance with Com Sub Dev Gru 2, Op Order 8-60, their course was 117 degrees east, and they were making standard speed, 17 knots, on 4 main engines. Later, with the maneuvering watch secured and the regular underway watch set, the boat quieted down as everyone not on watch tried to catch up on the sleep they had lost, both in port at New London and while they were at the yard in Philadelphia. Spirits were high on the boat that night. Almost to a man, they had signed up for this duty because they wanted to take the long cruise to exciting new ports, many of which had never seen a submarine before. Now, finally, after the months of back-breaking work, the continual scrounging for the things they needed just to exist, and the last-minute parties, they were under way. Below decks, the boat was loaded like one going on a wartime patrol. Stores were skillfully placed so the crew could eat their way through them and still have variety. Every nook of the boat had food crammed into it, and the walking deck had at least 1 layer of cases of tinned goods covering it. Never mind that the stills weren't operable yet and couldn't make fresh water. Only 1 air compressor was limping along, and the No. 4 main engine should have been officially out of commission. Miles Graham was topside that night when they passed the Montauk Point lightship. He was happy to be under way, but depressed about all the work that still needed to be done. At least he could request parts be sent to Portsmouth, England, to be waiting for them when they arrived. By a quirk of Navy regulations, a vessel at sea could get parts sent anywhere in the world to effect voyage repairs. A ship in port had to go through normal channels. By the 3rd day out of port, the crew was more or less adjusting to the world of artificial light and the ever-present smells. Dirty bodies, greasy food, a poorly vented sanitary tank, and hot oil that sloshed in the bilge. Those who had been sick with hangovers were feeling better and ventured out looking for food. Those prone to seasickness were feeling the effects of the increased sea state and vowing never to eat again. During the first week at sea, there was always fresh fruit and vegetables, a variety of somewhat fresh breads and pastries, eggs still in their shells, and real milk. After that, there was less fresh stuff. The bread got stale and the eggs began to smell different when they hit a hot grill. By then, any fruits and vegetables consumed came from the freezer or out of cans. Eggs were always scrambled and were dipped from a 2.5-gallon can labeled "for baking purposes only." The crew actually looked forward to running out of store-bought bread and pastries that had been loaded aboard before they left. Red Dog was a good baker, and everyone looked forward to his fresh, hot bread. He did his baking at night and always tried to have a few loaves on the table next to the coffee pot, along with a big bowl of butter. That was his way of keeping the crew away from the pies that were cooling on another table for the next day's meals. Along the way, Lieutenant Graham told the yet-to-be-named boat newspaper that over 800 gallons of water had been used the previous day, and he maintained that that was way too much. The exec put out the word that he still needed 1 Roman Catholic and 1 Protestant lay leader to run the tape recorder in the crew's mess for church services on Sunday mornings. There were no volunteers. The newspaper finally got a name on May 21st. It would henceforth be called the A-Fish L-Blast. Speedy Gonzales was the editor, and Joe Cummings the wardroom representative, or censor, according to Gonzales. To this day, the newsletter published for former crew members of the Archerfish still bears that name, and is on volume 42 as of this writing. One night during the transit, chili and rice were on the menu for the evening meal. A.B. Snyder was working on preparing the dish when he dug deeply into the rice bin with a large metal scoop. He heard the unmistakable crunch of breaking glass. There was obviously something else stored in the bin besides rice. Red Dog Balthrop, the boat's leading cook, had a strong predilection for scotch and some ingenious places for hiding it. Chainfall Farrell knew the cook had quality booze hidden on the boat, but he could never find it. One night, he walked past the galley and caught Balthrop taking a big swig of vinegar. Farrell watched as he screwed the top back on the vinegar bottle and placed it on the shelf above the sink, being very careful to set it to the left of another bottle of vinegar. So that was it. He kept his scotch right there in plain view, the last place anyone would expect. Balthrop figured right-handed cooks would always grab the other bottle when adding vinegar to dishes. One day, though, a left-hander seasoned the spinach with the wrong bottle. That's when Balthrop began burying the bottle in the rice bin. Red Dog had a rather thin skin for a submarine cook. If anyone complained about the food, he promptly threw it all away. If someone eating on first call said anything about lumpy mashed potatoes, Balthrop came flying out of the galley, grabbed the bowls of potatoes off the tables, and threw them in the garbage. Then he could be heard in the galley scraping all the other potatoes out of the big mixing bowl and throwing them away as well. Second and third call diners got none of the lumpy potatoes unless they wanted to dig them out of the garbage. On May 28th, the word was passed, "Up all bunks, clean up ship in preparation for entering port." Portsmouth, England, waited just over the horizon, and farther ahead were Norway, Scotland, Greenland, the Arctic Circle, Nova Scotia, Ireland, and more firsts than any other submarine in naval history. Over the next 7 months, Archerfish crossed the Atlantic 4 times, made 16 crossings of the Arctic Circle, and was the first submarine to cruise in Hudson Bay and Fox Basin. It should come as no surprise that she did all this in fine style, doing her crucial job all the way, and that everyone aboard had one hell of a good time in the process. Chapter 17. Ava and Icebergs. With the approval of the wardroom, the sailors aboard Archerfish had their first anchor pool of Operation Seascan sold out well before they arrived in Portsmouth, England. 60 chances were sold, one for each minute in the hour. The winner would be the one who held the exact minute when the first line was made fast to the pier, or when the anchor was dropped. He got $40. The men who held the minutes on each side of him got $10 each. David Dimmick admitted they almost steamed right on past the entrance to Portsmouth Harbor. The quartermasters either missed the entrance or didn't recognize it. Dimmick, who was the navigator, just happened to step up into the conning tower and take a look out the scope in time to see the gateway to Portsmouth quickly sliding past. He gave the emphatic order to make a 90-degree turn, but never mentioned the desperate course change to the skipper. He simply reported the new heading to Woods as if nothing had happened. Just after 08:30 on May 29, 1960, they moored portside to berth 3 at HMS Dolphin, the support and training facility for the British submarine service. Representatives of the famous men's tailors, Alexanders of London, were waiting on the dock and came aboard to take orders for custom-made clothing. Dimmick ordered a Harris tweed jacket for $22.50 and still had it in his closet when he passed away in 2000. Miles Graham, the engineer, was pleasantly surprised to see that all the spare parts they had requested had arrived and were waiting for them. With the help of the British repair shops, they went right to work to fix the equipment that was still out of service. While the rest of the wardroom headed for the station and the train to London, Graham remained on board and made certain that the enginemen and electricians in the duty sections had what they needed to get the repairs completed before the boat sailed. That afternoon, several members of the crew, decked out in their crackerjack dress blue uniforms, were sitting in a local pub adjusting to the British preference for warm beer. They paused to look at a woman who came up to Ed Fudd Blackford and put her hand on the back of his jumper. She asked, "Do you mind if I touch your dicky, sailor?" Ed got up, turned toward her with a big grin, and yanked down the flap on his 13-button pants so she could get to it. That is, when they found out that the dicky she was referring to was the flap on the back of a sailor's jumper. In Britain, civilians considered it good luck to touch one. An embarrassed Fudd buttoned up, backed up, and drank up. The rest of his shipmates had a good laugh at his expense. After the usual adventurous night on the town, Ken Henry and Dale Ness were running late getting to the train station in London to head back to the boat. To make matters worse, they had trouble rounding up a taxi. They happened on a trash crew that was busy emptying the dustbins in the area. The two sailors offered to help them dump the trash and to give them a few hits off their bottles of booze in exchange for a ride to the station. Their offer was accepted. The men made quite a sight, 2 American sailors in dress blues hanging on to the back of a garbage truck being delivered to the drop-off zone at the central London Waterloo station. When they got there, they soon spotted their skipper, who was attracting his own share of attention. When he had had a bit to drink, Captain Woods liked to do his patented one-legged dance. He stood on one leg and squatted down with the other leg straight out in front of him, then extended both arms to the sides for balance. Next, he threw back his head and placed a highball glass filled with booze on his forehead. While singing a decent rendition of The Muffin Man, he stood up, still using only the one leg, switched to the other foot, and crouched back down, all the while keeping the whiskey glass in place on his forehead and singing a tuneful version of the song. The crowd loved it. Of course, Woods was in his dress blues as well, with 2.5 gold stripes on each sleeve, obviously a naval officer. "That's our skipper," Ness proudly proclaimed. They got back to the boat just in time for Ness to get to work fixing breakfast. He hid his half-empty bottle of Johnny Walker in the rice bin and went to work. The pancake batter was a little stiff, and he had used all the milk that had been broken out. He didn't relish in his condition having to climb down into the chill box for more. While he pondered the predicament, he pulled his bottle from the rice bin and took a slug. That's when inspiration hit him. He poured enough whiskey into the batter to make it the right consistency, cooked the pancakes up, and sent them off to the wardroom. He later got word that Captain Woods instructed the steward, "Tell that cook these are the best damn pancakes I ever had." A few nights later, some of the crew were back in London, ended up in a bar called Sabrina's. During the evening, Larry Dockenhausen and Ken Henry were standing at the bar when a very attractive woman approached them. She took considerable interest in Henry's appearance. "Why do you have a beard and an earring?" she asked him. "None of your business," Henry replied in his usual direct manner. The attractive woman turned and went back to her table in a huff. A barmaid came running over, a look of panic on her face. "Don't you know who that was?" she asked. "Don't know and don't care," she was told. "That was Ava Gardner." Henry marched right over to her table to determine if the barmaid was telling the truth. He asked for identification to prove she was who she was supposed to be. After some coaxing, the woman produced her driver's license and even signed her name on a cocktail napkin. Henry mumbled something to the effect of, "Okay, I guess you are." He stuffed the napkin in his jumper pocket. As he started to turn away, the woman asked, "So what's the reason for the beard and earring?" By now, the guy who had been sitting at the table with her was getting irritated. She told him to shut up, told Henry to sit down, and called for a couple of beers, one for her and one for Henry. She paid for the beer, and Henry told her some sea stories. A couple of beers and several sea stories later, she suggested they get out of Sabrina's. Henry readily agreed. They left, abandoning the man she had come in with, but impressing the hell out of the Archerfish sailors who remained behind. Gardner and Henry grabbed a cab, and she took him to a very dark club where all the other patrons and the help were black. The music wasn't country, and was too loud for Henry, but he stayed long enough for a couple more beers at her expense. She wanted to stay longer and tried to convince Henry to remain with her, but he was ready to go. Henry kept the cocktail napkin with the autograph on it for a long time as a reminder of his night on the town with one of the most famous, most glamorous motion picture stars of all time, and the former wife of Mickey Rooney, Artie Shaw, and Frank Sinatra. Repairs were completed on Archerfish, and they got underway from Portsmouth on the evening of June 1st. Donald E. Whitey Englert was on lookout watch as they transited Dover Strait. Captain Woods came up on the bridge just as the famous White Cliffs came into view off the port bow. The skipper immediately broke into a fair rendition of the song about bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Englert had never before heard a submarine captain singing on the bridge. Kenny Woods was that kind of skipper. They made their way out of the busy English Channel and into the chop of the North Sea. They passed through the Fair Isle Passage between the Orkney and Shetland Islands on June 3rd, and things became much calmer. Once into the North Atlantic, the skies cleared and the seas were markedly smoother. They took a northwesterly tack toward the southern tip of Greenland. Hoyt Weathers was anxious to begin taking his measurements, but they had a way to go first. The crew seemed to him to be loose, at ease, and an all-around fun bunch. One day Weathers was strolling through the boat when he came upon two sailors sitting on the engine-room deck between the bench lockers, the huge Fairbanks Morse diesel engines pounding along around them. He couldn't believe what they were doing. The two rough-neck sailors were sprawled there, cross-legged on the deck facing each other, fiercely engaged in a game of jacks, the children's game. There were a couple of close encounters with Soviet vessels along the way to their initial survey run. With all the fun they had had in London, it was possible for the crew to forget for a moment that these were especially chilly times in the Cold War. Gary Powers and his U-2 spy plane had been shot down over Russia only a month before, and international nervousness was at a peak. Archerfish carefully steered clear of the Russian ships and steamed on toward the point where her vital work would begin. They crossed the Arctic Circle at longitude 7 degrees 52 minutes west. The air temperature was 36 degrees. Speedy Gonzales noted that there was lots of talk around the boat of warm, balmy Havana about then. This was a tough climate for a boat and crew that had spent most of their lives in tropical waters. Someone had discovered that the bundles of rags they had acquired back in New London contained complete articles of clothing. It wasn't unusual to see someone walking about the boat wearing an ill-fitting old shirt or even a dress, anything to keep warm. About then, the enginemen and electricians began wearing foul-weather jackets when they were on watch in the engine rooms and maneuvering room. The only heat in the after-torpedo room was a pair of antique Navy-issue floor-standing 4-kilowatt electric heaters. Heater was a misnomer. They put out very little heat. Almost everyone aboard was now wearing the thermal underwear bought on Bank Street in New London. Ken Henry and Jim Blackburn were on watch one day in the after-engine room when a continuous rhythmic clanking noise coming from the forward engine room finally got the best of them. When Henry went to investigate, he found Joe Osier sitting on the bench locker next to number 2 main engine. He held a 2-shilling coin in one hand and a soup spoon in the other, and was methodically turning the coin between his fingers as he continually struck its edge with the spoon. That was the source of the irritating metallic clank, clank, clank. "What are you doing?" Henry asked. "Making a ring," Osier answered without breaking rhythm. Henry rolled his eyes and went back to the book he had been reading. Several hours later, Greasy Joe showed his project to the guys. They couldn't believe it. The coin was getting thinner and flatter on the edge, taking on the appearance of a wedding band. By halfway through the next watch, Joe had the coin beaten down to the size he wanted. He drilled out the middle and used a rat-tail file to enlarge the opening until he had a perfectly fitting ring. On one side, the words Regina plus Elizabeth X II, ex Dei, ex Gratia X were clearly visible. On the other, Fid, DEF, 1959, 2 shillings, was readable. It was an impressive ring. Over the next few days, the guys on watch in the after-engine room drove the men in the maneuvering room crazy as they clanked away, working on their own 2-shilling rings. On June 7th, something new showed up on the boat's radar. It was the polar ice field, 8,000 yards ahead. Soon they could clearly see the pieces of floating ice and growlers, the small icebergs. They proceeded to steam back and forth across the Greenland Sea for the next week and a half, taking their gravity readings and marveling at the ice and the mirror-calm sea. At one point, they passed within 7,000 yards of Jan Mayen Island and got a glimpse of their first glacier. The boat had to submerge in order to take readings for the first time on June 8th. The sea had been so calm that they had completed over 2,000 miles of readings on the surface. Now the decision to use a submarine as a platform for this sort of delicate survey work would really be validated. On the dive, Thomas McCormick grabbed the lanyard to shut the upper hatch before the cold seawater could pour in. It was the first time he had ever done this job, and when he slammed the lid, it bounced back open, and the dogs caught it, not allowing it to fully close. That was serious business. Shelby Dean Tigert was the quartermaster of the watch and was waiting at the bottom of the ladder to dog the hatch. He sprang up the ladder in one big hurry, yelling, "Open hatch!" at the top of his lungs, notifying the conning officer and control room. The command, "Emergency surface," sounded throughout the boat as Ty tried to clear the hatch. From below them, someone in the control room yelled, "Bye-bye, suckers!" and slammed the lower hatch shut, effectively sealing them in the conning tower. Tigert quickly got the hatch dogs clear and the hatch seated and secured, even before the boat was back on the surface. It was a close call, but neither man was hurt. The quick warning and emergency surface even kept them from getting a cold shower of icy seawater. On June 12th, a little over a week before summer officially began for most parts of the northern hemisphere, the air temperature around Archerfish was 27 degrees. They steamed within 877 miles of the North Pole that day, and within 1,000 yards of the polar ice pack. Still, having to submerge to take their readings every 60 miles, they next aimed southward for Hammerfest, Norway, a city that claimed to be the northernmost municipality in the world. Seas were rough along the route, so rough that George Hughes, who was on lookout watch, banged his head hard enough that he needed stitches to close the gash. They had been out of London only 2 weeks, but everyone was ready for the 3-day stopover in Hammerfest. They had heard about the beauty of the town and the friendliness of its people. However, they would quickly learn that the fine folks of Norway were a bit wary about the presence there of an American vessel. The weather got worse as they drew close to the Norwegian mainland. It was clear they were going to be late arriving. A message was radioed to the harbor pilot in Hammerfest, telling him that they would be 6 to 8 hours overdue. The message came too late. The pilot had already left port to come out to meet them. He and a helper rowed out to the mouth of Hammerfest's harbor in a tiny dory and waited there for hours in the rolling seas until Archerfish showed up. David Dimmick reported that the pilot never complained once about his cold, wet, and stormy wait for the overdue submarine. They arrived from the north, entered port just before midnight on Tuesday, June 14th, and moored starboard side to the north of Key 3. Archerfish was the first submarine to steam into Hammerfest since Tusk had been there in August 1949, over a decade earlier. That visit by an American submarine had been a far from joyous occasion. Tusk had brought to safety the survivors of the Cochino after a fatal battery fire and explosion caused the loss of the boat. Red Dog Balthrop, Archerfish's leading commissaryman, had been aboard Cochino the day of the fire. He was awarded the Silver Life-Saving Medal for his heroic actions during the daring rescue of the 76 survivors. It was already policy on Operation Seascan that liberty began as soon as possible after mooring. Because the sun was shining dimly through the clouds, no one seemed to notice or care that it was 3 a.m. local time when the crew of Archerfish ran across the brow, ready to see the sights of this far northern port of call. Of course, the streets were deserted, and all the establishments were closed for the night. Still, Hammerfest was a beautiful little town, an immaculately clean fishing village that climbed up the nearby mountains picturesquely from the harbor. Though it was summer, the mountains were covered with snow, and a clear, cold stream ran down the middle of town. Everyone was amazed at how new and freshly painted everything in Hammerfest seemed, even though the town had been around for centuries. The sailors later learned why the place appeared to be so new. The Germans had occupied the area during World War II. When they left, they demolished the entire town, destroying every single building except one, a stone chapel that stood in the middle of a cemetery. Everything else had been rebuilt in the decade after the war ended. The quaint little town had paid a heavy toll to war. Suffice it to say that the Archerfish crew located an all-night bar in the basement of a closed lounge, and soon joined some of the locals and a few Russian fishermen who happened to be there. Later in the day, when the rest of the town awoke, an official welcoming party took some of the officers on a tour. They visited a hospital, municipal buildings, and the one thing the town was most proud of, its fish processing plant. There was one small problem there, though. When they entered the plant, the doorway was decorated with a Norwegian flag and a Soviet flag. One of the officers mentioned it to their hosts, and when they came back out after the tour, the stars and stripes had replaced the Soviet flag. "We got our days mixed up," the tour guide told them apologetically. "The Soviet delegation is coming tomorrow." The townspeople of Hammerfest seemed abnormally curious about the submarine. Many of them hung around the pier all the time Archerfish was tied up there, apparently trying to get a look down the boat's hatches to see what was below. Everyone in town seemed friendly enough, but there still remained a noticeable bit of aloofness that was hard to figure. It may or may not have been the typical Scandinavian reserve. Still, Archerfish was only scheduled to be there a few days, so no one worried much about it. It would be near the end of their visit before the crew learned why the Norwegians were a bit standoffish and so nosy. Hoyt Weathers, one of the hydrographic scientists aboard, secured his equipment one morning, changed into clothes that didn't smell too heavily of diesel fuel, and went into town for breakfast. He was enjoying a good meal at a pretty little cafe when one of the locals, a man, walked right over, asked permission to sit down at his table, and immediately started a conversation. Maybe the folks here are friendly after all, Weathers thought. The man volunteered that he was a toy salesman, but didn't tell the American much about his work. Instead, he was quite interested in what Weathers did for a living. Of course, the scientist was not going to tell him anything at all about why he was crisscrossing the North Atlantic, and he certainly was not going to give even the slightest hint about his mission aboard Archerfish. "Oh, I'm just a tourist," Weathers said. The man laughed heartily, in obvious disbelief. "What's the matter? Don't you get tourists in Hammerfest?" Weathers asked. "Yes, but not by submarine," the toy salesman said, and then he laughed some more. The local fire chief later shared with Weathers that the man who enjoyed breakfast with Weathers that morning was a known communist sympathizer. Dale Ness and some of the sailors were sitting around a table at a bar one day, getting to know some of the local merchant seamen. One of them, noticing that his surname was Scandinavian, asked Ness if he had any relatives in the area. "I think I have an uncle somewhere in Norway," he answered. "I have no idea where he might be, though." "There is a Conrad Ness that lives out on an island just up the way," the seaman told him. "Seems like my uncle's name was Conrad," Ness said. "But what were the odds his uncle lived just outside Hammerfest?" The seaman went to a phone and called Conrad Ness. Sure enough, it was Nasty's uncle. He came into town, picked up Ness, and took him back to meet his aunt and cousin, and served him dinner. Conrad also shared with his nephew the reason why the townspeople had been so standoffish to the Archerfish crew. The rumor around Hammerfest had been that this visiting American submarine was on its way to retaliate against the Russians for shooting down Gary Powers and the U-2 spy plane. The people on the pier, trying to get a look down Archerfish's hatches, were sure they would see nuclear missiles down there. There was good reason for their concern. Powers' final flight would have landed at the once-secret base at Bodo, Norway. The Norwegians in general, and the citizens of Hammerfest in particular, people who still had vivid memories of the awful consequences of armed conflict, were convinced that a shooting war was inevitable between the Russians and the United States, and they were sure the conflagration would erupt right there in their country, with the Norwegians caught in the crossfire. Archerfish actually left Hammerfest early. A Soviet ship was due to arrive, and the Americans wanted no confrontation. They took on 24,500 gallons of fuel, even though they had not planned on refueling in Hammerfest. They had used more diesel than they had anticipated while trying to get ahead of schedule and complete the first 2 weeks of surveying. Thankfully, the paperwork needed to get that amount of fuel on short notice was in order, and the refueling went smoothly. The weather was clear and calm as they left the harbor, steaming past the pastel-colored houses on the shore. Then there was nothing but bleak mountains, eerily illuminated by the perpetual sun. They headed south, crossed the Arctic Circle on June 20th, surveyed points 42 through 47, and then aimed the sub's nose for Iceland. Archerfish was doing more than its gravity studies during this time. The stealth of a submarine is significantly compromised when it is not submerged. At the same time, the requirement for a shore-based submarine fleet commander to be able to issue orders to or communicate with his assets has always been crucial. There is a problem in reconciling those two facts. Radio waves do not penetrate water well. When the submarine is submerged, the seawater grounds out the antennae. That renders them useless and requires the submarine to surface to receive very low-frequency VLF transmissions. For several weeks, Archerfish had been testing receipt of VLF messages using an experimental long floating wire antenna. In order to string the wire, It was necessary for a couple of lookouts to uncoil the antenna from its stowed position on the cigarette deck and toss it over the side. Then the boat submerged and tried to receive radio messages at various depths. The floating wire was buoyed up by a rubber fishing float that caused it to stream in a more vertical direction, with the end of the antenna on the surface. When the test was complete, the boat surfaced, and the lookouts had to haul the wire out of the icy water and back aboard, using the time-honored method of hand-over-hand retrieval. Next, the 1-inch diameter coaxial cable was coiled on the cigarette deck and secured in place with marline. Only then could the lookouts mount the shears to man their assigned positions. It was difficult for the lookouts and the quartermasters who helped them secure the wire to the deck to convince themselves that what they were doing was a proving ground for the future mainstay of communications for the submarine service. It was even harder for them to see the value of their testing when the weather was lousy. However, from these experiments conducted by Archerfish and other boats came the successful floating wire antenna. It consists of a radio antenna encapsulated in a watertight rubber-like material that floats on water. The theory sounds simple enough. A submarine hovers at a given depth, allows the antenna to float to the surface, and is able to communicate. However, this device remains a nemesis to this day. If the submarine builds up too much speed while the antenna is deployed, the wire is dragged below the surface and can even sing like a banjo string. That makes it easy for an enemy submarine to detect the boat's presence on their sonar. There is also the worry about turning the boat too sharply and cutting the wire with the submarine's propeller. The oceans are resplendent with such seagull perches, provided by submarines of many nations. On this leg of the boat's cruise, a close brush with a friendly nation would almost set off a major international incident, the kind Kenny Woods and his crew had been specifically warned about when they left the States. While taking measurements, Archerfish ventured too close to what appeared to be a deserted corner of Iceland. They were getting especially good readings on their current heading and did not want to change course, even though they were getting extremely close to the coast of Iceland. Suddenly, a couple of patrol boats appeared from an undetected harbor. They were bow on with a rapidly decreasing range when they began ominously flashing a challenge message. The patrol boats were clearly nervous about this submarine and what it was doing so close to their island nation. The international situation at the time had everyone on edge. That included even those nations that were historically allied with the United States. Captain Woods did not want to tarry and have to explain his mission to these guys, or risk that the approaching warships might shoot and ask questions later. "Clearly, we're outgunned," he announced to those on the bridge with him. They carried only a few M1 rifles, some .45 caliber pistols, and several Thompson submachine guns. Nothing else. "Let's leave." That's exactly what they did. The folks in the hydrographic office were delighted with the measurements the close encounter with Iceland produced. However, the duty officer at the State Department back in Washington was not quite so pleased. He was awakened from a sound nap to be told that a U.S. submarine had violated Icelandic territorial waters. Nothing came of the incident, but the next harrowing encounter Archerfish had with a friendly power gave some of the crew members a much worse fright. It was still dark on the morning of June 30th when Archerfish surfaced after taking a series of readings north of Scotland. As usual, the lookouts were relaxed in the shears, facing forward. It was their habit to look ahead of the boat, watching for floating obstructions in their path, unlike wartime, when they had to also be concerned about anything that might come at them from any direction. Suddenly, with an awful roar, an airplane swooped down on them from behind, bellowing at them from out of nowhere. The plane was low enough to almost nip off the topmost parts of the submarine's shears. It was flying with no lights, obviously intent on doing something destructive. As it passed directly over the boat from stern to bow, the airplane illuminated Archerfish and dropped what thankfully turned out to be 2 10-pound practice bombs, one on each side of the submarine. Mike Giambattista was the officer of the deck, and just about the time he yelled for everyone to hit the deck, the parachute flares opened and drifted down. The two objects exploded, but seemed to be relatively weak, not like a real shell's blast would have been. Captain Woods and his crew soon learned that they had surfaced right in the middle of a NATO exercise. The attacking plane had been from the Royal Air Force. Archerfish had been mistaken for Nautilus, which was participating in the exercise. The plane's crew thought they had caught her on the surface and bombed her. For the Archerfish crew, it was still a frightening experience. The first order of the day upon their arrival in Bergen, Norway, in addition to liberty, of course, was taking care of refueling. This time they were scheduled to take on diesel, and it was supposed to have been prearranged. Mike Giambattista was in charge of making certain that bit of business went off without a hitch, just as it had in Hammerfest. The naval attaché's office in Oslo assured him all he had to do was contact the Esso bunker depot in Bergen, and all would be taken care of. The fueling went off without a hitch. While they were pumping the diesel fuel, Giambattista hurried to get his shoes spit-shined, his teeth brushed, and his dress blues on. He was in a hurry to get ashore for liberty. He was almost ready to go when the topside watch called down to tell him there was a big Norwegian guy who spoke practically no English up there, demanding to see someone in charge about the 90,500 gallons of fuel that was now inside Archerfish's tanks. It took lots of gesturing and pointing, but Giambattista finally deduced that the Norwegian was demanding payment for the fuel they had taken on. Giambattista tried to assure the man that it had been paid for already. He produced all the documentation he had, the same paperwork that had secured plenty of fuel without an argument several weeks before in Hammerfest. No dice. The man wanted payment, and he wanted it immediately. Giambattista checked the sky. Even in a place where the sun didn't set this time of year, it was still obvious to him that the hour was growing late. A new port of call awaited his inspection. He didn't have time to stand here and argue with this low-level bureaucrat. In desperation, he reached into his pocket, pulled out his wallet, and took out his personal Esso gas credit card from back in the States. To his astonishment, the man smiled broadly as he took the card. He wrote all the information on his clipboard and pointed to the signature line. Giambattista signed without hesitation. He figured by the time the charge caught up with him, the mess would all be worked out anyway. Giambattista maintains he never heard from Esso about the day he filled up a U.S. submarine and charged 90,500 gallons of diesel fuel on his personal gas credit card. The crew's favorite spot in Bergen quickly became the Fløyen restaurant, atop Mount Fløyen, which is still in business today. The only way to reach the place was by way of an inclined railway called a funicular. The dining room offered a stunning panoramic view of the city, and the food was very good. Of course, it helped that there was also a bar, music, and dancing. There were other sights to see as well. One highlight was a visit to the lakeside home of the famous composer Edvard Grieg. Ken Henry bought a book of postcards in the gift shop on the premises and mailed them to his old high school music teacher back in Maryland. Henry had been a reluctant student in the man's class. The teacher had made it a point to tell the youngster often, usually in front of the entire class, how lazy he was and that he would never amount to anything in life. That was humiliation Henry had never forgotten. He also remembered that the music teacher had idolized Grieg, and even had a portrait of the composer in his classroom. Henry inscribed a pointed note on the cards he sent the teacher. "I may never amount to anything, but at least I am here, and you are there," he wrote, and signed his name. He never got a reply. 3 ex-German World War II vintage Type 7C U-boats were moored in Bergen at the time Archer Fish was there. They were all operating in the Norwegian Navy. Among them was K&M Kaura S-309, which had originally been U-995. All 3 of the former U-boats have long since been decommissioned, but U-995 was returned to Germany, the last remaining U-boat of its type in the world. It is open to the public and on display at the Submarine Memorial in Kiel, Germany. The other 2 boats in Bergen at this time were K&M Kia S-307, originally U-926, and K&M Kien S-308, originally U-1202. Everyone from Archer Fish enjoyed his brief stay in Bergen. The food, beer, and scenery were all spectacular. However, there was still the cold attitude of the locals toward anyone from America. The fallout from the U-2 incident lingered. That's not to say, though, that at least one crew member didn't find himself a very friendly Norwegian. When Pappy Bettis mustered the crew at quarters at 17:30 on July 5th, one man was missing. It was time to get under way, but torpedoman First Class John Sullivan had failed to return from Liberty. Everyone who could be spared was sent into town on shore patrol to look for him, but after 2 hours no trace was found. Ken Woods waited as long as he could, but by 21:40 he knew he couldn't postpone their departure any longer. The exec had cut a set of orders for Sullivan to report to the boat in Scotland. He sent Jim Moran, the yeoman, to the local chief of police with the orders and some money and hoped for the best. Finally they were ready for sea, and Woods gave the okay to send the departure message just minutes inside the 2-hour window during which they were scheduled to get under way. Now everyone knew that Archer Fish had had a sailor jump ship. They later learned that Sullivan had fallen in love with a truly beautiful Norwegian girl and had gone home with her. Everything was fine until the boat had left port. Then the girl's father informed Sullivan that if his intentions toward his daughter were serious, he would have to help herd the goats. The sailor quickly turned himself in to the American consul's office. Meanwhile, Archer Fish was back at work, running survey points. The biggest problem was the pack ice that prevented them from running about 360 miles of the planned track. Though the stuff could be a considerable nuisance and even dangerous at times, the floe ice, with its deep blue color, was beautiful to look at, like fine, rough carved jewelry floating on the surface of the sea. It wasn't long before the lookouts began to spot bigger icebergs in addition to the growlers as they ran routes near Greenland and Iceland. One day, David Dimmick decided he simply had to have his picture made standing on an iceberg. The captain was only too happy to oblige Dimmick and his whim. He ordered that they maneuver as close as they could get to a berg, near enough so the exec could hop off onto the thing. The captain had a plan, though. He was going to have the boat back away, so nothing would be in the frame of the photo but Dimmick and his iceberg, so the photo would be even more impressive. But once they pulled away, Ken Woods had every intention of backing away, turning, and steaming out of sight, or at least driving far enough away that Dimmick would think they were actually going to abandon him on the berg. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get close enough to make the transfer, so Woods never got his chance to put a scare into Dimmick. They did get close enough one day to another iceberg for the men to stand on the boat's bullnose and scoop snow off the thing and eat it. They also got plenty of pictures of the massive chunk of ice. After leaving Bergen, Joe Cronin developed a raging case of hemorrhoids. Rough seas made them unbearable. Doc Barboza told him that he could get rid of the pain if Joe would allow him. At that point, Cronin was willing to try anything. Barboza gave him a shot of morphine and enlisted the help of several of the bigger enginemen to hold Cronin down on his bunk in the goat locker. The captain gave the order to dive the boat so Doc would have a stable work area. Barboza didn't do surgery. After all, he was not an actual doctor. He merely made incisions to relieve the pressure. This same condition had inflicted Cronin when he served on USS Flying Fish, SS-229, back in 1944. A real doctor on the tender had performed the same procedure, and the next day Cronin and his boat left the Gilberts on a war patrol. Joe learned his lesson this time. When Archerfish got back to New London, he went to St. Albans Naval Hospital in New York City and had his problem taken care of properly. When Operation Seascan was in its initial planning stages, it was agreed that Archerfish would operate outside the usual Navy movement reporting system. To ease the burden on the boat's crew, it was decided that she would only report her position once in each 24-hour period. That would still give Sub-Lant a general area in which to drop a memorial wreath should anything tragic happen to her. Archerfish was operating on the surface early one morning northeast of Iceland when all aboard heard the ominous sound of the boat's fire alarm and the announcement over the IMC, "Fire in the pump room." The fire turned out to be minimal, but it involved the TBL motor generator, which supplied power to the boat's most powerful radio transmitting system. It had shorted out when the radioman powered it up that morning. The same equipment had given trouble before, but now it looked as if it were down for the count. That meant that they would have problems getting their daily position report to Sub-Lant, because they were too far out to sea for any other transmitter aboard to reach that far. Then, just as today, if a submarine fails to report on schedule, there is a 4-hour grace period. Then the Navy issues a submiss sub-sunk, immediately mounting a massive search and rescue effort involving all available planes and vessels in the area. And considering the precarious international situation in those days, who knew what conclusions might have been drawn if a U.S. Navy submarine turned up missing? Archerfish wanted to avoid setting all that in motion if there was any way to prevent it. Captain Woods gave the order to change course and head for Iceland as fast as they could go, hoping to get in range of one of that country's monitoring stations before the grace period was up. Meanwhile, Miles Graham asked for and received permission to violate watertight integrity in order to run wires through a hatch and a watertight door to get power to the transmitter. Graham figured with 250 tons of batteries, 4 1,100-kilowatt generators, and an auxiliary generator, they should be able to jury-rig the thing and somehow make the high-powered transmitter operational. He assembled a group of leading petty officers in the wardroom: Rick Harden, the leading radioman; George Hughes, the leading electronics technician; Ted Armstrong, the leading sonarman; Alvin Williams, the leading interior communications technician; and Frankie Stapleford, the leading electrician. They went right to work on the problem. Not long after striking out for Iceland, the boat ran into a dense fog and had to slow to a crawl. It appeared now that they would never get close enough to transmit their message. Suddenly, out of the pea soup, they saw HMS Unity, F-141 of the British Royal Navy. The Brits kindly agreed to relay their position report. At about the same time, Miles Graham and his guys had found the various voltages and current the radio needed at sundry spots on the boat, from the control room to the conning tower to the battery well, and had run the cables needed to get it to the transmitter. They had it all working shortly after the contact with the British Navy. On their first transmission, when George Hughes explained the problems they had been having, the reply from the Sub-Lant operator was, "You have no problem. We do. You're blasting everything else off the air." Word soon came that the replacement motor generator for the TBL would be waiting for them when they arrived in Fastlane, Scotland. So with that bit of a crisis under control, they continued on, taking their gravity readings. Now they were bound for Fastlane, all the while making the best as usual, of what they had to work with. Chapter 18. To the Northwest Passage. Archerfish and her crew arrived at the Royal Navy submarine base at Faslane, Scotland, on July 24, 1960. The harbor pilot went ashore, and the maneuvering watch was secured just before 10 o'clock in the morning, local time. One of the first faces the crew saw was a familiar one. John Sullivan, whose love for his Norwegian sweetheart was exceeded only by his desire not to be a goat herder, was there in the custody of local authorities. As soon as possible, Kenny Woods held captain's mast to get the whole incident over with once and for all. Sullivan was busted down from torpedoman's mate first class to second class. Most of the crew was surprised. A sailor could get himself kicked out of the Navy for jumping ship and missing movement the way he had. There was something else waiting for them on the pier at Faslane. The cable that Ted Armstrong had ordered many months before, while the boat was still in Key West, to install the JT sonar, had finally caught up with the boat. So had the second order of cable, the one Armstrong placed while they were in Philadelphia, when it appeared the first batch would not be delivered in time to install before they got under way from there. Both bundles were sent back to the States. Keith Norlin had been working as a geologist aboard USNS Bowditch, TAGS 62, an oceanographic vessel operating in the North Sea. He received word that he was to report to Archerfish, which was lying at Faslane, Scotland. Norlin had no idea the base would be so difficult to find. Even the fine Scottish citizens, he asked, had never heard of the place, but they sent him to Glasgow, which was at least somewhat closer than where he was. He was finally able to locate the base and got his first glimpse of what would be his new home for the next little while. The geologist was a bit concerned. Norlin had only seen one submarine in his life, and that had been the U-505, a German Type 9 U-boat from World War II at the Chicago Museum of Science and Industry. Now, here he was, about to climb aboard one of the odd-looking things and ride it away to sea. When I first came face to face with Archerfish, my initial thought was that she should have been in a museum too, he says. The first thing he noticed when he climbed down the ladder into the boat's control room was the smell. It was a fragrant mix of diesel fuel, fried food, and unwashed bodies. After a quick tour of the boat, he received instruction in perhaps his most important operation aboard Archerfish, how to operate a marine toilet. Flushing waste into the sanitary tank was a multi-step process that required sequential operation of several hand-turned valves and levers. It was important that the correct sequence be followed precisely, or the waste could be blown right back into the operator's face. Norlin admits he paid close attention to his guide and the instruction he gave him, as he sensed it might greatly improve his quality of life aboard this vessel if he fully understood the procedure. While they were moored at the Royal Naval Station at Faslane, the Good Liberty was in Glasgow, farther up the Firth of Clyde. In order to get there, though, the crew members had to walk to the main gate and take a bus about 5 miles up the loch to Helensburgh, and then catch a train at the railway station there for the trip over to Glasgow. Luckily for them, there was a spirits shop right in front of the bus stop. Some of the Archerfish crew stopped in the shop, stocked up, and were so drunk by the time the train got to Glasgow that they simply got right back on the next train for the return trip to Helensburgh. Some of the officers made the sojourn up to the legendary Loch Ness and spent all afternoon in a restaurant overlooking the lake's dark waters, drinking and watching for an appearance by the famous monster that was supposed to live beneath its surface. Joe Cummings claimed that, after enough alcohol, they did see the beast, but it had 2 heads and a silly grin on its face. There was one spectacular brawl in Glasgow involving the bunch from Archerfish. A group of local ruffians, so-called teddy boys, were hanging around outside a club named Locarno's, complaining loudly about the American sailors and the fact that they were getting all the local girls. It was actually Captain Kenny Woods who set the whole thing off. One of the toughs said, "I'm tired of it, mates. I'm going to get myself a yank." Woods happened to be passing by at the time and couldn't allow the challenge to go unanswered. He said, "Here, get this yank." The fight was on. Someone opened the front door of Locarno's and yelled, "Archerfish!" All the crew members inside spilled out and joined the fray. As usual in such brawls, no one was hurt seriously, and only one sailor ended up getting arrested. In the confusion, Red Dog Balthrop had thrown a punch or two at a local policeman who was trying to drag him off one of the teddy boys. Balthrop ended up before a woman judge. She heard the details and Balthrop's humble explanation, and then promptly dismissed the charges against the sailor. She also told him and his shipmates to stay out of Glasgow from then on. The Derby Hotel was Archerfish's unofficial headquarters in Glasgow. It became the crew's habit to rent several adjoining rooms at a hotel while in port, order up a staggering amount of booze, always have plenty of beer iced down in the bathtub, and keep the party going from arrival until underway. Finally, after 3 weeks of good liberty in Faslane, it was time to get going again. On August 12th, they headed back out to resume their continual stop-and-start survey runs. Before leaving the Scottish base, though, they had one last load of stores to secure aboard the boat. The shipment consisted of 30 cases of Tennant's lager beer. Navy ships were allowed to carry spirits to be used for recreational purposes while ashore, but the real reason for taking on this supply was that the next few ports of call were in Greenland. There was serious doubt they would be able to get a decent drink there at any time. There was also some conjecture as to where they would find room to store the brew. John Sullivan was the petty officer in charge of the forward torpedo room. He dutifully counted each case of beer as it was shoved into one of the torpedo tubes. Of course, the boat carried no torpedoes, and the tubes made wonderful beer coolers in the icy waters they would be traversing over the next few months. Keith Norlin knew immediately that it would take some adjustment on his part to get accustomed to life on a submarine. With all hands back from liberty and everyone on board at the same time, the boat was downright crowded. He compared the sensation of being below decks while the boat was under way to riding in a fast-moving Pullman car. As he walked down the narrow aisle during their crossing of the Irish Sea, the boat swayed and clattered and seemed almost on the verge of coming apart. Also, like the Pullman car, everything on Archerfish was built in and compact, and there was no wasted space at all. In Norland's closet-sized sleeping compartment, there was even a pull-down stainless steel sink, like those he had seen when traveling by rail. He and the other hydros were housed in the forward battery compartment, in what had been the chief petty officer's quarters in earlier Archerfish configurations. The compartment had 5 bunks and a closet crammed into it, in addition to the pull-down sink. The next thing Norland knew would take some time getting accustomed to was the showering facilities. Because of the shortage of fresh water aboard a submarine, showers were only allowed once a week. If a man missed the short period allotted for bathing, he had to wait another full week for his next chance for a shower. Anyone caught taking an unauthorized shower had to stand a 4-hour watch on the distillation equipment where fresh water was made for the boat and its batteries. Even when it finally came time for it, the weekly bath left a lot to be desired. Norland was only able to have the water turned on long enough to get most of his body wet. Then he was required to turn it off while he soaped up and washed. Finally, he could turn the water on for another minute or so to rinse the suds away. That was it for another week. Soon Archerfish was back in the North Atlantic, following the predetermined survey lines, steaming well off the normal sea lanes. Except for the occasional lone fishing boat, they rarely saw another vessel. In the North Atlantic, the roughest duty aboard the submarine was the two-man topside lookout watch. The weather was getting colder and wetter. Before going on watch, the men pulled on all the warm clothing they could find that was reasonably dry, and then tugged on what rain gear was available. The farther north they went, the worse it got. Even on relatively good days, it was impossible for the watchstanders to stay warm and dry for 4 hours. When they came off watch, they hung their dripping clothes in the engine room to dry. For most of the time they spent in the northern waters, the engine rooms were filled with dripping clothes that never seemed to get completely dried out. Though drier, it wasn't really all that comfortable below decks either. When they were running on the surface, the air temperature inside the boat often hovered near freezing. Everyone had to wear layers of clothing to try to keep warm. Then, when the weather and sea state forced them to have to dive to take readings, the temperature inside the submarine soared, and everyone had to strip down again to try to get comfortable. Captain Kenny Woods initiated one very popular policy very early in their frigid mission. Whenever men came off watch after braving the bitter cold and wet, they each received a ration of booze to get the circulation going again. Keith Norland soon learned why a submarine had been chosen for this operation. They were southeast off Kap Farvel, off the southern tip of Greenland, when the seas became too rough to operate their instruments. After 2 blasts of the diving alarm, the bow tilted downward, and he immediately felt the rolling and pitching of the boat subside. He found it hard to believe that 100 feet over his head, the waves on the Labrador Sea were being whipped to heights of 45 feet by vicious wind gusts of between 50 and 60 knots. Soon the boat's rocking was minimized, and they were once again able to use their highly sensitive equipment as designed. The required data was recorded, and then they could once again head back to the surface. At first, the thoughts of taking this old sub down a couple of 100 feet below the surface made Norland a bit uncomfortable. Soon, though, the hydro began to look forward to those dives that took them to the far more peaceful waters found below. They were encountering more and more icebergs by that time. At first, Captain Woods asked to be informed of each sighting. Shortly, he changed the orders to only report to him any iceberg that floated within 2,000 yards of their course. Finally, he only wanted to hear of any bergs that required a course change. On August 19th, they passed 200 icebergs in a single day before anchoring near Julianahopp, Greenland. Archerfish was the first American vessel to visit there since 1941, and the first ever submarine. Their arrival caused quite a stir in the little Eskimo town. The boat had to anchor in the harbor, since there was only room at the town dock for the merchant vessel that was tied up there offloading essential supplies. While they were anchored, Gus Emperador was awarded his silver dolphins, designating him as qualified in submarines. That made him the first subsailor ever to receive his dolphins in Greenland, an event that earned a nice mention in the New London submarine base newspaper, appropriately named The Dolphin. When the crew finally got ashore for liberty, they had built up a powerful thirst. It took them no time to drink up the entire stock of beer at the only bar in Julianahopp. "Where do your supplies come from?" the chief of the boat, Vern Bettis, asked the bartender. "Half the hold of that old freighter down at the dock is filled with my beer," the barman answered. "We're just waiting for them to get it unloaded." "Well, let's go get it," the COB declared. They borrowed the barkeep's jeep and headed for the wharf, with the rest of the thirsty Archerfish crew members running along close behind. A bucket brigade was set up from the deep hold of the ship to the dock, while the jeep shuttled the brew back to the bar. The job was finished just in time to kick off a party that involved the whole town. All night long, pale, tattooed sailors swirled Eskimo ladies around the dance floor to the thumping beat of an old jukebox. Archerfish was scheduled to depart Julian Hop early on August 20th, but had to wait over 4 hours for a dense cold fog to lift before she could get underway. Finally, with the mouth of the Hudson Bay to the west and the coast of Greenland to the east, they entered Davis Strait. John Davis had rediscovered Greenland 300 years after the Norsemen, so the strait bore his name, not one of theirs. Davis Strait is the gateway to the Arctic north of Canada and to the Northwest Passage. Every search for a shortcut around the Americas had followed this route, but it was not a typical sea lane for submarines. Still, Archerfish steamed on, plying waters in which icebergs were now visible in all directions. There was no doubt why this part of the world had been dubbed Iceberg Alley. Rough seas and heavy fog delayed their scheduled arrival at the remote United States Air Force Base at Thule, Greenland. They were forced to dive to take their readings, and were also having trouble with the increasingly cranky gravity meter. They had managed to get a replacement isolation transformer for the instrument, but it was the wrong voltage and tended to overheat if it was used for very long. While on the surface, they were constantly maneuvering, dodging the icebergs and pack ice. They spotted one berg that towered over 600 feet above the water. Then, to make matters worse, they encountered a storm that shoved them sideways almost as fast as they were steaming forward. One roll heeled them about 70 degrees to starboard, sending objects flying and crashing all over the inside of the boat, despite their being rigged for heavy weather. It was especially rough topside. A safety net had to be strung around the bridge railing to keep the watches from getting flushed overboard. The precaution paid off immediately when Miles Graham almost went into the frigid sea. After that, the watches were moved to the conning tower, and the upper hatch was secured. The officer of the deck and one other lookout used the periscopes to keep an eye out for icebergs or other obstructions in their path. The rolling seas caused one interesting but painful phenomenon. When the boat wallowed over, seawater momentarily covered the main air induction for the engine rooms. Since the upper hatch above the conning tower was now closed most of the time, this closure caused the engines to begin sucking air out of the boat and creating a considerable vacuum in the people tank. This reminded the crew of time spent snorkeling while they were serving on guppy boats, when the vacuum could at times be strong enough to pop the eardrums of some of the men on the boat. Even the matter of frequent time zone changes was causing discomfort and confusion. Since they were operating so near the North Pole and following erratic courses to take their readings, the time zones changed often. There was a very short distance between each 15 degrees of longitude. Executive Officer David Dimmock admitted he handled the shifting time in a way he thought would keep the crew off balance, all in an effort to make them more alert. He waited until they seemed to have adjusted to the schedule. Then he would switch to whatever the true local time was. The truth was, the precise hour made no difference to anyone but the lookouts and the ODD, the crew members who had to enter notes in the log. For anyone else, even if they were topside for air, the sun was always shining day and night, and the precise, correct time was little more than a curiosity. As Davis Strait opened into Baffin Bay, the lookouts began to see many more fishing boats. This area had been prime summer fishing grounds for hundreds of years. Now Archerfish had to be careful to avoid colliding with those vessels or fouling their lines. On most of the fishing craft, the wheelhouses were empty. Every man aboard the boats was on deck, working, despite the congested traffic and the bitterly cold weather. Everyone on the sub agreed that fishing these waters was not an easy way to make a living. They passed Melville Bay on the coast of Greenland, the site of numerous wrecks throughout history. There was so much ice scudding along on the sea's surface that the men below decks could hear its constant scraping against the boat's hide. The incessant banging and groaning even interfered with their sleep. It was an unusually balmy 44 degrees with clouds at 3,000 feet when they carefully maneuvered around icebergs of all sizes and pulled into the little harbor at Thule on August 26th. As the base came into sight, the place was not impressive at all. It was cold, desolate, and dirty, and seemed to be sealed in a cloud of dust that was being whipped up by the wind from the base's maze of dirt roads. Archerfish moored starboard side to port side of USCG Westwind, WAGB 281, in what was another minor but notable first for the boat. It was reported to be the first time in U.S. Navy history that a submarine had ever moored alongside an icebreaker. Thule was no more impressive up close than it had been from a distance. The base was made up of insulated buildings sitting on dirt. There were no trees or grass or any other vegetation to be seen anywhere, and the dust was billowing. The only other distinguishing sight that they could see was the great ice cap, visible in the distance as it hugged the Arctic ground. As usual, though, the Archerfish crew soon found whatever entertainment might be available. There was a USO show in town, performing at the NCO Club. Someone found Irish whiskey on sale, and the club had a gambling facility. Rough and bleak as it was, Thule was a far sight better than hanging on to the makeshift net on the boat's bridge while she rolled and tumbled in rough icy seas. Archerfish was under way once more the morning of August 29th, and by that evening she had reached the northernmost survey point in Baffin Bay. They were only a bit over 800 miles from the North Pole when their assigned track finally took them back to the south. Everyone, including the veteran submariners aboard, got their first look at two of the sea's oddest wonders while in Baffin Bay. They observed St. Elmo's fire and ice fog. St. Elmo's fire is a continuous electrical corona discharge that causes an eerie glow, usually seen in the masts of ships. Sometimes it is so bright the masts appear to be on fire. Submariners usually don't see such a sight, but conditions were right for it there in the far northern latitudes, and they could see the ghostly light in the boat's shears. Ice fog occurs when the air temperature reaches a point at which moisture in the air suddenly freezes, forming a fog so dense the lookouts on the bridge of Archerfish could not see her bow. They were still having problems with the gravity meter, but the boat was on the verge of another much bigger casualty. On the evening of September 6th, Ken Henry was sitting on a bench locker with his back against No. 3 main engine, reading a Perry Mason novel. Suddenly, the engine room was rocked with a deafening kaboom. The deck plates jumped from the force of the explosion, and the compartment immediately filled with smoke. It didn't take long to determine that the auxiliary engine, which had been lovingly named Leroy, had suffered a crankcase explosion. A Z-shaped piece of the lower crankshaft had broken at the No. 6 main bearing journal and at the No. 6 connecting rod bearing journal. The part was lying useless in the dry sump. The engine was a goner. Nothing would do but to give their old shipmate a proper funeral. Robbie Roberts helped the engineman make flowers out of Kleenex. Piedmont Davis laid out a visitor's book for all to sign when they came to pay their last respects. 39 sailors did. A wake was held in the after-engine room with Father Davis conducting a very solemn service as they laid Leroy to rest. A headstone was fashioned out of cardboard. On it was his epitaph. 17 years of sea duty, he never went ashore. Died of a broken crank. 6 September 1960. The survey line they were scheduled to run in Cumberland Sound at the southeast corner of Baffin Island was never completed. The ice was simply too thick and much too dangerous. During the midwatch on the night of September 11th, Dale Ness and Martin Lafferty had the lookout. Suddenly, Ness shouted out a warning of a huge iceberg dead ahead. The boat maneuvered to avoid the massive obstacle, but when they looked again, the thing was still directly in front of them. The boat turned again. The iceberg did too. That's when someone realized the iceberg was actually the moon, coming up on the horizon. With the mist on the water at that time of day and the weird sunlight, the moon had looked exactly like a distant iceberg. Still, it was a while before the crew stopped goading the watchstanders that night about trying to steer archerfish around the moon. Gotthard was the next stop. The capital of Greenland, the town is on the country's west coast on Davis Strait. They anchored the boat in Skibsjøen Bay because there would be no berth available in the tiny dock area until the next day. While they were at anchor, Eskimos paddled out, and the crew members traded them fresh fruit for beer. The exchange rate was 1 orange or 2 apples for each bottle of brew. Walter Pine Tree Casey and George Hughes completed their final test to become qualified in submarines and received their coveted silver dolphins while they were in Gotthard. Francis Gunnar Red Gawn re-enlisted for 6 more years in the Navy while they were there. He claims to be the first and only submariner in history to ever ship over while in Greenland. Once ashore, the crew members managed to find the only bar in town, despite its not even having a sign out front to lead the way. The Liberty Party from the U.S. Coast Guard icebreaker West Wind soon joined them. One of the Eskimo girls, who knew nothing of the difference between the Coast Guard and the Navy, took an interest in the Coast Guard shield that was sewn on the right cuff of the blues worn by the West Wind crew members. She asked why the archerfish sailors didn't have one on their jumpers as well. Wayne Dirty Hermie Herman, with a completely straight face, explained to her that the shield was a Navy symbol to identify venereal disease, and anyone who had VD was required to wear one of those shields on his cuff until he was completely cured of his malady. That information spread through the bar like wildfire. From then on, the coasties couldn't even convince any of the Eskimo ladies to dance with them. The next day, Captain Woods hosted Greenland's governor, Finn Nielsen, for lunch aboard Archerfish. He proved to be a very fine gent and quite interesting to talk with. He explained that as a result of the integration of Greenland into Denmark beginning in 1953, Greenland had been designated as a suburb of Copenhagen for political reasons. The governor requested that the submarine perform a demonstration dive in the old harbor before they departed. On September 19th, with several hundred townspeople lining the shore to watch, Captain Woods and the crew took the boat out and made a trim dive, ran back and forth across the harbor with scopes up for about 20 minutes, then surfaced to cheers and applause from everyone watching. What the fine citizens of Gotthard didn't know was that several of the boat's crew had brought their newly befriended local ladies aboard for a private tour and a genuine submarine ride. When they surfaced, there was no way to get the women off the sub and onto boats without everyone who was watching the demonstration dive seeing them. They casually slipped back up to the pier next to a Danish freighter, the Lily Nielsen, which was moored there, and got the women ashore. On September 21st, after passing through Hudson Strait and into Ungava Bay, they got word that a float plane was going to attempt a sea landing near their position to bring them a crucial part needed for the gravity meter, a replacement for the overheating isolation transformer. The seas turned out to be too choppy for the plane to come down, and after trying to land for a half-hour or more, the pilot radioed that he would land instead near the mouth of the Kicksoak River near Fort Chimo. A small boat from the Hudson Bay Company met Archerfish farther out in the icy, shallow waters of the bay. It took Mike Giambattista aboard, and they were off to rendezvous with the plane and retrieve the part. It was a cold, wet trip for the SLJO, but at least they could now reliably use the delicate meter that was the primary reason for their mission to top of the world. It soon got colder and wetter. 2 days after fixing the meter, Archerfish was running survey points in the Fox Basin, south of Baffin Island, and east of Canada's Northwest Territories. Again, they were swimming in waters where no submarine had ever ventured. The charts of the area were seriously outdated and not at all trustworthy. Those navigational charts had quite a history of their own. The English explorer Martin Frobisher had made the soundings on the Fox Basin charts in the late 1500s, while he and his party were searching for the Northwest Passage to the Orient. Not only was the water shallow here, but also the weather had turned especially nasty. It was blowing, snowing, and cold. Air temperature inside the boat was 28 degrees, and the seas were so rough that men were literally being rocked out of their bunks onto the cold, damp deck. Mid-afternoon of the 25th, the ice seemed to close in around the boat, clutching at her hull. The decision was made to stop surveying at once and to try to find a clear passage into Hudson Bay before they got stuck there in that god-forsaken place. After several more hours, though, they still couldn't see anything but wind-driven ice spray and the thick, seemingly impenetrable pack-ice surrounding them. They even turned and tried to steam north, the opposite way they needed to go for the most direct route out of Fox Basin, but there was no break in the thickening ice in that direction either. The situation was growing more and more treacherous. The radio station at Frobisher Bay was happy to give them the latest ice report. Trouble was, the latest report was 2 weeks old. It said that the ice extended in varying concentrations from Seahorse Point to Salisbury Island in the Fox Channel. Archerfish decided to steer to the north and east of Salisbury Island, hoping the ice pack would be less dense near land, and that they could get into Hudson Bay by that route. On the way, they actually collided head-on with an iceberg. Fortunately, there was no damage, but things soon got worse. The crew was already getting irritable. There was a chow shortage because they had been unable to take on many provisions while they were in Greenland and were overdue for restocking. The boat was also on the verge of getting critical on fuel. As the evening wore on, the lookouts reported that what they had initially thought were whitecaps that they were watching through the sleet and snow were actually huge chunks of pack ice. Shortly after midnight on the 26th, the storm had turned into a full-fledged blizzard. Winds howled steadily at 40 to 50 knots, and dense blowing snow had cut visibility to less than 500 yards. The storm was sending chunks of ice skidding across the sea surface. The junky ice piled up around Archerfish as if she were a dam in the middle of a flooding river. The stuff quickly became a real hazard for the boat's propellers as well. If the screws were damaged, the boat would lose propulsion, and if the sub could not move, she and her crew could be stuck out here in a very inhospitable place for a long, long time. It is one thing for a surface ship to become frozen in the ice, because the round curvature of the hull causes the ship to rise as the ice hardens. On a submarine, the hull curves in the opposite direction at the waterline. As the ice thickens, the boat is forced downward. Eventually, it would be shoved below the surface, with the obvious consequences. Finally, Captain Woods was called to the bridge. He took a quick look at the situation, listened to the reports from the watchstanders, and then assumed the conn. For a while, he tediously tried to steer the boat around the massive chunks of ice, maneuvering Archerfish cautiously through miles of jagged ice floe, all the time looking hopefully for the edge of the stuff and some semblance of clear water. Down in the maneuvering room, Robbie Roberts and Squeaky Stapleford were admittedly concerned. They could clearly hear the chunks of ice crashing against and scraping along the hull. They could also tell from the continuous rapid series of bells from the conn that it was a rough go out there. They would hear a solid crunch, Then the order to back down on one or both shafts would be followed quickly by ahead 1/3, then ahead 2/3. Then they would hear another jolting thud, and a calm backing order once again. As the commands came quicker and quicker, the thunks against the hull became louder and more ominous. Gunner Lewis had the watch in the after torpedo room. He stuck his head through the door to the maneuvering room to ask what was going on. Roberts and Stapleford were rapidly working at the levers and rheostats to keep up with the ordered speed and direction changes. They were sweating even though the temperature in the compartment was near freezing. Roberts yelled for Lewis to come in and help them. He could keep the bell log. Roberts and Suddy simply couldn't keep up with the entries and work the sticks at the same time. Everyone who saw him at the con that night marveled at how cool and calm Kenny Woods remained in what was truly a precarious situation. Then, when it was obvious to him that they couldn't continue to chug along through the ice any longer without risking damage to the boat, the captain did not hesitate. He gave the boat a twist until he had a small pool of ice-free water, came to all stop, and ordered a stationary dive, even though they were still in virtually uncharted waters. They would try to dive beneath the ice floe until they found clearer waters. That, the skipper decided, was their best way to keep from getting themselves stuck out there. Of course, there were other problems to consider. They had no idea how long they would need to stay down before they found clearer water, and the batteries were not fully charged. If the batteries gave out, and they had to come up to the surface too soon, they might well find themselves in the midst of an even worse situation than the one they had dived to get away from. Finally, 8 hours later, they surfaced at the edge of the pack ice without bottoming out. They had also managed to avoid striking an island or running into the bottom of an iceberg. They were just in time. There was practically no battery left by then, and the air in the boat was so bad a match wouldn't light. But they had made it. The crew and their boat had been pushed to their limits and had apparently suffered no ill effects from their ordeal other than severe headaches all around from the lack of oxygen. Duke Durgan had the mid-watch as the officer of the deck. When he lifted the upper conning tower hatch and climbed onto the bridge, he could not believe what he saw. There, riding piggyback on the afterdeck, was a chunk of ice the size of a large automobile. Chapter 19. A Goat in the Engine Room. As Archerfish neared Fort Churchill on the west side of Hudson Bay, Robbie Roberts was visiting with radioman Rick Harden in the radio shack. They were listening to the commercial broadcast station from Fort Churchill, recording on a tape machine some of the music the station was playing. As one of the songs faded out, the disc jockey announced, "Hey, is anyone from Archerfish listening? If you are, please come up on frequency for some official messages," and he gave the channel. Harden and Roberts looked at each other in surprise. The radioman quickly dialed in the frequency the DJ had given between records and copied the messages that were waiting for them there. When they got closer to Fort Churchill, the boat learned that the berths at the pier were all filled with grain ships. They were trying to get loaded and underway before getting iced in for the winter. The radio operator in Fort Churchill also casually informed them that their present position happened to be right in the impact zone of the atmospheric sounding rockets that some local scientists were about to begin test firing. Archerfish might want to move. They did. There was more complaining among the crew about the off-changing time zones. The exec had finally relented in the face of all the grousing about continually shifting from one zone to another, sometimes several times a day. He told everyone to keep the boat on Greenwich Mean Time. However, that raised another problem. In the western reaches of Hudson Bay, they were actually farther west than Galveston, Texas, or Chicago, Illinois, which were both on Central Standard Time. Dimmick gave in again and had all the clocks on the boat set to CST. After the cold, perilous trip through the ice coming out of Fox Basin, everyone aboard had been looking forward to liberty in Fort Churchill. It was not to be. Prior to noon on September 29th, the boat began lying to off Fort Churchill while waiting for information on the availability of a berth alongside a pier. That would be necessary to establish a land tie for the hydrographic office. After a 4-hour wait at the entrance to the harbor, they were informed that it would be at least another 30 hours before they could get a mooring berth at the little frontier town's pier. The submarine simply could not wait that long. The order was given to turn away and return to their scheduled survey runs. Kenny Woods knew how disappointed everyone was. So was he. The skipper made a command decision and instituted liberty calls at sea. He began allowing a beer ration from the supply of Tennant's that they had stored in the torpedo tubes before they left Fastlane. Each man was to get 2 cans daily. They received their first ration during the evening meal, which happened to be Italian night. The crew members had a grand old time sitting in the mess hall, eating spaghetti and bread and washing it all down with the ice-cold beer. After that, they got their allowance of brew during the daily showing of the movie. Those men due to go on watch did not get theirs until after they finished their watch. No one would have abused the privilege and imbibed while on watch, but it was better to be safe than sorry. The guys who lived in the after torpedo room had always kept an unauthorized stash of beer for their own private consumption. They developed an ingenious method of getting rid of their empties. They began covertly ejecting them from the after signal ejector, the device designed to launch smoke and signal flares from the boat while she was beneath the surface. The men found that the ejector held 7 long-neck beer bottles, 10 beer cans, or a combination of the two. Only one person on the boat decided not to take his share of beer each day. Captain Kenny Woods, whose idea it was in the first place, never took a drink while at sea. Archerfish was running low on fuel and rations by now, but she still had important survey runs to make in James Bay, at the southernmost end of Hudson Bay, before they could steam on to Halifax. They had planned to meet a Coast Guard icebreaker and take on fuel, mail, and rations, but the vessel was called to an emergency somewhere in the North Atlantic before they could meet up. The rendezvous never took place. James Bay made David Dimmick nervous. The only chart available was dated 1915. Someone had scribbled across the bottom of the chart the clear warning, "This is a print of a cancelled chart. The information shown should be treated with great caution." The Canadian version of sailing directions mentioned that in these waters often an oar will touch bottom. Dimmick doubted anyone's oars were 19 feet long. Archerfish's draft when she was on the surface. And what if they needed to dive to get good readings? It was a nerve-wracking transit, but the lines had to be run. Once more, the weather turned ugly. Everyone standing bridge watches wore a safety line to keep from getting washed overboard. A man could easily die in these frigid waters if he was not pulled back aboard in minutes. When his bridge watch was almost over each day, Miles Graham called the watch below, reminding them to wake his relief and to please turn his electric blanket on high. He wanted it to be ready for him when he got down there, stripped off his wet, ice-encrusted clothes, and crawled beneath it. During this time in her life, when Archerfish was on the surface, temperatures in the engine room were so glacial that everyone wore foul weather gear and thermal underwear. When they submerged, the temperature soared, and they had to strip to their skivvies. Finally, Archerfish finished running the points in James Bay and headed north once again, making the frosty trip across Hudson Bay and around the northernmost reaches of Quebec, through Hudson Strait, into the Labrador Sea, and finally back into the Atlantic. On October 9th, 1960, the boat slipped into the Strait of Belle Isle, with Newfoundland a few miles to starboard and Labrador within sight to port. Once they were into the Gulf of St. Lawrence, the seas became calm, and the temperature was an almost pleasant 42 degrees. Next they passed through the Cabot Strait, and once again into the Atlantic Ocean. On the 12th, they moored port side to HMS Auriga, S09, a British submarine, at Jetty 5, HMC Dockyard, Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. Halifax was to be a major replenishment stop for Archerfish. The crew had been eating mostly Spam, peanut butter, and rice for the last few days before they reached port. Everything else was gone. Mike Giambattista and his troops had worked hard during the early part of the trip, even before they reached Julianhopp, Greenland, preparing a long list of requisitions for the food they would need. Captain Woods had pushed the list through channels to be sure it would all be waiting for them in Halifax. Not long after they left Thule, though, they learned that the Naval Supply Center in Bayonne, New Jersey, had somehow lost their lengthy requisition. Archerfish would have to resend the whole thing by Morse code over the radio. In the part of the world where they were operating during that time, communications could be sketchy. Since they were so near the North Pole and the North Magnetic Pole, there was terrible electromagnetic interference to deal with. The size of the requisition message seemed to affect reception sometimes, too. The boat's radioman would raise someone on one of the communication channels and receive a report of a good, solid signal. But then, when he told them he had a message and that the group count, number of words in the message, was over 10,000, the receiving operator would suddenly report a fading signal, too much static, or both. No one wanted to copy a message that size. Someone was finally persuaded to take the radio traffic, and it was delivered to the supply depot. A fleet of trucks was loaded in Bayonne and sent to Halifax to meet Archerfish. There was inevitably one snafu, likely due to a garble in the transmitted requisition. One truck showed up at the pier filled completely with mayonnaise, enough mayonnaise to float a small navy. The Archerfish crew fell back on their old skills and promptly used the vast quantity of mayo to barter with the Canadian Navy for other things they needed more. When David Dimmock stepped ashore with two others from the wardroom, all three men noticed and commented on a truly odd sensation they felt. As they made their way side by side up the slight hill from the pier, the men had trouble walking and kept bumping into each other. It took them a minute to realize what was going on. Their equilibrium had not yet adjusted to being on solid land, for the first time in almost a month. Their bodies actually missed the continual pitch and sway of the submarine due to the icy sea. Not having the deck moving constantly beneath them would take some getting used to. Dimmock also noticed another strong feeling, a sensation that something was not quite right with this place. It took him a bit to realize what it was that seemed so different here. Then it hit him. Trees. It had been exactly 2 months since they had seen trees, the day they left Fastlane. Here in Halifax there were big, glorious trees all over the place. The tradition of renting most of a floor in a hotel as Archerfish party headquarters continued in Halifax. Here it was the Cornwallis Hotel, with one room dubbed the Party Room, and the others reserved for sleeping off the celebration, showering, or for romantic interludes, should anyone be so fortunate. Beer was delivered to the party room 10 cases at a time. The bathtub was filled with ice, beer, and mixers. The party began the first day of liberty and never stopped until the day of departure a week later. When one group returned to the boat for duty, those just going on liberty replaced them at the party. The crew members were not the only ones who were thirsty when they pulled into Halifax. Archerfish took on 99,114 gallons of diesel fuel while in port. Since she only had a rated storage capacity of 94,000 gallons, it was clear the old girl was operating on little more than fumes when she first sidled up to Jetty 5. The officers from Archerfish had ended up in their own party hotel while in Halifax. It happened that the World Series was underway while they were in port, and they were enjoying watching the games on television as they slaked their own enormous thirsts. The wardroom guys were having a wonderful time watching the seventh and final game between the Yankees and the Pirates, when Captain Kenny Woods almost turned the course of sports history. Bobby Shantz, a 5'6", 149-pound left-handed pitcher from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, was on the mound for the Yankees. The game was tied 9-9 in the bottom of the ninth inning, and the hometown Pirates were batting. Captain Woods yelped in disbelief when Yankees manager Casey Stengel called timeout and walked out to the mound, obviously intent on removing Shantz from the game and replacing him with another relief pitcher. You see, Pottstown was just up the road from Philadelphia, the skipper's hometown. Woods was totally convinced that a former Philadelphian would have a better chance of getting the next batter out than some yahoo Stengel might bring in from the bullpen. The skipper was so convinced that he attempted to take command of the situation, just as he would have done on the bridge of Archerfish if a correct decision were required. Woods grabbed the telephone in the hotel room and quickly placed a person-to-person call to a Mr. Casey Stengel in the Yankee dugout in Pittsburgh. Amazingly, the long-distance call went through, all the way from Halifax, Nova Scotia, to the visitors' dugout at Forbes Field in Pittsburgh. Whoever answered the phone in the dugout said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Stengel is out on the field and can't come to the telephone right now. Would you like to talk with someone else?" "No. If I can't talk to Casey, I don't want to talk with anybody," Woods answered. With that, he slammed down the phone. It was too late anyway. The Yankee manager had made his move, requesting someone from the bullpen. The rest is baseball history. Stengel, without benefit of the counsel of the skipper of the Archerfish, went ahead and lifted Bobby Shantz. He brought in Ralph Terry to face Pittsburgh's Bill Mazeroski. Mazeroski promptly hit Terry's second pitch a mile. It was one of the most memorable home runs in World Series history, ending the game and giving the Pirates the 1960 World Championship. On October 19th, Archerfish pulled out of Halifax and headed back across the Atlantic to Belfast, Northern Ireland. They still had survey lines to run before the mission officially ended in Belfast, but the weather was not cooperating. Once they left the calm of Halifax harbor, the seas became rougher and rougher, the water breaking brutally over the bridge and the boat floundering through the massive waves. On the 25th, they passed through the area known as the Black Pit, that section of the Atlantic Ocean where German U-boats had been free to hunt Allied shipping during World War II without fear of reprisal. The area was too far from the aircraft that were based in Newfoundland to patrol, and it was not within range of Allied planes from Iceland or Britain. This was always the most dangerous point for any convoys steaming between America and Europe. By October 27th, the barometer had fallen to 29.3 inches as the wind increased to 75 knots. Wave heights reached 45 feet. As the rough weather continued, appetites disappeared, and many became seasick. Everyday functions like sleeping and working became torture. The mess cooks spread dampened towels on the tables to set dishes on, so they would be less likely to slide off into the laps of diners. The meals that were served were mostly simple affairs, nothing fancy at all. An antiseptic description of ocean storms belies their overwhelming power and might. These are survival conditions. All pretenses of useful work stop, as the entire ship's company concentrates on the safety and ultimately the survival of the vessel. In the movies, captains typically order the crews to batten down the hatches in such furious weather. Archerfish did the same. As they crossed the rocking ocean, John Gonzalez could think of only one thing when he realized that they were scheduled to arrive in Belfast on November 16th. That was the first day of deer hunting season back home in Texas. Everyone aboard got a serious scare on November 7th. During battery charging, a ventilation line damper on the battery exhaust into the forward engine room was accidentally closed. That allowed the hydrogen level in the boat to suddenly shoot dangerously high. "Bridge, maneuvering, there is 5% hydrogen in the boat," was the frightening message relayed via the 7MC speaker. All submariners know how dangerous that condition is. Archerfish sailors were well aware of the near-tragic fire that had broken out on their own boat in 1952. Mike Casey maintains that those brief 5 minutes were the only time he was ever scared during his entire time in the Navy. There was no place to run, nothing to do but secure the charge, find the cause of the sudden rise in hydrogen buildup, and pray no stray spark set off a horrible inferno before the gas could be vented from the boat. Bill Heisley found the shut damper and opened it. After 5 minutes, the readings were back within the normal range, and everyone was allowed to go on about his business. On November 13th, the depth of water precluded archerfish from diving, and the sea state conditions were too rough for taking readings while they were on the surface. Captain Woods proclaimed that the Atlantic phase of Operation Seascan was completed. When archerfish moored in Herndon Key, Pollock Basin, Belfast, Northern Ireland, just before 10 in the morning on November 16th, the engineers had their first opportunity to assess the extent of damage the heavy seas had done to the after superstructure. Somewhere between Halifax and Belfast, they had lost most of the decking, between the after engine room hatch and the turtleback, and both the mufflers off No. 3 and No. 4 engines. Some of the locals on the pier asked if the damage had been done by depth charges. It would have been a much better story if it had, but the crew admitted it had been nothing more than the rough weather they had encountered while crossing the angry North Atlantic. The first act by a bunch of the crew upon arriving at the Emerald Isle was to tie down Richard Red Schlenker in the mess hall and dye him green from head to foot. They wanted to make him a true Irishman. The local television station requested that several of the sailors appear on a popular program called Around the Town with Tess. Dale Ness was on restriction for some minor transgression, but realized that volunteering to be on the show would get him off the boat and ashore, at least for a little while. He and Mike Lintner did appear on the TV show, and each man got paid £2, 2 shillings, 2 pence for his brief bit of stardom. The crew was also asked to participate in a blood drive. Many did, and the event was played up in all the local papers and newscasts on the radio stations. Belfast was cold, gray, and damp. The people were friendly and actually seemed to like Americans. Flunky Joe Forrest met a young lady and was invited to her home to meet her parents. He took his beloved Audi reel-to-reel tape recorder with him so he could play them some of the music he had recorded. When he plugged the recorder in and turned it on, it popped, crackled, smoked, and sizzled. Nobody had told him about the difference between electrical current in Europe and in the States. The skipper and some of his officers were invited to a Sunday turkey dinner with the town's Lord Mayor. They were picked up in an Austin Princess automobile, similar to a Rolls-Royce, and driven through the streets of Belfast. They practiced their royal waves on all the poor residents they passed in the city's impoverished neighborhoods. A Russian merchant ship, the Priozersky, was moored on the opposite side of the bight from archerfish. The Russian sailors liked to stand at the rail, screaming in broken English, "Yankee, go home!" The A-fish crew didn't bother to yell back. They had been away from the States long enough that they agreed with the sentiment completely. Not surprisingly, when the crew was mustered at 09:15 on November 22, 1960, there were no unauthorized absences. Everyone was ready to head back to New London, Connecticut. After the long trip westward across the Atlantic, Mike Giambattista brought them in for the last time on December 3rd. He was to be transferred to the Tusk before Archerfish left on her next phase, to be conducted in the Pacific. Usually, when a boat returns to its home port after an extended deployment, the pier is lined with waving, welcoming wives and kids. A band is playing, and assembled brass and dignitaries await them. Not so with Archerfish. The only people waiting were the duty section line handlers, a lone postal clerk with their mail, the commander, Submarine Development Group 2, and his aides, and the wife and son of Rick Harden, one of the 2 married crew members. The shore patrol had sent word that they would give Archerfish sailors 1 week to unwind. As long as nobody was killed and not too much damage was done, they would not write them up. They just bring them back to the boat when they passed out. The gesture was much appreciated. Many of the crew members took advantage of the generous gesture. Mike Smollett was one of the hydrographic scientists on board at the time. He was glad to have his feet back on solid ground again as well. He soon wandered into a bar near the base, a typical submariner's hangout. There he spotted a reasonably attractive barmaid and made his best pass. "What time do you get off work?" he asked her. It had been a while, and he was admittedly out of practice. "Never mind," she answered icily. It was clear she was not interested. Mike didn't give up. He used every line he could come up with, but the lady was still standoffish. "Look," she finally said, "I don't ever have anything to do with sailors." "Oh, I'm not a sailor," Smollett protested. "I'm not even in the Navy." "Don't lie to me," she responded, scrunching up her nose. "I know a submariner when I smell one." George Betts left for 10 days' leave at home in Ohio. As was the usual practice, the crew pooled their money and bought flight insurance on him, naming themselves as beneficiaries, just as they did any time one of their own was going somewhere by airplane. They figured if the worst happened, they could at least afford to throw one hell of a party in their shipmate's memory. It was a Friday, 10 days later, and Betts was due to return to the boat that day. A group of crewmen were listening to the radio when a bulletin interrupted normal programming. There had been a horrible air disaster. A United Airlines DC-8 had collided in midair with a Trans-World Airlines Super Constellation over New York City. A total of 134 lives had been lost, all 128 of the passengers and crew aboard the 2 planes, and 6 more people on the ground. As the Archerfish sailors listened to the details of the tragedy, someone realized that George Betts, their shipmate, was supposed to be on one of those airplanes coming back from Ohio. They were deeply saddened. George was a friend, a great shipmate. But they also were very rich. They quickly moved the wake to the Dolphin Bar, safe in the knowledge that the insurance company would be picking up what would become a considerable tab. The memorial service was still going strong the next day when somebody looked up and spied a familiar face strolling into the Dolphin. It was George Betts. He innocently said, "Hi," and walked over to the bar to order himself a drink. From the condition of his buddies, it was obvious that he had quite a bit of catching up to do. He noticed the place was eerily quiet. The only sound in the joint was the distorted boom of the jukebox. Slowly, the sailors comprehended the unbelievable fact that their buddy was actually still alive, that he had not died in the horrible airplane collision. They were ecstatic. Then reality set in. If George wasn't dead, they weren't rich. And if they weren't rich, they were certainly in trouble with the bartender. Then everyone was yelling angrily at George. He had no idea why his friends had suddenly turned on him. He was not even aware that one of the planes that had crashed the previous day was the flight he was supposed to be on, the flight that he had missed that morning back in Ohio. George had no idea that it was a miracle that he was still alive. All he knew was that his buddies were mad at him and accusing him of ruining one hell of a party by missing that airplane. With the new year, and as preparations continued for Phase 2 of Operation Seascan, the boat lost another one of its characters. Vern Pappy Bettis, the chief of the boat, was transferred to shore duty. He was replaced by Louis Gladwin Holm, a World War II submarine torpedoman whose claim to fame was that he had been the inspiration for the character of O-Boat Holmes in Ed Beach's classic novel Run Silent, Run Deep. The COB was, by position, the senior enlisted man on the boat and the person the commanding officer and executive officer depended on to execute policy. The general feeling in the wardroom was that Archerfish needed a COB who was tougher than Bettis had been, someone who could really keep the crew in line. Lee Walker had known Holm when they served together on the USS Trigger, SS 564. When he heard the skipper and the exec were looking for a tough COB, he asked, "Do you want a real son of a bitch?" The answer was yes. Walker told them he knew just the man for the job. Holm was a tall, heavy-set man with a reputation for backing up his authority with brawn if necessary. Woods and Dimmick interviewed him and gave him the job. Holm's billing would prove to be accurate. In early January, the commander of Subdev Gru 2 conducted a personnel inspection of the crew, followed by an administrative and below-decks inspection, just to make sure all was ready for the trip south, then into the Pacific. That afternoon, everyone lined up in the after battery, and Doc Barboza gave each man his yellow fever inoculations, a precaution not necessary before they left to ply the North Atlantic. The crew was in even higher spirits than usual on the 18th. It would be their last night in port, and everyone was ready to leave the cold of New London behind in exchange for much warmer climes and new adventures. All that was left before they departed was a final night on the town, a chance to say goodbye to the barmaids, taxi drivers, police, and shore patrol. That night, Speedy Gonzales and Galen Steck were wandering down Bank Street between watering holes when they met up with Nick Ross, an old buddy from another submarine. For some reason, Ross told them about a local farmer who was interested in selling a goat and a rooster. Owning a couple of barnyard animals sounded like a capital idea to Speedy and Turkey Neck. What prompted us to want a goat, God only knows, Gonzales says. Maybe it was because we had struck out with every barmaid in New London already, and that was all we had left for companionship. No matter the reason, the three men hopped into Ross's truck, rode out to Groton, and paid the farmer $15 for his animals. When they got back to New London, they paraded up and down Bank Street, showing off their new friends, until the shore patrol stopped the odd contingent to see what was going on. The wagon driver radioed back to headquarters, trying to get a ruling on what to do with the sailors in their dress blues and their little menagerie. "HQ, we've got some drunk sailors down here with a goat and a rooster. What do you want us to do with them?" There was a long pause on the radio. Then, "You've got what?" "Some drunk sailors with a goat and a rooster." "You mean they're together?" "Best I can tell. One of the sailors claims they're all shipmates and they refuse to be parted." "How drunk are they?" "The goat and the rooster appear to be sober. The others, well, they're under their own power as long as the goat holds them up. You want us to bring them in?" "Hell no. Just tell them to get off the street and stay off it." After a quick stop in the Dolphin, where they met up with another bunch of Archerfish sailors, they all decided they wanted something to eat, and that the goat and rooster seemed hungry as well. They ended up at the unfortunately named Hygienic Restaurant, where the sailors all ordered dinner for themselves and got a salad for the goat and a bowl of cereal for the rooster. David Looney Stevens broke some cigarettes up into the goat's salad, and the critter seemed to really like the combination. There is corroboration for this much of the goat story. Rick Harden, Archerfish's leading radioman, his wife Candace, and their son happened to be in the hygienic restaurant that night, enjoying a late dinner. Mrs. Harden could not believe what she was seeing. The loud, drunken sailors, the mangiest group of people I have ever seen, she says, marched right into the restaurant, along with their goat and chicken, took up most of the seats at the counter. The waitress served them and their barnyard animals as if such customers came in all the time. Once Candace looked over and the goat was nibbling at the sleeve of her fur coat, which she had hung on a nearby rack. To make matters even worse, her husband actually went over and talked with these rowdy seamen, and he seemed to know them very well. She soon learned that this motley crew was her husband's shipmates. She couldn't believe it. When it came time to go back to the boat, the sailors let the rooster run free, but put the goat into the trunk of a taxi and headed toward home with the animal. When they got to the gate at the base, the Marine Guard leaned in to check IDs. The goat, meanwhile, was raising a ruckus, bleating and trying to escape from the trunk by kicking and banging his horns against the lid. "What's that noise?" the guard asked. But by that time all the sailors in the car were bouncing, kicking, stomping, making goat noises, and hitting their heads on the headliner of the taxi, trying to muffle the sound of their bearded passenger in the back. The Marine decided it wasn't worth the trouble. He waved them on through. The topside watch on the boat merely shook his head when he saw his shipmates dragging the reluctant goat across the brow. A noisy battery charge was in progress below, and the goat had no intention of going down the after battery hatch toward whatever was making all that clamor. One of the men grabbed the animal by his horns, held him over the hole, and yelled, "Look out below!" With that, he dropped the goat down the hatch. The guys playing poker in the mess hall couldn't believe it when a full-grown goat landed on the deck near them. Garrett Kelly was grabbing some rack time, getting ready for the 4 to 8 topside watch, when he heard a cataclysmic noise. By the time he jumped from his bunk, pulled on some trousers, and went to check on it, the rowdy sailors had taken their pet to, where else? The goat locker, the berthing space for the chief petty officers, and had awakened a CPO who had been sleeping off a night on the town. The resulting racket was what had awakened Kelly. It didn't take long to figure out that they better find someplace else for their new best friend. They decided to take him back to the after torpedo room, where there would be more space. Larry Dockenhausen had the battery charge in the engine room that night. When he felt the pressure difference that indicated the door between the after battery and the forward engine room had been opened, he looked up to see a wild-eyed goat, wearing a collar and a chain, jump through. On the other end of the chain was Jim Moran, followed by several more shipmates. The goat did not like all the noise from the charging engine, and when it went past the blower intake and felt its hair stand on end, the animal went berserk. Dockenhausen was afraid the critter might kick loose something vital and force him to stop the charge, so he grabbed the goat by the chain and dragged it into the after engine room. He chained it to the topside access ladder. When Robbie Roberts, the charging electrician, peeked in from the maneuvering room to see what all the noise was, he saw the goat chained to the ladder, and it was obviously upset by all the noise and vibrations. It had long since lost control of its bowels. Duke Durgan was the duty officer that night, and was so far unaware of the visitor. On his way aft, he passed an off-duty engineman who was leaning against the sink in the mess hall, and asked, "Who has the charge in the engine room?" "The goat," the engineman replied. Durgan assumed that was yet another nickname for one of the crew, and headed on aft to the engine room. A few minutes later, he was back. "There's a goat in the engine room," he yelled, his eyes wide. He quickly told everyone involved to get the animal out of there and off the boat. Some of the men tried to convince him that they should hang on to the goat as a mascot, The officer presented several sound reasons why a barnyard animal didn't belong on a U.S. Navy submarine. "And what about the smell?" Durgan argued. "We got used to it," someone shot back. "The goat will too." Finally, Durgan agreed that they could keep it in the after torpedo room for the rest of the night, but it had to go ashore first thing in the morning. When the time came, the men found it was much more difficult to get a goat out of a submarine than into one. They ultimately had to tie a line around its horns and pull from above, while several other men tried to get beneath the animal and shove it up through the after torpedo room hatch. Joe Osier had the unpleasant task of climbing the ladder with the goat's butt on his shoulder and the animal's furiously kicking hind legs flailing away on the side of his face. Well, the guy's topside pulled on the line while Osier grunted and strained, pushing on the goat's rear end. The frightened animal bellowed and bleated pitifully, and then, without warning, shit spectacularly, the dung running down Osier's back. After a lot of pulling, pushing, and shitting, they finally got the goat topside, but had no idea of what to do with it next. Not knowing what else to do, they tied the goat to the dumpster at the head of Pier 9 and simply left it there. A few minutes later, they watched as a pair of Marines came by, checking parked cars. The two did a double take when they saw the goat tied to the dumpster. Nobody, including the topside watch on Archerfish, could tell them to whom the animal belonged, or how it came to be tied up inside a U.S. Navy base. The Marines left to go get instructions on how to handle such an unorthodox situation. While they were gone, some of the Archerfish crew decided their former shipmate was getting hungry and moved it, tying it to a fire plug in front of Building 1. It could graze on the shrubs that had been carefully planted there. After a bit, the crew saw a Navy truck pull up and haul the goat away. Later, the word was that the animal became a member of the Atlantic Submarine Medical Group staff and was accepted by Commander George Bond, one of the men who set the free ascent record from Archerfish off Key West in 1959. It was used in Bond's experimental work at the submarine escape training tank. Apparently, the animal served its country long and well. Years later, Garrett Kelly was assigned to another submarine, the USS Corporal, SS-346, operating out of New London. One day he was sitting in a bar on Bank Street and was retelling once again for a group of patrons the legendary story of the Archerfish goat. The other sailors in the bar were disbelieving, chalking it up as yet another over-embellished sea story. But then an older gentleman farther down the bar broke in. "That's no sea story, guys," he said. "This man is telling the truth. I was the driver of the cab that night when they brought back the goat." The ex-cabbie confirmed the whole story, even about everyone in his taxi making noise so the Marine Guard wouldn't hear the goat bleating and banging around in the trunk. The last thing the driver saw that night was the goat disappearing down the hatch of a submarine moored at the pier. The day of their scheduled departure from New London, the officers of Archerfish watched President John Kennedy's inauguration on television at the Officers' Club, and then walked through knee-deep snow to get back to the boat. An overnight blizzard had dumped a foot of the white stuff. The bridge between New London and Groton was closed, causing some of the sailors who were still at a party in New London to have to tip a cabbie double fare to persuade him to risk the treacherous roads to get them back to the boat on time. Archerfish sailed from New London just after 2 p.m. en route to Curaçao, the largest of the Netherlands Antilles. From there, they would pass through the Panama Canal and steam to Pearl Harbor, where the second phase of Operation Seascan would officially begin. There were 20 new men aboard. That meant that 20 shipmates from Phase 1 were now gone and would miss the next leg of the world cruise. Within a few days, the weather was getting pleasantly warmer than most of them had seen in a long, long time. Of course, that meant it was getting downright hot below. By the time they were steaming south off Jacksonville, Florida, the air temperature in the pump room was 112 degrees. On the other hand, they saw their first beautiful tropical sunsets and could even sunbathe during the day on the cigarette deck. The warmth, the bright sun after so many months in the hooded sunlight of the high latitudes, the excitement of beginning a new adventure had everyone in good spirits. Still, all those positives could not have accounted for the sudden joyous outburst one day from all the hydro people. The boat was about 75 miles north of Puerto Rico when the stylus on the scientists' gravity machine suddenly went wild. They poured out of their hole beneath the radio shack and requested that the boat make a few more passes over the same area so they could confirm their readings. All they had done was record the deepest point in the Atlantic Ocean, a spot in the Puerto Rico Trench that was officially listed as 28,374 feet deep. Once again, Archerfish had scribbled her name into the record books. Chapter 20. Is This All There Is? The crew of Archerfish had few thoughts of icebergs anymore. After all that time dodging bergs and growlers, trying to avoid getting frozen in place in the floe ice, they were now in the tropical southwestern Caribbean Sea. The boat eased into the harbor at Willemstad, Curaçao, in the early morning light of January 26, 1961. They ran in between the two old forts that had once guarded the town from pirates or those who were intent on conquest. Then they moored portside to New Haven Pier. That night the officers from Archerfish were the invited guests of Mr. and Mrs. Mervyn W. Pallister, the U.S. Consul General, and his wife. The consulate is a beautiful building given to the United States by the Dutch before the Netherlands Antilles became an independent nation in 1954. The building sits on a hill overlooking the small bay and the picturesque town of Willemstad. It was true that, while ashore, Captain Woods sometimes drank more like an enlisted man than like an officer, and that evening was a good example. That proclivity at times caused him to lose his sense of social obligation. But that is also one of the reasons the crew appreciated and respected their commander. This was his third command, and Woods fully understood the mission of his boat as well as the unusual nature of his crew. One of the new officers found out early on, before they left New London, that Woods was not the typical Navy commanding officer. The officer found need to ask for a few hours off to take care of personal business. He was explaining to Woods all the reasons why when the CO raised his hand to stop him. "You don't have to tell me, son," he said. "I'm not your mother," and he granted the man the time he needed. As one of the crew members from that time says, Wood's leadership style was one which respected the capabilities of the wardroom and crew. He allowed his people to exercise personal judgment and initiative, providing correction when he saw them tending toward real problems. It was very much an atmosphere that built confidence and permitted Archerfish to meet all her commitments on schedule over the 2-year period that he was her skipper. While the officers were wearing out their welcome at the U.S. consulate, the sailors made their way to the two primary hotels in town, the American and the Intercontinental. They could sit on the big second-floor open-air porch of the American hotel, drink beer, and watch the ship traffic pass in and out of the tiny harbor, enjoying the fact that they were not in New London. And that's where one of the waiters told them about Campo Alegre, the compound, or Camp Joy. Campo Alegre was the island's only red-light district, and it was quite a place. The compound was located outside of town, across a floating bridge and near the Hato airfield. It was considered out of bounds for the Netherlands Navy, Archerfish's official hosts while they were in Curaçao, but there was no restriction on the American sailors. New girls arrived at the compound almost daily from all over the world. As long as the women followed the rules, they could rent a room from the island's government for 10 guilders, $5 US, per day for as long as they wanted. The government provided everything the women needed, including medical care and regular examinations. The only stipulation was that if they left the compound, they had to leave the island. The Archerfish sailors soon learned that Campo Alegre had better security than the sub-base at New London. No booze or cameras were allowed through the gates. Lockers were provided just inside the heavily guarded entrance, and visitors were issued keys to the lockers by the guards. Patrons were then admitted through turnstiles that kept count of the number of visitors entering the compound to make sure the same number came out. Once inside, the variety of offerings was astounding, both in the nationality of the women to be found there and the pleasures available. Some of the Archerfish sailors were surprised to see familiar faces in the compound. Some of the girls they had met back in Havana before Castro ran them out of Cuba. They had a great time reminiscing about good times at the Tiki Bar, the Lido Hotel, the Miami Bar, New Chico's, the Pilot, and other legendary pre-revolutionary waterfront joints. The day after their arrival, the Dutch military threw a barbecue for the crew at their club. Everyone was having a great time, eating the wonderful food, swimming and drinking, until word got around that the barbecue they were enjoying was actually goat meat. That broke up the party. 2 days later, the crew of Archerfish had to go to work. 6:45 came awfully early after their good times with the hospitable islanders and the international smorgasbord of pleasures at Campo Alegre. They were scheduled to conduct exercises with the Dutch Navy all day. A signal tower in one of the old forts regulated traffic into and out of the harbor, and David Dimmick, as navigator, soon found out just how busy the little port was. Because a Shell oil refinery, the third largest in the world, was located there, Willemstad handled an amazing amount of shipping tonnage, making her one of the busiest seaports on the planet. Once they were out of the harbor, the exercises were relatively simple. Archerfish submerged, so the Dutch Navy's vessel Van Amstel could practice anti-submarine runs against a real submarine. Since they were running steady courses and depths during the exercises, Dimmick left the periscope up after diving so he could watch the ship pass above them in the wonderfully clear water. "I could see every barnacle on her bottom," he says. "I was quite nervous during the episode and continually calculated what should be the clearance between the scope and their bottom. There was plenty of room, but when I'd look at them through the scope, it seemed as if they were going to crunch the thing." The next day, they conducted exercises with aeroplanes as well as Van Amstel and ran over to the island of Bonaire, 20 miles east of Curaçao. Once again, they became the first submarine to visit a port when they moored to Jetty Pier in Kralendijk Harbor on Bonaire that afternoon. Townspeople gathered on the pier to see this strange critter ease up to their pier. Meanwhile, the crew took advantage of the clear water to swim and dive from the boat's deck. That night, the boat's officers were invited to the lieutenant governor's bungalow for a small party. The government official gave each of them a special gift, a small bottle of Curaçao liqueur shaped like a flamingo. Nearly a quarter of the world's flamingo population resides on Bonaire, so the gift was quite appropriate. Lee Walker remembers that the party moved back to the Flamingo Hotel, and the lieutenant governor ordered the bar to remain open until well past its normal closing time to accommodate their submariner visitors. Walker had the bridge the next morning when they got under way, this time headed for the Panama Canal. They did tarry just off Curaçao for a bit to do a little shark fishing, but had no luck. The boat anchored in Limon Bay off Colon Balboa Canal Zone the next morning, waiting their turn to enter the canal. This was the third such transit for Archerfish, but a first for many of the crew members. They picked up their pilot, Captain Clayton, and proceeded through Gatun Locks and into Gatun Lake. Only one set of locks was open, so the going was slow, taking a total of 8 hours, but that enabled many of those who had not been through the canal a chance to watch the process. They noticed that the tide on the Pacific end was 16 feet, much more pronounced than the 1-foot tide on the Atlantic end, the other side of the continent. It was also surprising to discover that the Pacific end of the canal is actually east of the Atlantic end. Their transit had been from north-northwest to south-southeast, even though they were westward bound. Once moored at the U.S. Naval Base at Rodman Canal Zone, the crew members received their pay and headed for the limited opportunities to spend it in the nearby town. On February 7th, now that they were floating in the Pacific Ocean, they officially reported to Submarine Squadron 1. On the first day in port, some of the crew spent the afternoon playing a softball game against the Marines at the Navy base. Captain Howe, the chief of staff of the base, invited the sub's wardroom to a reception at his home at Fort Amador. In a much seedier part of town, over food and drinks, several members of the crew were discussing the idea of going in together once they were out of the Navy and buying a Chinese junk. They could then sail the vessel around the South Pacific trade routes, leisurely exploring all the tiny islands in that part of the world. The next day, several of the sailors went to the disbursing officer and started allotments for a $50 savings bond each month, the money they would someday use to buy that boat. Of course, they never got around to doing it. As usual, Archer Fish got underway late in the day from the canal zone. This allowed them a full workday to take care of odds and ends and to steady up hands and heads after liberty. On February 11th, Archer Fish submerged in Pacific waters for the first time since June 1952, almost 9 years earlier. Under a bright, warm sun and calm seas, they watched the mountains of Costa Rica slip away to starboard and sailfish leaping out of the azure waters, playing in their wake. John Gonzalez rigged the topside showers when the captain authorized the OOD to lay to, so the men could take a swim and then rinse the salt water off. Later, they saw a large number of turtles in the sea and stopped to let Joe Cummings dive in and try to catch one. He couldn't. Then, when they tried to get him back aboard, they had a difficult time of it. "Almost lost Joe," was Walker's cryptic comment on the incident. They moored in a nest of submarines alongside USS Sperry, AS-12, in San Diego. Their new squadron commander came aboard with his party, spent a half-hour, and left. It was in San Diego that the replacement for Archer Fish's engineer, Miles Graham, reported aboard. He was a Naval Academy graduate named Frank Ford, and he remembers well his first glimpse of Archer Fish. "I remember the start of it all as I walked off the tender in San Diego," he says. "That was when I saw for the first time my future home nested amongst several spick-and-span squared-away guppies." Her rust-streaked, anachronistic lines looked like something out of a science fiction movie where she'd just surfaced from her last war patrol in the midst of all those modern boats. Lieutenant Graham would remain aboard a while longer, until the boat reached Pearl Harbor, to ensure that a complete turnover of the engineering department was accomplished. When they arrived in Pearl, he was transferred to shore duty in Houston, Texas. Jack Swede Johnson was working in the conning tower on USS Volador, SS-490, when his exec climbed up the ladder from the control room and asked him if he was interested in volunteering for Archer Fish. Johnson didn't hesitate. Archer Fish's reputation had preceded her. Johnson had gone from just hoping to get a glimpse of the storied boat while she was in San Diego to getting a chance to serve aboard her. When the exec told him the boat was looking for a single, rated, submarine-qualified fire control technician, he said, "That's me. You betcha I want to go." He had his orders cut while he packed his sea bag, then headed for his favorite watering hole to celebrate his good fortune. He soon met his new shipmates. A rowdy bunch of Archer Fish sailors were at the pirates' den ahead of him. It seemed that most of the A-Fish gang had problems with the shore patrol while they were in San Diego. They soon learned an important fact, though. No matter what time they were picked up by the shore patrol, they were going to spend 4 hours in the drunk tank. If they behaved themselves during their incarceration, they were turned loose at the end of the 4 hours and were free to go. But if they made problems for the shore patrol, they were instead delivered back to the boat at the end of their jail time. As it turned out, how the men behaved while they were locked up in the drunk tank depended on the hour of the night at which they were picked up. The bars on Broadway closed at 2 a.m., and last call was at 1:45. If the sailors were in the tank before 9 p.m., they were on their best behavior the entire 4 hours. This ensured that they would be released in time to get to a bar one more time before last call. Normally, they used the time in the tank to catch up on some much-needed sleep. In those instances when they were picked up late enough to miss last call, at the end of their 4-hour stay, they were certain to raise enough hell while in jail so they could get a free ride back to Archerfish in the paddy wagon and save the cab fare. Bill Heisley even went so far as to turn himself in early one night so he could be out in time for last call. Another night he took a blanket and pillow ashore with him in the afternoon and went straight to Shore Patrol headquarters. He gave the blanket and pillow to the guy on the watch desk and asked him to give them back to him when he inevitably got brought in later in the evening. He said he was tired of sleeping on the cold stainless steel deck of the drunk tank. The rag hats, enlisted men, weren't the only ones having trouble with San Diego law enforcement. Lieutenant Duke Durgin fell asleep in a movie theater one night. When the cops tried to roust him, Durgin woke up with the thought that someone was attempting to rob him. He fought mightily against his attackers in the dark theater. A group of policemen finally subdued the officer, dragged him off to Balboa Park, beat him up, and eventually let him go. On February 26th, the duty section was charging the boat's batteries using No. 2 and No. 4 main engines while sitting alongside Broadway Pier. The exhaust from the engines was being discharged beneath the pier. The wind carried the smoke and fumes inside a nearby warehouse, where they soon set off the building's fire alarm system. In no time, fire trucks showed up at the head of the pier, sirens wailing, lights flashing. The Archerfish crew all came topside to watch the excitement, but they never let the firemen know the cause of the alarm. It was also about this same time that Bob Athorpe fired up the radar one day to run some equipment checks. It didn't take long to realize that the radar was not compatible with the neon in the signs for the bars along South Broadway. The neon tubes began popping like popcorn. It was probably just as well that they soon got underway, bound for Pearl Harbor. They arrived in Pearl on March 7th, spotting Diamond Head light just before 7:30 in the morning. Once the old boat was back in Hawaii, there was a strong sense of déjà vu on several counts. Not only was she once again at the place where she had first entered the war, but also her crew was soon busily scavenging for the equipment they needed, just as they had once done back on the East Coast. They found some old boats being cut up for scrap and absconded with an air conditioning unit Mr. Ford wanted to install in the forward torpedo room. Some of the electricians went along on the raid, intent on locating controllers and other electrical equipment they needed for their part of the installation. They also spied the parts they needed to raise from the dead Leroy, the auxiliary engine, for which they had already held a solemn funeral. The difference between these acquisitions and those in Philly was that they didn't have to hurriedly install them before anyone caught wind of their unorthodox requisition procedure. All the purloined parts were stowed in the forward torpedo room. The repair facility personnel would be the ones to install them once they arrived in Japan. Soon they were underway again and were once more obediently taking their gravity readings and steaming along predetermined routes to get the proper data. The boat crossed the international date line on March 31st, allowing them to skip April Fool's Day entirely. Archerfish had entered the domain of the Golden Dragon for the first time since she returned to Pearl Harbor from Tokyo Bay, following the Japanese surrender aboard Missouri on September 2nd, 1945. A week later, Archerfish was in another familiar place, Yokosuka, Japan. She was moored portside to USS Razorback, SS-394, at berth 1 in what was now a U.S. naval base. Everyone aboard was quite aware that they were berthed only a short distance from where Shinano had been constructed and launched on her ill-fated maiden voyage. As they eased into place alongside Razorback, one of the men on the other submarine's deck yelled across to the Archerfish sailors, "Hey, does that cook that makes the Johnny Walker pancakes want to come over and make some for us?" Dale Ness, whose experiment with whiskey pancakes had so pleased Captain Woods, just happened to be among the men on Archerfish's deck that morning. He yelled back, "No thanks, I've already got a job and I like it." The story of the unorthodox pancakes had already made it halfway around the world in about 6 months. Captain Woods took most of the wardroom ashore and to the officers' club. He was quite well known there from his previous days of shore duty in Yokosuka. There were also plenty of others at the club who had heard of Archerfish and her captain's exploits and wanted to meet him. Later, the officers went to the Kanko Hotel to catch the floor show there. Sitting in the back, they listened while a group of Japanese girls sang popular songs in English. Suddenly, there was a familiar figure rising from the audience at the front of the club. Kenny Woods began to perform some kind of impromptu dance that gradually segued into a striptease. With a face that seemed to connote only boredom, he chewed his gum while dancing around the stage, bumping and grinding, removing his tie, his belt, and his shirt. Thankfully, he stopped stripping at that point, and to the delight of the audience, performed his Muffin Man routine, singing, bobbing up and down on one leg, then the other, all the while balancing a cup and saucer on his forehead. "He was a lot more fun than anything else in the place," Lee Walker reports. The officers finished up the night at the secret submarine sanctuary, the pride of Pacific submariners and the envy of the surface fleet. Since the first days after the end of World War II, submariners in the Western Pacific had donated money to keep the sanctuary in Yokosuka, but it was still a closely held secret 15 years later. The place was an unofficial bachelor officers' quarters and consisted of several rooms on the top floor of one of the buildings in the shipyard. There was a dining room, a bar, and several bedrooms, all nicely furnished with rugs on the floors, soft couches in the bar, a television set, and curtains on the windows. The place was great for meeting fellow officers and swapping sea stories, and was perfect for catching up on sleep or getting oneself cleaned up while away from the boat. About this time, the officers of Archerfish decided they needed some kind of distinctive civilian attire, so they could be easily recognized at parties and other assorted entertainment events. The group all went to James S. Lee's tailoring establishment and got measured up for identical blue blazers. It would be several years later that they would learn that James S. Lee and several of his tailoring staff had been identified as part of a Soviet spy ring. While they were making suits for American sailors, they were also reporting on ship movements from their rather fortuitous position in Yokosuka. Japan was a cultural change for most of the crew, since they mostly came from the Atlantic Fleet. However, they easily adjusted to unisex toilets, taking a leak in the benjo, sewage ditches, the 50-yen cabs that scared the hell out of their passengers, and eating with sticks instead of forks. All the while they had a great time. They did have to put up with the foolish rule about gabardine blues and Wellington boots not being allowed, and they suffered the ire of the senior petty officers from surface craft. The men from those vessels were required to be home by midnight, while even the most junior petty officers on submarines had permanent overnight passes. The crew members were also exposed to military payment certificates for the first time. The script looked more like monopoly money than real currency. No matter. The sailors spent the scrip with the same careless disregard they showed greenbacks. A lengthy article about archerfish appeared in the military newspaper, Stars and Stripes, while the boat was in Yokosuka. The story noted that she was already the world record holder for miles steamed in a single year by a conventional submarine, the 43,000 miles traveled in the Atlantic Ocean during Operation Seascan Phase 1. It also said she would add 80,000 to 90,000 more miles before the Pacific phase was completed in just over a year. A photo of Lieutenant Joe Cummings and one of the hydroscientists, Charles Selkirk, accompanied the article. They were shown positioned in front of a rack that held the oceanographic equipment that measured sea temperature, wave heights, and the other rather boring data. It mentioned the rest of the hydros aboard at the time, Ken Fanning, Roger Bach, and William Fong, and quoted Archerfish's executive officer Dave Dimmick on why the boat carried a crew of all bachelors except one. Our deal with the Hydrographic Service keeps us at sea and away from the U.S. for months, even years at a time. A guy with family problems, if the baby gets sick, the wife sends a Dear John, or the kids need new shoes, would be out of luck on our crew. He just couldn't get home in a hurry from, say, Hammerfest, Norway, the northernmost city in the world. The reporter asked the boat's lone married crewman at that time how he felt. Yeoman Second-Class Lucien Fraser answered, "It works out pretty well. My wife Nancy is getting her master's degree back home in Iowa, and she has plenty of time to study. I'll be home in a year, so this trip is no problem." The article also revealed that the scientists would occasionally rely on an ancient method of scientific experimentation, the note in a bottle. The hydros were quoted as saying that they periodically dropped overboard a bottle with a note inside, asking the finder to log the latitude and longitude where it was found, and then mail it to the U.S. Navy in Washington. The story concluded with a recap of Archerfish's war exploits. It had become the custom in many of the ports they visited for Archerfish to hold open house for the public. They did so one day during this stay in Yokosuka. At least 2,000 people, mostly Japanese civilians, climbed down the ladders and went through the boat, most of them carrying cameras and snapping away at everything they saw. They seemed especially interested in the Playboy Playmate pin-ups on the locker doors in the after-torpedo room. Finally, it was almost 5 p.m. and time to wrap up the tours. Mike Lintner, the leading torpedoman in the after-torpedo room, was in the Liberty section and was anxious to get ashore for a night of fun. He had closed all the tubes, already had his dress blues on, and was itching to go. But then he got a phone call telling him there was one more group coming through. They were already headed his way. And this group was definitely different from the previous ones that had come through earlier that day. Lintner rolled his eyes, but he had no choice. He would have to let the tourists look around for a minute and ask their dumb questions before he could head across the brow. He waited. In a few minutes, an older Japanese gentleman poked his head through the watertight doorway and slowly worked his way into the compartment. 2 younger men, 2 younger women, an older lady, and 3 kids followed him after he had carefully climbed through the door. It was true. They were different. They stayed in line. There were no smiles, no pictures. The older man eased his way aft to where Lintner was standing in front of tubes number 7 and 9. "Is this all there is?" the man asked, his English relatively good and his voice clearly incredulous. "Pardon me?" "Is this all there is?" Lintner immediately switched to his tour guide mode. He was accustomed to visitors being amazed at the boat's cramped quarters. "Yes, sir, this is it. Archerfish is about 310 feet long, and this is as far as you can go," he said. The Japanese man snorted in disbelief and slowly shook his head side to side. There was a rueful smile on his face. None of the other visitors said a word. They merely stood there, watching the older man's reaction. "Were you on board this submarine during the war?" the Japanese man finally asked Lintner. "No, sir." "Is there anyone else on board who was on this submarine during the war?" the old man queried. "No, sir," Lintner replied. "But there are 3 members of the current crew who served on other submarines during the war." Lintner was beginning to feel uneasy. The look in the old man's eyes and the demeanor of the rest of the party told him this was no ordinary visitor. "Were you in the war?" Lintner finally asked the old gentleman. "Yes, in the Navy," the Japanese man answered proudly. "Oh? What rank?" "Commander." Lintner knew he had gone too far to quit asking questions there. "Which ship were you on?" Without hesitation, the Japanese visitor answered, "Shinano. I was her executive officer." All the air seemed to leave the room. Lintner quickly got on the horn to the wardroom. The commander and exec had already gone ashore, but he told the duty officer that they had a very special visitor back aft, and suggested he might want to come meet the guy. While he waited, Lintner said something to the effect that it was nice that former enemies could now meet like this and talk about times past without bitterness and rancor. The visitor, though, was still looking all about him at the constricted quarters in the torpedo room, and still shaking his head. "But you are so small," he said with force. The old sailor was obviously unable to comprehend how such a small vessel could have somehow sent his massive new ship to the bottom of the sea, that fateful moonlit night off Honshu's southern coast. When the duty officer showed up, he invited the former Shinano executive officer to the wardroom for coffee. The old man finally relaxed, smiled, and accepted the invitation. That seemed to be the cue for the others. The women visibly relaxed as well. The sons began snapping pictures of the pin-ups on the lockers, and the kids began climbing on the torpedo tubes, just as all the normal visitors had done that day. Another afternoon, a group of Japanese yard workers came down to Archer Fish to take a look at her. Some of this bunch had been on Shinano when she went down. Others had helped in the gargantuan carrier's construction. Almost all of them knew someone who had been lost when Archer Fish sank her. Once aboard the submarine, they were most interested in seeing the tubes where the fatal torpedoes had been launched. From the moment they dropped down the hatch, they became solemn, almost reverent. When they were topside again, the crew in the duty section gave them coffee and snacks on the afterdeck. All of them hunkered down on the afterdeck and swapped stories for a couple of hours. Ken Henry, who was there that day, says, "Many years after this, on July 4th, 1992, I had the privilege of sitting one-on-one with Joe Enright, as he described to me his periscope view as Archer Fish chased and sank Shinano. There were probably not many of us who have heard firsthand both sides of this moment in history." Archer Fish and her crew had quite a scare a few days later. They were making their way to Hakodate, Japan, and had passed through the Shimonoseki Strait, the narrow body of water that divides the islands of Honshu and Kyushu, and then steamed into the Sea of Japan. It was harrowing going, dodging the tiny islands and hundreds of fishing boats in the area while trying to stay on their assigned runs. One afternoon they were running on the surface when the seas became too rough to take readings. They were starting down when the chief of the watch, Joe Cronin, suddenly yelled, "Red board!" They immediately backed down and emergency surfaced. That's when there was a very loud pow in the maneuvering room, and a giant ball of fire jumped out of the cubicle. The compartment began filling with smoke, and the boat lost propulsion on the starboard side. Robbie Roberts, the senior controllerman, quickly passed the word, "Fire in maneuvering." The men in the after torpedo room tossed in their CO2 extinguisher and dogged the door shut to keep the smoke and fire out of their compartment. The emergency was over in minutes, with no casualties. The crew soon determined that a reverser contact in the cubicle had dropped off and shorted out the bus work. The starboard shaft was out of commission, and they had only limited use of the port-side main motors. They were, for all practical purposes, dead in the water, adrift in the Sea of Japan. Somehow they rounded up enough spare parts, and Chief Electrician O'Neill McKinney and the electrical gang began the long, hot, dirty task of fixing the damage. On the bridge there was some concern that they might drift too close to the island of Obishiga, but the men got propulsion back before that became a serious problem. By the third week in April there was more cause for concern, and it had nothing to do with the boat or fire. They were now conducting surveying operations off the coast of Russia and Korea, at times within 60 miles of the large Russian submarine base at Vladivostok. Speedy Gonzales remembers, "You could feel the tension in the boat." They finally moored in Hakodate on May 3rd. The city lies behind a breakwater in the bight of a mountain-ringed bay and is the largest city of Hokkaido, the northernmost of the main Japanese islands. Despite its being a large port, Hakodate had not been visited often by U.S. vessels. Archerfish, as usual, caused quite a stir. Most everything went smoothly as they took on fuel and fresh water. But then a glitch arose. The topside watch informed Lee Walker, the duty officer, that the man from the water barge was there, demanding to be paid. Walker headed up to see what the problem was. The man bowed deeply, smiled politely, but spoke no English whatsoever. Walker bowed in return, but had no idea how he was going to explain U.S. Navy purchasing procedures to this fellow. It was hard enough to do when the language was the same. But then Walker got a look at the invoice. It was for 360 yen. That figured out to be about $1 US. Walker pulled out his wallet and paid the man his money. Language barrier overcome. The crew delivered several boxes of Mercy missiles, bundles of clothing, to the Shirayuri Child Welfare Association of Hakodate. The Navy League of New London sponsored the association. A group of adults and children from the home came to tour the boat and pick up their packages. The clothing had traveled well over 14,000 miles since it had been placed aboard Archerfish in New London in mid-January. The boat was back in Yokosuka by the middle of May 1961 for a 2-week upkeep, which included a major overhaul of No. 3 main engine. That gave most of the crew time to go up the bay to Tokyo and do things that tourists do. Several of the sailors were in one of the area's notorious kamikaze taxis one day, headed for Tokyo, when the driver hit a man on a motor scooter at an intersection. The driver seemed to take it all in stride. He pulled over and stopped, jumped out, dragged the motor scooter out of the street, and leaned the injured, semi-conscious man against a light pole. Then he yelled and waved his arms angrily at the gathering crowd, hopped back into his cab, and hurried away, his horn blowing menacingly, as if this sort of mayhem happened all the time. After the close call with the fire in the Sea of Japan, and the nerve-wracking work accomplished in such close proximity to the Soviet Union, the crew was definitely ready for liberty again. As usual, they made the most of the opportunity. Chapter 21. Rickshaw Races and Susie Wong. As if Thule and Curacao weren't isolated or exotic enough places for Archerfish, the boat and her crew were about to make stops at some even more interesting places, taking in the sights and leaving their own unique mark wherever they paused. On June 18th, they moored starboard side to USS Char, SS-328, at North Arm, Victoria Basin, Hong Kong, British Crown Colony. As soon as the maneuvering watch was secured, one of the lead girls from Mary Sue's Side Cleaners worked out a deal with the chief of the boat to swap work in exchange for Archerfish's garbage. During every meal, a young girl from one of Mary Sue's garbage barges was stationed by the trash cans in the crew's mess. She would take each sailor's plate from him once he had finished eating, then meticulously scrape the leftovers into the proper cans, based on food groups. In return for the men's garbage, the women chipped and painted topside, doing the chores that the seaman gang normally did while the boat was in port. Not to be left out, the engineman gave the girls some old main engine crankshaft bearings as payment for their chipping and painting the bilges in both engine rooms. The sailors supplied the paint and the tools. Mary Sue's girls supplied the labor. It was a wonderful deal for the girls. All but the crew leader were very young, still in their early teens, and for the liberty-bound sailors. In addition to hitting the colorful local drinking spots that were scattered throughout the Wan Chi district, many of the men toured the island on their first day there. They saw the fantastic statuary at the Tiger Balm Gardens, the blue waters and sandy beaches of Repulse Bay, the crowded harbor at Aberdeen with its much-photographed fleet of junks with their oddly tilted masts, the sampans scurrying about, the crowded dwellings of the colony's desperately poor, and the palatial homes of the fabulously wealthy. A group of Archerfish crewmen ended up at Bar Neptune late that afternoon and were soon into some serious imbibing. Among them was the captain, Kenny Woods, who boldly and out of the blue announced to the group that he could outrun anyone in the bar in a foot race. Speedy Gonzales fancied himself as being fleet of foot and accepted the skipper's challenge. Most of the sailors spilled outside and watched as the two men raced along the sidewalk in front of the bar. When it was over, Gonzales had to buy the next round of drinks for the house. Johnny Gentry told Woods that he didn't think the captain could do it again. Woods puffed out his chest and announced, "Not only can I do it again, but I can do it pulling one of those rickshaws." That did it. This time, everyone in the bar, including the girls, emptied out into the street once again. The course was 1 block long, and all traffic in one lane of exceedingly busy Lockhart Road would be blocked for the race. The sailors and bar girls lined up along the way to watch. Woods chose his rickshaw from the ones lined up along the curb, and Gentry picked his out from the rest. They made a deal with the coolies that they could, for once, ride in their own rickshaws during the race. It was no contest. Woods won easily. Now everyone wanted in on the action, but the sailors were smart enough not to agree to pull the things themselves. That's what the coolies were for. Bets were made and rickshaws chosen. The sailors conferred with their coolies, promised big payoffs if their rickshaw should be the winner, and plotted their race strategy. Once again, the main street in front of Bar Neptune was blocked off, this time taking 2 lanes, and the course was set. Not even the streetcars could get through. People crawled out of their cars and rickshaws to see what was going on, most of them yelling, either in the spirit of the contest or in anger at being held up in the quickly building massive traffic jam. Finally, the contestants were lined up and the start signaled. It was a close race for the first half of the block, each coolie valiantly straining to get out front with his rickshaw and the subsailor who was riding in it. But suddenly, all the drivers but one stopped abruptly, dropped their rickshaws, and fell to their knees, scrambling wildly for something in the middle of the street. Meanwhile, Mike Lintner's rickshaw puller kept running to the finish line. He was the only one to finish the race, and was, of course, the winner. It seems that Lintner had instructed his driver to keep running no matter what happened along the way, and promised him a nice payoff at the end if he did. Halfway down the course, Lintner tossed out a big handful of Hong Kong dimes in front of the other runners, knowing they would instinctively stop to pick them up. The plan worked. He claimed the winner-take-all bounty. At the exchange rate of $5.75 Hong Kong for $1 American, Mike got quite a deal. The William Holden, Nancy Kwan movie, The World of Susie Wong, was still quite popular in the States at the time. Since it was most of the crew's first visit to Hong Kong, they wanted to see the locations that the movie had portrayed so vividly. They asked a cabbie to take them to the Wanchi district, to the same bar where Susie worked. When they asked for Susie, they were told, "She no work tonight." Instead of talking with Susie, they haggled with the famous sampan girls, who worked across the street from the bar, but no one took the girls up on their rather graphic offers. The women were simply too dirty, too decrepit, even for a group of adventurous submarine sailors on liberty. The Wanchi district, as portrayed in the world of Susie Wong, and as it was when the men of Archerfish experienced it, is no more. At that time, an overflow of rickshaws, bars, sidewalk industry, and bordellos blended into a colorful potpourri of seething humanity. It was an exciting place to be. Nowadays, sterile and cold office buildings rise shoulder to shoulder in every direction. A visitor might just as well be in the financial district of any of the world's major cities. Some of the men did other tourist-type things, like taking the Star Ferry that ran between Hong Kong and Kowloon. It played a part in the movie as well, and turned out to be a good way to see the sights of the harbor for only a 25-cent fare each way. Hong Kong was also a good place to shop. Both Mike Lintner and Galen Steck bought new Rolex watches for $125 each. Steck maintains his watch still runs today, but Lintner had a problem with his. Not with the works. It kept time perfectly. 2 years after his visit to Hong Kong, he was assigned to the USS Haddo, SSN 604, a nuclear submarine under construction at the New York Shipbuilding Yard in Camden, New Jersey, across the Delaware River from Philadelphia. When he stepped aboard the nuclear boat, he immediately set off all the radiation alarms he passed. The problem turned out to be his Hong Kong Rolex. The dial must have been painted with a generous dollop of the purest radium imaginable. It pegged the meter on a Geiger counter. The engineering officer on Haddo offered to encase Lintner's prize watch in a lead box for him until he got transferred or went home. Since Haddo was his home, he refused. He was just glad to have found the probable cause for why his left wrist had been aching horribly for the past several months. He tossed the watch over the side into the water, and it's likely still there, in the silt and mud at the bottom of the Delaware River. Bill Fong, one of the Hydros, became the crew's party chief in Hong Kong by default, but he readily accepted the responsibility. A second-generation Chinese-American from California, his parents came directly to the States from China. The rumor was that his father had been a member of General Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist government when it fled the country ahead of the communists. Fong spoke the language and was only too happy to play the local when they were out on the town. When a waiter brought them a menu in English, he sent it back, insisting on the Chinese version. It inevitably had the better non-tourist choices, not to mention more favorable prices. Archerfish had only 5 days in Hong Kong, but the crew had made the most of the stopover. On June 23rd, they finally got everyone rounded up, including Ted Armstrong and Fred Yentz, who were an hour and a half late, and were underway at 17:30, bound for more survey routes and eventually Subic Bay in the Philippines. As Dave Dimmick said, Hong Kong gave us the most problems with the crew ashore. Troubles, people not aboard for scheduled sailing, sending men back over to check the local whorehouses to find the missing. The crew was a real pain in the ass for this visit. So what happened? The local equivalent of the USO presented us with a plaque for our exemplary conduct while we were ashore. Another one of the hydrographic scientists, Keith Norlin, had been aboard Archerfish for Phase 1 when she traversed the chilly North Atlantic waters, then left while she was moored in Thule, Greenland. He rejoined her while she was in Hong Kong. Norlin checked out of the hotel where he had been staying until the day the submarine sailed for Subic Bay. He noticed the difference on the boat the instant he dropped down into the hydro hole below the radio shack. It was 93 degrees, and that was under the small air conditioning duct we were fortunate to have down there. Other parts of the boat were over 100, and it seldom dropped below 110 in the engine rooms. The boat smelled like a combination of a greasy diner, an oil refinery, and a men's gym. Except for the smell, which was still the same, it was quite a change from my last tour on Archerfish. All the men enjoyed being topside, though. The temperature was usually in the mid-80s, and there was often a gentle breeze blowing. Many of them spent what time they could up there, smoking, talking, working on their tans, airing out their armpits. When they stripped off their shirts, many of them sported brand-new tattoos after their most recent stop. It is said that Hong Kong has some of the world's best tattoo artists, and some of the Archerfish crew had taken advantage of their talents. Of course, there is little privacy on a submarine, and the crew's quarters in the after battery and in the berthing areas in the forward and after torpedo rooms were a kind of moving, breathing art gallery. Simple but intricate designs vied with near full-body masterpieces, representing the work of tattoo artists from ports all over the world. Most people have seen the simpler or less obnoxious types, the wrist bracelets, the hearts enclosing the name of some long-forgotten sweetheart for life. Clothing usually covers the more rude ones. Even sailors visit their mothers sometime. Some are simply funny. One torpedoman aboard Archerfish had the words "hot" and "cold" tattooed above his nipples. Another chose "sweet" and "sour" for the same locations. One of the more spectacular pieces of art belonged to an engineman who had a devil needled on each cheek of his bum. The devils were using shovels to throw coal up the sailor's anus, from which spewed flames and smoke, all in vivid color. July 2nd was a significant day in Archerfish's history. She made her 3,000th dive at 15:07 that afternoon, slipping routinely beneath the rough waters of the South China Sea to make her gravity readings at a calmer depth. The good news was that she successfully surfaced 41 minutes later to complete the dive. Chief Torpedoman Louis G. Holm, the chief of the boat, was the conning officer for the submergence. Chief Engineman Joseph J. Cronin, the senior enlisted man on board, was the diving officer. Torpedoman First Class Michael Lintner, Electronics Technician Third Class Joe D. Forrest, and Commander Kenneth Woods, the commander, served as members of the diving team. According to a Navy press release that detailed the event, an appropriately decorated cake was prepared for the occasion. The press release went on to mention some of the highlights of the boat's history, then said 3,000 dives is significant not for the number, but as a mark of continuing service to the country. Archerfish, now demilitarized, her torpedo-handling equipment removed, and oceanographic equipment installed, is engaged in a 2-year, two-ocean oceanographic survey called Operation Seascan, which has taken her 72,000 miles since May of 1960, just 2,000 miles less than she steamed in her wartime service. She is continuing her life as a useful and unique member of the submarine force U.S. Pacific Fleet, and aiding the seagoing nations of the world by adding to man's knowledge of the world's oceans. Archerfish is currently a unit of the 7th Fleet. Over the next 2 weeks, Archerfish crisscrossed the South China Sea between the Philippine island of Luzon and a little-known Southeast Asian country that would soon be on the lips of all Americans, Vietnam. Maybe it was symbolic that poisonous sea snakes were said to be swimming in the murky waters around the submarine. There was always speculation about what might happen if one of the venomous critters got caught in the shears or fair water during an ascent. Would it pounce on the first person to come through the hatch? Luckily, it never happened. But in the near future, many Americans would lose their lives in this literal and figurative quagmire of a region. Those men would be doing the same thing as USS Shark II, SS-314, and USS Snook, SS-279, were doing when they sailed in those same waters during World War II, fighting for freedom. The U.S. naval facility at Subic Bay in the Philippines, returned to the Filipino government in 1992, was a huge military installation in 1961. As with most such facilities down through history, a town had grown up outside the base's gates, made up primarily of establishments and people who were there to serve the various needs of the personnel, who spent time on the base. In this case, the town was Olongapo, and the Archerfish crew found it to be quite hospitable, with a few exceptions. At the same time the crew was sampling the fare in Olongapo, the boat's corpsman and exec wanted them to try a bit of self-improvement. At that time, President Kennedy was pushing physical fitness for the country and mandating a workout regimen for all military personnel. There wasn't much opportunity for jogging or doing calisthenics on a cramped diesel boat, but once they were moored at Riviera Wharf in Subic Bay, Doc Barbosa and Dave Dimmick wanted to make sure the crew of Archerfish got their daily JFKs. Barbosa herded the sailors onto the wharf each morning for their workout, which was especially difficult for those who had just come in from the previous night's liberty. The boat was moored astern of USS Alamo, LSD-33. That vessel's marine detachment fell in on the wharf early each morning for their daily run. Dimmick thought it would be a good idea for the Archerfish crew to join the jarheads in their jog. There were several near-death experiences the first day, including the exec himself. Mike Lintner remembers giving it a try, but he only made it as far as the end of the pier. He and some of the others had hidden a stash of San Miguel beer in a wire-enclosed equipment bin there for hangover treatment. Therefore, there was an incentive to run at least that far anyway. The entire physical fitness program was abandoned after a few days. One bunch of sailors from A-Fish found 4 rooms to rent in a shack over the top of a grocery store in Olongapo. It was down a long dirt road behind the cockfighting arena, and not exactly in the best part of town. However, the place had a lot going for it. There were 11 barmaids living in the same joint. The girls had a full dinner on the table for them by 5 o'clock each day, and they all enjoyed the meal together. Then, when the girls went to work at the bars at 6 p.m., the sailors cleaned up the mess and washed the dishes before going to join their new friends, until they all came back home together in the wee hours. The girls were also kind enough to wake the guys at 6 a.m., so they could get breakfast and head back to the boat for quarters. It was a perfect home away from home. The sailors bummed a soda pop cooler from the old lady who owned the grocery store and carried it upstairs to the common area. Each morning, the old lady filled the cooler with beer, and the iceman came by each day to make sure the contents stayed cold. The sailors bought food for everyone in the place, fish and rice 3 meals a day. On the weekend, they loaded all the girls into a fleet of cabs and went to the beach. The consensus was that this was the next best thing to having a harem. When they were ready to sail, on July 24th, it came time to settle up with the old lady from whom they were renting. It cost them a grand total of 35 pesos per man for the rooms. For their 13 days there, counting rent, food, transportation, and booze, the cost per man was about $75. The girls even threw in laundry service and a few other fringe benefits for free, since the guys bought food and cleaned up the rooms for them. There were a few complaints about the Philippines, though. It was the rainy season while they were there, and the tropical precipitation was near constant. When it did stop for a few minutes, the mosquitoes were almost unbearable. It could also be a dangerous place. It was not uncommon at all for groups of locals to gang up on U.S. personnel and rob them. One Archerfish sailor, Buck Bevel, was taking a jeepney, jeep converted into an open-air taxicab, along Magsaysay Street in the heart of Olongapo. He was the only American aboard among a group of Filipino locals. The local gang jumped him and tried to rob him, but Bevel proceeded to whip all 4 of the guys and then took care of the driver, who was obviously in on the ambush. Once he had them down for the count, he proceeded to lay all 5 of them out in the middle of the street and tipped the jeepney over on top of them. Then the sailor passed out. During the fight, one of the robbers had managed to cut a gash from Bevel's shoulder all the way to the elbow with a bull song, a butterfly knife. The driver had also whacked him over the head a time or two with a lug wrench. Bevel was obviously a tough bird. He was another of the seasoned World War II sailors who had found a comfortable home in the Navy, particularly in the pump room of old diesel boats like Archerfish. With the coming of the nuclear navy, he and his type would become more and more anachronistic, but they were certainly in their element on fleet boats like the Afish. It doesn't take long to realize that the submarine force, which is an all-volunteer service, consists of a unique, select group of men. Those who are selected for this most unusual duty quickly form a special esprit de corps. On long patrols, there is no place for personalities that find it difficult to operate within close-knit groups. The cramped quarters and lack of privacy do not allow for those who might have volatile temperaments either. To this day, a special bond, based on shared experience, exists among submariners. That bond pointedly excludes the surface navy, marines, and especially the flyboys. This may be partly due to the fact that in wartime, the principal threat to a submarine comes from aircraft and surface ships, and destroyers in particular. Often, while ashore, a good way to blow off steam and prove the commitment to this unique and exclusive bond is for submariners to challenge those who represent, however indirectly, their nemeses. Archerfish guys were seasoned hands at this form of recreation. It mattered not that they were all in the same navy. The boat's next stop was Bangkok, Thailand. Along the way, they had to tread softly through uncharted waters, where the depth could go from 4,000 or 5,000 fathoms to only 10 feet in seconds. In those days, the charts for the southeastern part of the South China Sea, the very area where the boat was running survey points, had large ominous areas on them noted only as dangerous ground. The location was not only poorly surveyed, but also littered with uncharted rocks, reefs, and shoals, where the bottom rose up with heart-stopping swiftness. Most of the reefs and shoals that were charted bore the names of British vessels that had located them by decidedly disastrous means. Bark Canada Reef, Stag Shoal, Owen Shoal. Archerfish even attempted to have one of these uncharted shoals named after her navigator. They wanted to call it Dimmock Desperation Shoals, after an incident that required frantic emergency backing once the water began rapidly disappearing beneath the boat. There were ample opportunities for swim call in the warm waters. The major precaution, though, was making certain a man with an M1 rifle was stationed in the shears to watch for sharks. Once the lookout assured them the waters were clear, the men could dive in. Archerfish steamed due west, around the great delta at the southern tip of Vietnam, into what was then known as the Gulf of Siam, and is now called the Gulf of Thailand. Everyone aboard was aware they were sailing over the final resting places for many of the 52 submarines lost during World War II, and that some of them looked just like their own boat. Growler, Flyer, Robalo, Barbel, Logarto, boats and crews still on eternal patrol beneath the very waves through which they were plowing. There were no worries of being strafed by Japanese Zeros or being bombarded by thudding depth charges. Their dangers were mostly limited to hydrogen, rust, old age, and tired equipment. Bangkok is located about 35 miles upriver from the Gulf on a winding jungle-lined stream whose name, Chao Phraya, means Father of Waters. There were no channel markers in those days, so once a vessel crossed the entrance bar, the boat had to stay in the middle of the river and dodge fishing nets as best she could. The banks would occasionally have its thick green foliage broken by houses held high on stilts, small villages, or a wat, a Buddhist temple. with a full contingent of saffron-robed monks outside, watching them as they made their deliberate way upstream. The American sailors who met the boat at the quay wall at New Harbor, Bangkok, didn't look at all comfortable in their ill-fitting uniforms. They were part of the controversial military advisor group that had been stationed in that part of the world prior to the United States' full-scale involvement in Vietnam. They had come down to handle the sub's lines and to pay the crew. For most of them, the occasion was the first time since their arrival in Southeast Asia that they had been required to put on a uniform. Lieutenant Subin was Archerfish's Thai liaison officer. He was an eager and friendly young man, totally willing to please. He proudly read off a long list of receptions, parties, tours, and soccer games that the crew was expected to be a part of while they were there. On the other hand, just up the dock, its paint peeling and looking seedy and neglected, was the Mosquito Bar. That looked like a much better place for a sailor to begin his tour of Bangkok. The wardroom and hydros didn't have much choice. There was a huge buffet dinner that first evening in port at the U.S. Naval Attaché's home, followed by a reception at the Arawan Hotel that included about 100 invited guests. Half the admirals in the Thai Navy, and most of the people from the U.S. Embassy were there. A native band in traditional costumes played Thai folk music. One morning, David Dimmick got a call informing him that the country's crown prince would arrive at the boat in a half hour for a tour. Archerfish was a mess, and hungover sailors were bunked out everywhere. Dimmick hit the general alarm, and all hands turned to in order to help tidy up. The exec jumped into the shower and then pulled on his dress whites. The prince was only 9 years old, and had decided to stop by to take a look at the American sub while he was on his way to his riding lesson. He was accompanied by a huge contingent of military brass, and every time the kid climbed anywhere there was a general or an admiral to catch him should he slip and fall. The boat got lots of press coverage, especially after the prince's visit. Archerfish was soon overwhelmed with visitors. The same time, the wardroom had arranged for a sightseeing bus for the crew, so they could visit some of the places of interest. When the bus showed up to pick up the Liberty sections for the tour, everyone not on watch had already escaped. There was no one left to go on the arranged tour. The next day, the exec made sure Liberty did not commence until the bus arrived, then escorted all the crew members aboard it. Even then, at the first stop, everyone got off to take pictures and see the attractions, but very few were around to climb back on the bus when it came time to leave again. On their third day in Bangkok, a group of Archerfish sailors decided to find themselves a party headquarters for the rest of their time in port. A cab driver told them he knew just the place. They piled into 2 cabs and raced off into the city's suburbs, to Klong Toi, a marshy area near a bend in the Mae Klong River. They stopped in front of a high-walled property on a tree-lined street. The sign on the huge ornate wood and iron double-door gate indicated they had arrived at Green House number 41. One of the cab drivers entered the gate while the sailors waited outside, then came back and motioned for them to follow. They made their way along a curving walk through beautiful flower gardens to the porch of a large house. An elderly lady beckoned them into a front room that was filled with wooden tables and chairs that looked as if they belonged in an old Western saloon. The windows were open, and ceiling fans made the room quite comfortable, despite the humid heat outside. Music came from somewhere in the house, and there was the unmistakable aroma of pork roasting on an open fire. They were seated, and cold beers were brought to them from a bar in the corner. Soon, a few at a time, the girls started to casually step into the room, some from the front of the house, others from the back. They were all quite attractive. After a short conference between the cabbie, the old lady, and the sailors, a deal was struck. They would have rooms, meals, and cold beer for the entire time they were in port. The girls would double bunk with the sailors, and the submariners would provide the beer, food for the entire household, and $5 US per day per person. The two cabbies would be on call at the gate as long as they stayed there, and would take them anywhere they wanted to go for $5 US per cabful. It was perfect. There were 3 bedrooms inside the main house, the large room with the bar, and the owner's private quarters. There was also a large room for bathing just inside the back door. A stream with a small footbridge ran through the backyard, and on the other side was an open-air kitchen and a long, narrow building that was divided into 4 additional bedrooms. It had a covered porch running its entire length. A similar building ran off to the side of the main house. It was all nestled beneath large shade trees and surrounded by well-kept gardens and lawns. There were cobra baskets placed near certain doors for protection, a legacy from the time when the Japanese occupied the area during the war. The old lady told the sailors, "Don't bother the snakes, and they will not bother you." The sub-sailors took her at her word. Dale Ness ended up with an interesting but quite utilitarian souvenir of Thailand. The girl he hooked up with was quite well endowed, and when he left, he stole one of her bras. Back on the boat, he hooked the lingerie into the springs on the rack just above his. It was perfect for storing cigarettes, loose change, his wallet, books, and anything else he didn't know what to do with. Of course, he was told to take it down and hide it whenever visitors were on the boat. Archerfish left Bangkok on August 20th, headed for more gravity readings and eventually Singapore. Apparently, due to some civil unrest there, they were not able to stop. That was a disappointment for all. They lay in the offing and received the naval attaché and his dispersing clerk so they could be briefed on their next port of call and take care of business. The submarine made the first part of the 2-day run up the Malacca Strait at night, all the time watching out for the seemingly endless procession of freighters and tankers coming from the other direction. Still, despite the traffic, there was a full moon, and the sweet smell of the jungle made for pleasant sailing. On the 1st of September, they anchored in Penang, Malaya, at Georgetown Harbor. Locally hired water taxis were necessary to ferry personnel back and forth between the boat and the beach. Penang was Britain's first colony in the region. It lies at the head of the Strait of Malacca and has been an important trading post and strategic port down through history. During World War II, both the Germans and Japanese used it as a submarine base. USS Grenadier, SS-210, was lost in the Lem Volan Strait northwest of Penang during the war. All hands got off, but were captured, and spent the rest of the war as slave labor in Japanese prison camps. 4 of her crew died in the camps. Still, most of those aboard Archerfish had never heard of the place before they dropped anchor there in September 1961. They did enjoy their brief stay, but were soon back at work again, steaming through the Andaman Sea and Bay of Bengal, working their way toward the tea island of Ceylon. The weather turned nasty in the Bay of Bengal, but they were able to dive and continue their mission. At one point, they were within 200 miles of Burma, and drew as close as 350 miles to the east coast of India. By the time Archerfish moved into the harbor at Colombo, Ceylon, the old girl was showing the rigors of being at sea for so long. The formerly gleaming black hull was streaked by jagged rust, and what paint was left had long since faded. The crew looked just as seedy as their boat did after a lack of fresh water for bathing and laundry. While she was still in Penang, ComSub Pac had recommended to Bu ships that Archerfish be scheduled for regular overhaul at Pearl Harbor the next spring and summer. Still, somehow she seemed at home in this latest port. Archerfish fit right into the down-in-the-mouth appearance of the Colombo waterfront, Keith Norland remembers. A tramp submarine. Ken Henry and Dale Ness made a local tattoo parlor one of their first stops. After quenching their thirst, of course. The two sailors had taken a liking to Singalese writing, and asked the artist to write something in the distinctive script on their skin. Anything. They didn't care what it said. The parlor's proprietor refused at first. He told the men to come back when they were sober, but they finally persuaded him to tattoo a message on their arms. Having no idea what he had written on them, they paid the smiling guy 8 rupees, a little over $1 each, and left the shop, heading for the bars so they could proudly show everyone they met their new tattoos. The only problem was, every Ceylonese native who saw the inked message on the sub-sailors' forearms thought it was hysterically funny. Finally, one of the bar girls translated the words for them. "Yankee, go home." As in every other port they visited, the local population took great interest in the submarine's arrival. Usually, the newspaper and other local media covered the event, and there soon were plenty of sightseers anxious to see a real American submarine. The first tour group in Colombo was a contingent of Boy Scouts. Most of them arrived on the pier on their bicycles. While the Scouts were visiting on board, the USS Greenwich Bay, AVP 41, the flagship of a notorious by-the-book admiral, steamed into harbor. The vessel was painted a brilliant white and was manned by textbook sailors, all wearing starched white shorts and perfectly pleated shirts. As was the custom, the admiral's ship docked in the preferred position in the harbor and immediately invited Archerfish to tie up outboard of me. It was an invitation that could not be refused, even if the sub-skipper, most of the officers, and 2/3 of the crew were ashore on liberty, and the boat was crawling with visiting Boy Scouts, and that the crew would have to cross the deck of the admiral's ship when they returned each night. Still, the duty officer stationed the section maneuvering watch and prepared to shift berths from North Pier to Delphi Pier. The Scouts were elated that they were to actually get a ride on a sub, but that joy turned to panic when they realized they would leave their bikes behind on the pier. It was a long hike back from where they would end up. No problem. The duty officer told them to bring their bikes along. They did just that. Soon lines were taken in, and belching black smoke signaled that Archerfish and her slim crew of dirty, sweating sailors, and a gaggle of wide-eyed Boy Scouts and their bikes, were crossing the harbor as ordered by the newly arrived admiral. One can only imagine the thoughts in the admiral's mind as he watched the dirty, rusting pig boat ease alongside his nice, clean, virginal white vessel. As he observed his line handlers, each man recruiting poster perfect in his spick-and-span uniform, while the sub's topside crew was a collection of half-dressed, greasy enginemen who were about as far from regulation as they could get. And for some reason, the ragged bunch on Archerfish was surrounded on her deck by an odd assortment of kids and their bicycles. What navy were those guys in? There would be other problems with the Greenwich Bay before the stay was over. The Afish crew had overnight liberty and civilian clothing privileges. The flagship's crew had only Cinderella liberty, back on board by midnight, and uniform-only restrictions. There was thus no way to tell Archerfish's officers from her enlisted men. The Greenwich Bay's quarterdeck crew eventually got tired of saluting every Archerfish crewman who crossed the officer's brow in the wee hours of the morning, and of trying to direct non-officers to the enlisted men's brow. Since they couldn't tell an officer from a sailor, they saluted every drunken submariner who came aboard and allowed him to pass, officer or not. Somewhere along the way, Captain Woods got mad at some slight or insult from the Admiral and ordered a battery charge on No. 1 and No. 3 main engines while they were alongside, starboard side to the Admiral's pristine white vessel. With no exhaust deflectors, they smoked up the entire side of the ship beautifully. Besides the usual port entertainment, some of the crew went on a tiger hunt. They never saw a tiger, but spent the entire day riding around through the jungle on elephants. On October 1st, Doc Barboza gave everyone aboard his cholera inoculation. More than one sailor remarked that he was several ports of call too late with that precaution. After leaving Ceylon, the boat was soon approaching the equator. The shellbacks aboard, those who had already crossed the equator and had been duly initiated, began preparing for a visit by King Neptune and the proper ceremony for the pollywogs aboard, those who had never been across the equator. Apparently, the roughhousing got a bit out of hand. One of the boat's cooks, Romeo Neri, was tossed out of his bunk and injured his neck and back. The skipper, a pollywog himself, and none too excited about the traditional hazing, promptly ordered the festivities ended, put 4 engines on line, and steered a course directly for Fremantle, Australia, to get medical help for Neri. It turned out he was not seriously hurt, but it was frightening for all involved. As they steamed ahead steadily through the Indian Ocean, the topside watches could gaze upward at night and see the unfamiliar constellations that filled the moonless sky of the southern hemisphere. For those sailors aboard who were accustomed to Polaris, the North Star, it was quite a thrill to now watch the Southern Cross instead. So was listening to the beautiful purr of the diesels, watching the plankton shining in their wake, and the sea rolling up the saddle tanks. Even now, after all these miles and all the experiences they had shared, every man aboard knew there was plenty more to come. And it was all straight ahead, out there beyond the bulbous nose of Archerfish. Chapter 22. Land of 1,000 Wives. The hot, desolate coast of Western Australia has been a graveyard for hundreds of ships down through history. Strong southwesterly winds are common, but the occasional northwest gale can spring up without warning, shoving an unwary vessel into shoals, reefs, or one of the many islets nearby. The entrance to the harbor at Fremantle was well marked by a 120-foot-tall lighthouse by the time of Archerfish's arrival. Rottnest Island, 10 miles northwest of the entrance to Fremantle Harbor, is the landfall for entry into the chief commercial port in that part of Australia. The island is occupied by small nocturnal marsupials that the early Dutch explorers mistook for rats, thus the name of the island, Rat's Nest. The town of Fremantle was established in 1829 as the port for the fledgling Swan River colony, but nearby Perth later outgrew it. Archerfish tied up just down the quay from the main dockside that was at the time the passenger terminal for the big P&O ocean liners that sailed in and out of the port. Word was spread that if the sub-sailors wore their uniforms, they could ride the train the 7 miles from Fremantle to Perth for free. Everyone was anxious to get ashore and begin enjoying this friendly land. A representative of the Bank of New South Wales met the boat and converted the cruise money into local currency. Soon after the banker returned to his office, he realized he had made a major mistake in changing the money, a several $100 mistake that would come from his own pocket if he did not rectify the situation. The banker assumed there was little chance of that happening. No sailor was going to willingly return that much money, with liberty looming directly ahead, and with there being little chance of him getting caught with the unearned cash. Still, the banker returned to the boat and explained his predicament to the exec. The word was passed over the IMC announcing system. Within minutes, one of the Archerfish sailors appeared and counted out enough cash to make up the entire amount of the error. The sailor had not realized there had been a mistake until the announcement was made, and he checked his stash. American vessels have been enjoying liberty, rest, and recreation in Australian ports for centuries. American whalers were the first in a long succession of Yankee ships to enjoy Aussie hospitality. U.S. soldiers from World War II and Vietnam still tell of leave time spent in King's Cross in Sydney and other hot spots in the country. That friendliness has quite naturally resulted in thousands of marriages between American servicemen and the Sheilas of Australia, thus making it the land of 1,000 wives. The fact that Archerfish's crew consisted of almost all bachelors only added to the interest the Aussies had in her. During World War II, the United States maintained submarine bases in Australia at Brisbane, Darwin, Albany, and Fremantle. Many war patrols originated from those ports. The crews spent their time between patrols in those towns, and many submariners ended up marrying local women they met there. Quite a few of them returned to Australia after the war and are still living there. The newspaper in Perth acknowledged Archerfish's arrival with a delightful cartoon. It depicted the boat's skipper looking through binoculars from the bridge at a boatload of women who were rowing out to greet the Americans. As was typical, the captain wore ribbons and medals covering most of his uniform and had dollar bills erupting from his pockets. Americans, and especially submarine sailors, were often assumed to be wealthy by local standards, and in many foreign ports, Yankee sailors were considered a free ticket to the land of plenty that is the United States, providing the girls could get one of the guys to fall in love with them and marry them, of course. Many did. At least 4 men from Archerfish married girls they met in Australia. Roy Glasgow found his wife in New Zealand. Clyde Mack and Robert Millspaw returned to Australia and made their lives there. There was also an article in the local newspaper by a female reporter, Roberta West, who met the boat at the pier. She talked with crewman Fred Yentz, identifying him as the youngest man aboard at 19, and asked him if she could go below for a tour of the sub. He told her she would have to wait until everyone was finished changing clothes, getting ready for liberty. She did visit below decks and completed her article by writing, "After climbing up, bumping my head several times, I got out into the open air again, and though it was raining, I was very glad." The officers and scientists aboard Archerfish were invited to a cocktail party thrown by the Australian-American Association, a group ostensibly formed to promote understanding and mutual admiration between the two countries. For its younger female members, though, it was a perfect venue for getting first dibs on potential mates for life who visited their port. There was one problem from the association's perspective. They were accustomed to welcoming vessels with much bigger contingents of officers. This submarine had a grand total of 8 able-bodied men among its wardroom and hydro personnel, and one of those had to remain back on the boat as duty officer. The eventual odds at the cocktail party turned out to be 50 girls for the 7 A-Fish representatives. It was an enjoyable evening for the gang from Archerfish. Several of the men spent their time in Australia journeying into the outback at the invitation of various friendly folks they met when they went ashore. The boat's phone rang constantly as people called to invite sailors to join families for dinner, for picnics, or for trips. Often the callers had to be told that there was no one left to send. Many of the men commented on how novel it was to have liberty in an English-speaking port, where an American accent was a cue for friendly attention. "Let me buy you another beer, Yank," they would say. "You saved us from the Japs, after all." Though it had been almost 20 years, the Australians still held plenty of memories of World War II. The city of Darwin in the Northern Territory had been bombed by Japan in preparation for an invasion. Much of the territory was evacuated when that invasion appeared to be imminent. Most Australian soldiers were far away at the time, fighting in North Africa, and the Japanese could have easily conquered a good portion of the island continent if they had been able to launch the planned invasion. It was the U.S. Navy and Marines, though, who stood strong in the South Pacific and blocked the Empire's expansion. The folks in Australia had not forgotten and were more than willing to express their appreciation to any Yanks who stopped by. In its edition of October 11, 1961, the Perth Daily News featured an article with the headline, "Giant Killer Spells Here," a reference to Archerfish and her sinking of Shinano. It was accompanied by photos of the boat and 3 of her crew members, with the subhead, "The ship is new here, but not all the crew." The picture showed Lewis Holm, Marvin Bevel, and Richard Bishop, the 3 Archerfish crew members who had spent time in Fremantle during World War II. There was trouble during the visit, but it didn't involve the locals. It happened at a dance hall called Sunrise L'Aurora. The place was full of Archerfish sailors and hydros, friendly Aussie ladies, and half-drunk British sailors who were also on liberty. Bill Fong was dancing with a girl when one of the Brits decided he would have a turn with her and rather rudely cut in. Fong took offense and told the limey what he thought of him. It was clear the two were about to tussle. Joe Osier jumped up to give Fong a hand. A group of the limeys did the same for their mate. The rest of the Archerfish gang joined in. Soon the place had exploded into a full-scale bar brawl. In the midst of the fracas, Osier spotted a big hunk of a man headed his way. He knew his only chance was to land the first blow, and when he gave the giant his best shot squarely in the jaw, the guy didn't even blink. Greasy Joe was sure he was dead. But then the guy announced, "I'm with the Royal Navy Shore Police, and I need help breaking this thing up." Before long, the fight was stopped with no major damage to people or property. "I'm sure glad we always had such nice, short, orderly fights," Osier later said. The boat was scheduled to get underway again at 1800 on October 30th. Bill Heisley had been on restriction for the previous 6 days for some transgression, but was allowed to go ashore for the final day in Fremantle, provided he was back to the boat in time for movement. He didn't waste a second looking for a pub. Bacco Bill did make it back, just in time to stumble through the huge friendly crowd that had gathered on the pier to say their goodbyes. In fact, his momentum took him across the brow, over the deck, and right into the harbor. Johnny Gentry hopped down onto the tank top and fished Heisley out of the water before he drowned. There had been an impromptu farewell party in the hotel bar nearest to where the boat was moored most of the day, and none of the Archerfish crew was really anxious to go just yet. The people there were so warm and friendly, and seemed to genuinely like spending time with the submarine crew. Duty called, though, and they were underway at 1801, waving to the crowd on the pier as long as they could still see them. Archerfish steamed northward, paralleling the Australian west coast, standing well to seaward of Point Moore Light, and avoiding the 4-fathom shoals it guarded. They also skirted the Abrolhos Islands, a dangerous group of coral islets and rocks surrounded by barrier reefs, a navigation hazard that is well littered with wrecks of vessels that have crashed there, some as early as the 1600s. The area was marked on nautical charts as Wreck Point. As they crossed the Tropic of Capricorn, those still topside got a last glimpse of the Australian continent as the 450-foot-high Northwest Cape Light slipped off the starboard beam. While Archerfish was in this area, daily swim calls in the warm, clear waters were the norm. Men stood in the shears and waited for the boat to roll over enough so they could dive and still clear the tank tops. The visibility in the water was so good that they could swim deep beneath the keel and look up and clearly see the boat riding on the surface above them. They paid little attention to the fact that the waters in which they swam covered the Sunda Trench, one of the deepest points in the world's oceans at over 24,000 feet. When the swim call was concluded, the refreshed sailors washed off the salt at the topside showers. Bali was scheduled to be the next stop, but the boat received word that they would not be able to anchor there after all. Word was that the Russians were anchored there already, and no one wanted both countries' representatives in the port at the same time. There was also speculation about General Sukarno, the Indonesian leader, who had been getting cozy with the Soviets, importing weapons and seeking aid from the Communists, to use against rebels in his country who were threatening a full-scale takeover. It was not a good time for an American submarine to drop anchor anywhere in Indonesia, even if it meant having to pass up the promised pleasures of Kuta Beach on Bali. By the time they got the official word that the visit was to be scrubbed, they were close enough to Bali to smell the land and see the palm trees waving gently to them from the shore. The trek from Western Australia toward the next scheduled stop, Okinawa, led them through the Strait of Lombok, a passage that had once been a perilous one for the submarine's sister boats. 3 members of the Archerfish crew, Buck Bevel, Richard Bishop, and Lewis Holm, had passed this way many times during the war. They could have told many stories of the hazards they faced in these constricted waters if they had been willing to talk about them. For the most part, they weren't. The strait was narrow, the currents unpredictable, and the Japanese had been everywhere. For U.S. submarines that worked out of Fremantle, almost every patrol meant 2 trips through these confined waters. 2 trips, if they were lucky. 1, if the odds caught up with them and they were sunk. That's what happened to Bullhead on August 6, 1945, just days before the war ended. She was sunk with all hands as she cleared Lombok on the way to the area of her 3rd war patrol. Bullhead was the final American submarine lost during World War II. The runs were usually made on the surface and in the middle of the night, but it was rare for a boat to make it all the way through without being detected by the enemy. Then the crews had to use all the guile and bravery they could muster to escape the noose that was drawn tight about them. It was certainly a different passage through the strait for Archerfish in the fall of 1961. She sailed through on a bright, beautiful, clear day, with the vivid mountains of Bali, their tops shrouded in clouds, visible off the port side, and the island of Lombok and its majestic Mount Rinjan drifting past to starboard. The water was a sparkling blue as she ran along on the surface, then stopped for swim call just as she entered the Java Sea. Lee Walker recalls sitting on the bow planes and snapping a photograph of the boat as she lay gently rolling in the blue swells, her flag fluttering in a light breeze, the island mountains rising off in the background. It was as close to paradise as many men ever get. The boat entered the Celebes Sea the first week in November. Archerfish would spend the next 2 weeks crisscrossing this area. They were doing their first survey work since the beginning of October. The crew had enjoyed close to a month's vacation. Even though they were back at work, the job was easy. There was no need for them to dive to make their measurements. The waters were glassy smooth, and for anybody below decks, it was hard to tell when the boat was moving. It was about this time that the Archerfish crew experienced a prime example of naval intelligence. The hydro guy's gravity equipment in the old dry storeroom ceased to function one day. The civilians who were on board at the time were operators, not technicians. They willingly admitted that much of their technical competence consisted primarily of being able to use the on and off switch on the gizmo. They were in luck. At that time, Torpedoman First Class Mike Lintner was working on an electronics correspondence course from the Cleveland Institute of Electronics. Mike, along with electronics technician Second Class Bob Athorpe and radioman Second Class Rex Maynard, decided to try to figure out where the problem was with the gravity machine. They started at the beginning, and just as in a submarine qualification program, sketched out their own schematics of the equipment to get a better picture of how it operated. When they finished, they were able to locate the problem and repair it. The equipment was working again, and they now had over 20 pages of drawings they could refer to should the thing go on the fritz again. Much to their chagrin, the electronics officer collected all of their notes and drawings and immediately burned them. He explained that they were not cleared for the level of information that was in the drawings they had made of the equipment they had just repaired. On one run, Archerfish passed close by to the port of Balikpapan, once the crown jewel of Royal Dutch Shell. when the Japanese threatened to capture the refineries and oil fields that were located there during the war. The facilities were destroyed to keep them from falling into the hands of the enemy invaders. However, the Japanese moved in anyway and quickly got them back online, producing oil. The tanker traffic between Balikpapan and the Japanese homeland soon became primary targets for Archerfish and her sister submarines. On November 10th, in the Sulu Sea, Lee Walker reported spotting the North Star again for the first time since they had crossed the equator headed south. At that time of the morning, the 4 to 8 watch, the Southern Cross was still visible as well. It was another reminder of how remote their location was, how far they had come, and how far they still had to go before they would touch American soil. "The old girl is getting tired," Walker wrote. "We've had 2 engines and one of our main motors break down since we left Fremantle. Thank heaven the weather has been calm, or we would be well behind schedule. As it is, repairing an engine while at sea is no easy task. They have most of the parts of an automobile engine, but are much larger. Space in which to work is at a premium, and removing the upper crankshaft in a moving ship can be quite dangerous." The boat's newspaper, the Afish L Blast, noted that since the beginning of Operation Seascan in May of 1960, the engineman had been called on to perform major repairs on an engine a total of 26 times. The paper also determined that in the 18 years since Archerfish was first commissioned, fully 1/3 of the total hours put on the engines had occurred in the last 18 months. The engine trouble persisted. Engineer Frank Ford proclaimed, "I will not take time to shave until we have 4 main engines and 4 main motors on the line." He didn't know it at the time, but he was destined to be the only man aboard with a full beard. The mechanical problems would only get worse. They were still steaming back and forth between the Sulu and Celebes seas, still en route circuitously to Okinawa, when major difficulties developed with the main motor brush rigging. Repairs were necessary, the kind that could not be done at sea, and that were likely beyond the capabilities of the yard at Okinawa. The most logical course of action would be to go back to Subic Bay, which was closer, but some of those aboard, those in the wardroom, the officers, preferred Yokosuka. Most of the sailors were only too happy to return to Subic Bay. As one crew member said, "Subic was a great port for those with meager needs and not much money." Despite their preferences, the decision was eventually made for them. They were informed that the yard at Yokosuka was already filled with ships needing repair. There was no room for Archerfish. She would have to return to Subic Bay in the Philippines. On November 20th, the log indicated that only half the main motors were working, 1 on each shaft. Though they were still ahead of schedule, the detour to Subic Bay put into jeopardy upcoming scheduled stops in Samoa and Tahiti. There were other worries. Some aboard the boat were concerned about old girlfriends back in Subic Bay, whether or not Archerfish had left the port in good graces, and whether such a quick turnaround had possibly not allowed enough time for things to cool off since their last visit. After all, they had not expected to return to the port any time soon. There was another complication. Stewards aboard U.S. submarines at that time were mostly typically Filipino or black. Archerfish's stewards were Filipino. One of them had a pregnant girlfriend and an indignant uncle. It was an explosive situation that the steward had hoped to postpone resolving for a while longer. Now he would have to face the music in only 2 days' time. Probably the biggest disappointment was simply that the crew didn't necessarily want to do any backtracking. They had grown accustomed to almost always pointing toward new, colorful, never-visited ports of call. "Depart your present position and proceed most direct route to ship repair facility, Subic Bay," came the order. So, backtrack they did. Repairs began immediately upon their arrival at Subic Bay. They also received word that they would get 2 new ensigns who would catch up with them later in the cruise. Ensigns are the most junior officers in the Navy, and in this case, straight from college by way of submarine school. They had never been to sea before, and their first real taste of the silent service was to be archerfish. There was general concern about how they would fit into the unique brotherhood that existed aboard the boat. "We didn't know what we were going to do with them," Lee Walker wrote. "If there was anything we didn't need, it was more officers." There were to be other crew changes in the coming months. Some of the original members of Kenny Wood's 60 Thieves were drifting away already. Engineman Second Class John Speedy Gonzalez, an excellent auxiliaryman and editor of the A-Fish L Blast, was transferred to shore duty in Long Beach, California. Ken Henry remembers the first time he met Speedy, well before they ended up as shipmates on Archerfish. They were standing next to each other in a most ominous position among a group of other sub-sailors with their backs against the wall and their hands on top of their heads. They were in New Henry's Bar, no relation to Ken Henry, in Havana, Cuba, trying to convince a Thompson submachine gun-toting contingent of Castro's rebels that they really weren't supporters of Fulgencio Batista. Now, for the last 2 years, they had been an integral part of the adventures enjoyed by crew members of Archerfish. There was an impromptu farewell party for Gonzalez at the Enlisted Men's Club on the naval base. It was an uncharacteristically subdued affair. There were 2 incidents that occurred during the return visit to Subic Bay that showed the true nature of Archerfish's skipper, Ken Woods. Larry Dockenhausen, one of the auxiliarymen, was stranded in a little bar along the strip in Olongapo. None of the rest of the crew was around. It was after curfew, and he didn't have enough money with him to pay the going rate to spend a night with the girl he was talking to. He didn't even have enough money to sit there and drink all night. Dockenhausen had no place to go. But just then, in walked Kenny Woods. The skipper sat down at the bar, a few stools away from Dockenhausen. There was no place for the sailor to hide. When he spied Dockenhausen sitting there, though, the skipper didn't yell. Instead, he bought the sailor a beer, even before he checked his watch. "What are you still doing here?" he finally asked. Doc told him his sad story, and then added, "By the way, I don't have enough money to get through the night." Oh, well, Dockenhausen decided, nothing ventured, nothing gained. "How about loaning me some?" he boldly asked his captain. Woods thought for a moment, then reached into his pocket and handed the sailor $20. He looked Dockenhausen directly in the eye and said, "You don't know me, and I don't know you. Understand?" "Okay," the sailor assured him, then grabbed his girl by the arm and went off to hide for the rest of the night. The next day, the below-decks watch informed Dockenhausen that the captain was sitting alone in the wardroom with the curtains drawn across the entrance. Doc took a 20 from his pocket, reached around the curtain without showing his face, and held out the bill in front of the surprised skipper. "Who is that?" Woods asked. "You don't know me, and I don't know you," Dockenhausen answered through the curtain. The captain chuckled as he took the bill, and that was the end of the matter. No one ever mentioned it again. Dale Ness had once again received a promotion to commissaryman 3rd class 2 weeks before their turn back towards Subic Bay. At that point, everyone still assumed Archerfish would be going to the yard at Yokosuka for repairs. Captain Woods looked at the cook sideways and said, "Ness, I'll bet you a bottle of booze that you'll find some way to get into enough trouble to lose 3rd class before we get to Yokosuka." Ness thought for a moment. Because of the needed repairs, they were now supposed to be at sea continually, steaming toward Yokosuka. How much trouble could he get into in the middle of the South China Sea? He took the captain's bet. Then, of course, they got redirected to Subic Bay. Ness had his usual fun in Olongapo, but managed to stay out of any kind of real trouble that might cost him his promotion. The bet still looked like a good one. Then, one night, he was leaving a bar with a case of beer on his shoulder, headed back to the boat. One of the bar girls ran after him and stopped him. She had overheard several of the locals plotting to come after him, hit him over the head, and steal his beer and Rolex watch. She offered to take him to her place for safekeeping. Well, this particular bar girl was an especially attractive lady. The night was still young, and Ness didn't especially want to get mugged. The sailor took the bar girl up on her offer of sanctuary for the night. Later, when he awoke, it was almost midnight. Oh, no! As he hopped out of bed, cold reality washed over him. The gates back at the base would soon be locked for the night. He would really have to hustle if he was going to avoid getting into big trouble. He knew that if he were caught in town after curfew, he would have to go to captain's mast. That would give the skipper the excuse he was looking for to take away his recent promotion. Ness knew the captain would throw the book at him in order to win the bet. Then he looked down at his lovely companion, at her dark hair shining in the moonlight as it fell across the white pillowcase. Next, he considered the fact that most of a case of beer was still sitting there on the table. He promptly hopped back into bed. There was no rush the next morning. Ness knew that he was already over the hill, so he went back to the bar before heading back to the boat to face the inevitable. He had only been in the place a few minutes when Ness spotted a familiar face coming through the door. When the newcomer spotted Ness sitting there at the bar, the man burst into laughter. "I told you I'd get that rate before we got to Japan," he crowed. "It was Ken Woods. You better not miss movement." And out the door he went. Later, on Pearl Harbor Day, they were already underway for Japan when Woods held captain's mast for Ness. True to his word, he busted the sailor back to seaman. Ness says, "I never did pay off the bet. It was bad enough I had to give him a stripe. I wasn't about to give him a bottle of booze, too." The boat held sea trials as they were leaving Subic Bay, and after saying goodbye to everyone with whom they had been spending time on this rebound visit. There were still problems with the boat, though, so they came right back in and said hello again. Finally, late that afternoon, they were able to get underway. In a few days, they were dodging a typhoon. Despite more engine trouble that cropped up along the way, they would make it to their next port, Yokosuka, on schedule. They even had to slow down a bit on their final survey leg to keep from arriving too early. On December 20th, the lookouts sighted Nagata Misaki Light at the entrance to Tokyo Bay. Everyone was aware that they were once again in the same waters where archerfish stalked and sank Shinano in 1944. They sailed up Sagami Bay with Mount Fuji in the distance, the sun bright and reflecting off its cap of snow. Yokosuka seemed more like a home port to archerfish than Pearl Harbor ever did. That was because she and her crew had spent so much time there lately. It was a beautiful, clear day when the boat arrived at the Navy base. A gentle haze gave the landscape a watercolor look. All the radios around the base were playing Christmas carols. While at sea, it had been easy to forget that the holidays were so near. Now the signs were everywhere. As soon as Liberty went down, a couple of archerfish sailors grabbed clean clothes and headed for the Grand Palace Bathhouse, one of the nicest places in the area. The sailors still wore the same clothes they had on when they left Subic Bay 2 weeks before. They had not had a shower since then either. The plan was to get a good steam bath, a scrub, and a massage, and to toss the old clothes into the trash. Then, once they were all sparkling clean, they could head for Submarine Alley. The staff at the bathhouse had other ideas. They took one look at the filthy sailors and told them, "You no come in here, you too dirty. You wash first, then come back for bath." Neither man was interested in taking a bath, so they could take a bath. They grabbed a taxi and went instead to a much more sleazy and less discriminating bathhouse. Since the cruise was now almost completed, the crew invested the boat's considerable slush fund in a big blowout at a hotel, a party that would last 72 hours straight, so all 3 duty sections could participate. Booze was procured from the base PX. A band was hired and told to play any time anyone was present in the ballroom, day or night, dawn or dusk. The hotel management was required to maintain a never-ending supply of fresh hostesses at all times. At 3 in the morning the party tended to wane just a bit, what with everyone in a stupor, or having wandered off to an upstairs room. But then a new group would wander in, and the merrymaking would kick off again. By day 2, the whole community of bar owners, bar girls, and other submarine sailors in town on liberty had managed to crash the Whirlwind affair. It metamorphosed into a legendary submarine community block party. Christmas dinner 1961 aboard Archerfish included lobster cocktail, roast tom turkey, sage dressing and giblet gravy, Hawaiian baked ham, whipped potatoes, buttered peas, pumpkin pie with whipped cream, fruitcake, and more. Since any night in port for Archerfish usually resembled New Year's Eve, regardless of what the calendar claimed, midnight on January 1st, 1962, was nothing special. Lee Walker was the duty officer, and at midnight he mustered the duty section topside. The youngest man aboard rang 12 bells. Ship's bells usually don't go past 8. All the other ships in the harbor sounded their whistles and sirens and flashed searchlights in the air. Since it was a bit cool topside, Walker authorized the medical corpsman to issue whiskey to all hands as protection against exposure. His last chore for the watch was to make his notes in the first log of the new year, but in an old nautical tradition, he did it in rhyme. Amidst the crowded harbor filled with ships of gray, Archerfish is lying this chilly New Year's Day. Yokosuka is the port of call on the island of Japan, and berth 1 in the naval base is where we're moored to land. We're not alone as tide here. We're in a nest of 3, with Kukal to our port side and Greenfish to the sea. Units of the pack fleet, yard and harbor craft, comprise the ships here present down to the smallest raft. The commander of 7th Fleet is senior here afloat in Oklahoma City, a cruiser of some note. We've seen the old year vanish, now we'll do what we can do to make the world a better place all the new year through. It had long been the policy of the boat's yeoman, Jim Moran, during Phase 1, and then Luke Fraser in Phase 2, to file all records of disciplinary action, leave, or other personnel paperwork in a most unusual way. Instead of putting them away neatly in filing cabinets, they instead shoved them into the nearest locker, where they were immediately forgotten. One afternoon, while the boat was still in Yokosuka, Fraser came back to the galley to see Dale Ness. "Nasty, you realize you're eligible for a good conduct medal?" he asked. Ness looked at the yeoman as if Fraser were deranged. "How in hell can that be?" he sputtered. "I've been to captain's mast at least 4 times in the past 2 years alone." Fraser shrugged. "I don't know, but there's no mention of any captain's mast in your records. In fact, according to your record, you've never been in any trouble at all the whole time you've been on Archerfish." Ness knew Fraser must have had a short memory. The yeoman had been present at 2 of Ness's sessions with the captain, including the latest one, at which he had been busted to seamen for his antics in Nolongapo. "All right, then," Ness said. "If my records show I deserve a good conduct medal, then I want it." Fraser shrugged, turned, and went forward to fill out the paperwork. The area around the Yokosuka Naval Base was then a virtual sea of bars catering to sailors. Based on the well-proven economic theory that closer to liberty-bound sailors must be better, the drinking establishments seemed to jostle with one another as they crowded close to the gate, seeking space and exposure. Competition for Yankee dollars was intense. One entrepreneurial bar owner sought to single out a hard-drinking core of the fleet by naming his bar the Dolphin White Hat Club. This dive quickly became the onshore home away from home for submariners in the Western Pacific. Some sailors took a week's leave and spent the whole time at the Dolphin Club. Sailors taxied from their boat to the PX for a case of cheap liquid supplies and then headed straight to the Dolphin for the duration. There was little reason to go anyplace else. The bar provided booze, girls, and a place to crash, all the basic services that shore-bound sailors required. The submarine sailors did tend to be fiercely territorial over their place. If anyone with a wrong affiliation attempted to enter, he met stiff, even forcible resistance. On the afternoon of January 7th, Ned Riley and Larry Dockenhausen were in the Dolphin, sitting at a table just inside the door. 3 Marines came strolling in and took seats at the next table. Ned wasted no time in telling them to get the hell out of the place, and he was not polite in his suggestion. The Marines took offense, gave him some mouth, and Riley proceeded to toss all 3 of them out the door. They promised that they would be back. About 20:30 that night, the door to the Dolphin opened and Marines started filing into the place in columns of 2, as if they were taking positions on a parade ground. There were gunnies, bucks, a couple of first sergeants, a bunch of corporals, and some just plain grunts. There were enough Marines that they filled the place from the front door to the back wall. They turned, so they were standing back to back, and a huge black first sergeant announced, "This used to be a submarine bar, but now it's a morine." He never finished his pronouncement. Ned Riley had already stuffed his fist into the Marine's mouth. It was a great fight. There were sailors from Archerfish, Greenfish, Ronquil, and Rock in the Dolphin that night. To a man, they answered the call to defend their territory. It wasn't long before the shore patrol, military police, armed forces police, and the local cops all showed up to quell the riot. They had the paddy wagons backed up to the front of the place and were herding sailors in one direction and the jarheads in the other. It was obvious that the authorities had plenty of experience with these types of disturbances. They had things under control in no time. But when the dust had settled, the Dolphin remained a submariner's bar. Even though the cruise was quickly drawing to an end and Archerfish would soon be pointed toward San Francisco for a desperately needed overhaul, there was still more work to be done. They were underway on January 9th, en route eventually to Sasebo, Japan. Their route took them northeast, then north along the east coast of Honshu, before eventually turning west and entering the Sea of Japan through the Strait of Tsugaru. Soon they were headed directly for the Soviet Union. At one point, Archerfish was within 50 miles of the coastline. Even though she ran parallel to the coast for about 85 nautical miles, Archerfish was never once challenged or shadowed by the Soviets. Someone remarked he hoped that it would be a different story if a Russian submarine was caught operating so close to the States. Surely the Russians would at least be buzzed from the air. The 2 new ensigns, John Bryan and Dave Thompson, joined the boat in Sasebo. Bryan had been forewarned. His dad, an old Navy man, had gone aboard Archerfish in Yokosuka a month before, checked it out, and even went drinking with some of the crew. The elder Bryan had lived all over the Pacific and was well aware of the legendary boat to which his son had been assigned. From the crew's perspective, it was the consensus that both young newcomers seemed like okay guys and had the potential to be good officers. Maybe they would work out after all. There were 8 girls on the quay in Sasebo to see them off the day they got underway for Guam. That was the most people they had seen anywhere waving goodbye recently except for Fremantle. The short visit had been a success. Except for a time during World War II when it fell to the Japanese, Guam has been under American control since it was ceded to the United States after the Spanish-American War. It was to be another relatively short stop, mostly to pick up mail, take on provisions, and allow some of the crew to depart for new assignments. A big bag of missing mail caught up with the Archerfish there. John Bryan opened up a fruitcake to find it was covered with thick green mold. It had obviously been chasing him around the Pacific Ocean. It had been in transit since at least Christmas of 1960. Will Berger, Duke Durgan, Ken Henry, Bill Heisley, and Jack Johnson found orders waiting for them at Guam. They were to depart the next day for their new assignments. Their replacements were waiting on the pier when the boat arrived. The old crew was breaking up. There was a serious crisis not long after leaving Guam. It involved the chill box. The temperature inside the freezer was varying, sometimes getting warm enough that all the provisions stored in it were in danger of going bad. Luckily, they managed to fix it so it stayed safely cold. Otherwise, it would have required a diversion to Guam or a return to Subic Bay. Had that been the case, they would have almost certainly missed their stop in Samoa. Also along the way, new Ensign John Bryan had his birthday. A cake was baked, candles lit, and everyone sang happy birthday. The newly arrived officer was 23 years old. On February 25th, someone realized that even though it had been 12 days since they left Guam, and that they had steamed over 4,000 miles during that time, steering in circles while taking their surveys, they were, on that day, only about 150 miles from Guam. On March 3rd, after a run through the Mindanao Sea, they made their way up the channel to Cebu City in the Philippines and headed to the Mactan Island fuel pier. Mactan was the spot where the local natives killed explorer Ferdinand Magellan on April 27, 1521, after the explorer foolishly became involved in island politics. The locals had not been impressed with that particular sailor. The Navy sent a P-5M seaplane down from QB Point with mail and new movies for Archerfish. There was talk of moving the boat out into the main harbor so they could meet the plane. The pilot had other ideas. He set his plane down in the channel between Cebu and Mactan Island and proceeded to taxi right up next to the sub with his cargo. As everyone now expected, Archerfish's stop in Tahiti was cancelled. As they steamed past the island one morning, the men on watch could smell the fresh water and tiari, a fragrant Tahitian gardenia, from 40 miles at sea. The last required survey work for Phase 2 of Operation Seascan was completed on March 17, 1962. In celebration, a cache of beer that the boat was conveniently carrying was broken out, and every man received 2 cans. Again, not very Navy, but as one sailor noted, the captain is still king. Pago Pago, American Samoa, was the next stop, and it proved to be a beautiful port. Lush vegetation covered the towering mountains, and the harbor was deep and quiet, with dark bluish-green water. The crew later learned that the harbor was actually the crater of an old volcano that was open to the sea on one side. There was a club not far from where they berthed adjacent to the fuel pier. The place was usually closed on Tuesday nights, but the management agreed to open up that night for Archerfish and her thirsty crew. Back in Archerfish's Key West days, there had been a quartermaster aboard who loved the sea but hated the Navy. He especially disliked submarines. He told anyone who would listen that when he got off Archerfish, he never wanted to see another submarine again. When his enlistment was up, he took his discharge and, without looking back, moved to the West Coast. The man eventually took a job as the skipper of an ocean-going yacht. His job was to take the vessel anywhere in the world its wealthy owner wanted to go. Then the owner and his entourage would fly in and sail around the area. As luck would have it, on the morning Archerfish steamed into Pago Pago, that yacht was anchored in the harbor waiting for its owner and his party to fly in. The old quartermaster from the Key West days was passed out topside, sleeping off the previous night's bout of hard drinking. That's when a deep-throated ship's whistle awakened him. A vessel of some kind was entering his quiet, secluded harbor. When he pried open his eyes, he could just make out through the morning mist the low profile of what could only be a submarine. But that couldn't be. Submarines didn't come to Pago Pago. Then, in disbelief, he spied the numbers on the boat's side. 311. No! Any boat but Archerfish. That bad dream was enough to either make a man swear off liquor or want to drink even more. Later that night at a bar, the old quartermaster was slurring his words when he told Garrett Kelly and others about his rude awakening that morning. It appeared that he had chosen the latter. Another vessel in the harbor at the same time as Archerfish was a beautiful old wooden sailboat out of San Francisco, a schooner named Wanderer. Built in 1893, she had quite a history of her own. She had once belonged to the actor Sterling Hayden, and the story was that he had kidnapped his children from his former wife in defiance of a court order and brought them to Tahiti on the Wanderer. She was running charters out of Tahiti at the time she shared the harbor with Archerfish. The chief of the boat was insistent that Archerfish get herself a new coat of paint while she was in Samoa. The reluctant deck gang began dragging the gear and cans of paint out of the topside locker, then started chipping and scraping to prepare the hull for primer and paint. It was hot work, and the guys were soon very thirsty. Not for iced tea, either. There appeared no way for them to get any cold beer and still get the job done, since the COB was keeping a close eye on their progress. But as they worked, a few Samoans approached them with a wonderful proposition. It seemed that the Samoans wanted to trade the Archerfish crew a case of cold beer for a 5-gallon can of the navy gray paint they were using. Done. The case of beer didn't last long, it being so hot and all. But the Samoans agreed to another trade, paint for beer, then another, until the sailors were finally down to their last can of paint. No problem. They used paint thinner to dilute the single can that remained until it was plentiful enough to cover the rest of the boat. Amazingly, the job looked pretty good. There was no way anyone could tell the greatly adulterated coating from a regular full-strength application. Everybody was happy. The COB got his boat painted. The sailors had plenty to drink while they performed the hot chore. The Samoans got all the paint they could use. Later, 2 days out of Samoa, the section that had the watch included Ted Noakes, one of the deck gang who had stretched the paint thin so they could barter for beer. The boat made a trim dive during the watch, and Noakes went topside as one of the 2 lookouts after they surfaced. When the sailor looked down, he was shocked to see that during the dive, every speck of the thinned paint they had applied in Pago Pago had washed off. Every bit of it. All that remained was the dull, faded old paint and the bright streaks of rust. Just then, Captain Woods came up to the bridge. He stood there and stared at the rust spots on the superstructure and hull, where the new paint should have been covering it. He turned to Lieutenant Frank Ford, who was the officer of the deck. "Well, that's odd. I've never seen anything like it," Woods said, loud enough for the lookout to overhear. Noakes almost fell out of the shears. They were caught. K.W. was going to be livid when he realized what had happened. But then the captain shrugged his shoulders and thoughtfully concluded, "It must be the salt content of the ocean in this part of the world." While they were docked in Pago Pago, the boat was overrun by visitors. A submarine was a novelty the locals could not pass up. First, to show were the members of the local legislature, which was composed of all the local chiefs. They each wore the traditional lava-lavas, a type of sarong with leis of flowers and stone or shell necklaces around their necks. Most of them sported elaborate tattoos. They looked like something out of a National Geographic photo. The men were big, too, all over 225 pounds. In Polynesian culture, the bigger the man, the more important he was, and it was clear that some of these guys were very important. Next came hundreds of school children. A group of junior high-aged boys sang and danced on the pier. Then it seemed as if everyone else on the island was lining up to take a tour of the boat. Still, they were a friendly and cordial bunch, anxious to meet the sailors and to invite them to visit. Archerfish returned the favor by showing the locals some of the new movies the seaplane delivered back in Cebu. They set the projector up at the country club in town in the evenings, as well as in a nearby leprosarium in the afternoons. The films were a big hit. There were several parties thrown for the crew, official as well as unofficial. One get-together turned ugly. A group of sailors had been invited to a party one night that was being given by one of the island's most important chiefs. During the festivities, a huge Samoan man cracked Quartermaster First Class Harry Wall over the head. Either the initial blow, the impact of his head hitting the ground when he went down, or the Samoan's kick to Wall's noggin once he was down, fractured the Archerfish sailor's skull. Wall ended up at the local hospital and was later flown up to Pearl Harbor. No one ever knew what started the fracas, but it was not typical of the hospitable nature of the Samoans they met. The boat was underway for Pearl on the last day of March. The only reading taken during the trip was wave heights. Gravity measurements had been completed, and none of the other oceanographic equipment was functioning by then anyway. It was hard to believe Archerfish had been out of its home port of Pearl Harbor for so long. Ships that have been out of the country for over a year are authorized to fly a homeward-bound pennant 1 foot long for each man aboard who has been out for that period of time. As she sailed into Pearl Harbor on the morning of April 7th, 1962, a good breeze kept Archerfish's 65-foot pennant impressively unfurled and gloriously streaming away from the boat. She made quite a sight. Even Admiral Roy S. Benson, who was standing among the palms on the shore, was overheard to remark to his chief of staff how sharp she looked. Prior to mooring at Sail 7, Lieutenant Commander David Dimmick felt the need to enlighten the crew on what they could expect to find once they went ashore. He passed the tongue-in-cheek information over the IMC, the ship's announcing system. "We are entering a U.S. port. The primary language is English. The rate of exchange is $1 for 360 yen. Make sure to see Doc Barboza before going ashore in order to get some protection. The book tells us there is a high VD rate here." 11 days later, the boat began what turned out to be an uneventful crossing of the Pacific, from Hawaii to the U.S. Naval Shipyard at Hunters Point in San Francisco. Their stay in the yard there didn't look promising for generating much excitement, but it turned out not to be quite so humdrum as they expected. While they waited for the overhaul to begin, Archerfish was assigned to work with USS Permit, SSN 594. The new Thresher-class nuclear submarine was conducting her pre-commissioning sea trials. Archerfish would act as safety observer. On a clear night with calm seas, Permit was submerged, and Archerfish was running on the surface. Suddenly, Captain Woods noticed on the radar that the swift-running nuclear sub was on a collision course with a cargo ship, the Hawaiian Citizen. He quickly notified Permit of the imminent danger, but it was too late for her to avert. Fortunately, no one was hurt in the collision, and damage was minimal to both vessels. The new sub was able to surface safely. Permit went on to a long service record, mostly operating from the West Coast. Kenny Woods had saved his money during his 2 years on Archerfish and was determined to buy himself a new white Cadillac convertible now that he was back in the States. He traipsed all over the San Francisco area until he found a dealer willing to sell him the car he wanted for $50 over dealer cost. It was immediately his pride and joy. Another of the A-Fish crew got a good deal on a car as well. Bill Dinky Earl heard that one of the guys in the yard had a car for sale, a 1939 Pontiac, that was supposed to run all right, but was in dire need of a paint job. Earl went to look at it and promptly bought it for $250. When he got back, he pulled his new purchase down to the pier between the service barge and dry dock, where Archerfish was being worked on. He enlisted the aid of some of his shipmates, and a couple of them set up the spray equipment, while others taped newspapers over the windows and chrome. Then they went to work, painting the vehicle with Navy-issue black enamel paint. As soon as they were finished, they carefully tore off the newspaper, climbed in, and drove the car to the Horse and Cow bar to show it off. The old car made many round trips between Hunters Point and San Francisco over the next few months. When Earl eventually left the shipyard, he sold the car to someone off another boat for $500, doubling his money. During her time in the yard, Archerfish had considerable turnover in ship's company. The most noteworthy was her captain. On September 2nd, Lieutenant Commander Jack N. Lyman reported aboard for duty as prospective commanding officer. Lyman was an experienced submariner from Cedar Bluffs, Nebraska, who had spent 4 years as an enlisted man in the Navy in subs before he attended and graduated from the Naval Academy. During World War II, he made 4 war patrols as an enlisted man on the submarines USS Plunger, SS-179, and USS Parche, SS-384. The Academy yearbook said about him, "When there was a hop, he always seemed to have a date. When Jack leaves the Academy, he plans to go back into submarines, where he won his famous chest full of ribbons." The crew quickly dubbed him Whiskey Jack, or Captain Jack. Lyman relieved Kenny Woods in a change of command ceremony at 10 a.m. on September 8th. Woods had been ordered to report to Senior Member, Navy Sub-Board of Inspection and Survey, Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. The ceremony was surprisingly emotional for all who were there. Though he could be stubborn and rude at times, Woods still had an obvious need for friendship. He found it on this old diesel boat. Archerfish had been his home and family for the past 2.5 years, and he was clearly very attached to her. He was unable to finish his speech at the ceremony, claiming his throat was sore, but it was obvious he was choking back a sob. Those who had served with him, including some who had been there for the entire period, unashamedly shed tears that morning. Afterward, the old-timers in the crew presented him with a beautiful desk set of Parker 51s on a marble base with a gold plate. Engraved on the plate was the simple, straightforward message, "To Ken Woods, U.S. Navy, from the crew of the Archerfish." The wardroom gave him a silver napkin ring that was also suitably inscribed. Later, Woods said, "I went directly from change of command to the chief's quarters. I stayed there for 2 or 3 hours and then went to the Horse and Cow. I still had on my full-dress blue uniform. I put my sword behind the bar as a donation to their collection of memorabilia. Fortunately, they were kind enough to give it back to me several days later. I was dating an airline stewardess at the time, and she picked me up from the bar and had her way with me." Kenny Woods had finally been separated from his 60 thieves. Chapter 23. Tsunamis and Seasickness. I was where a sailor was supposed to be, and nowhere else can I remember such serenity. I have never seen such beauty as I saw with a sunrise or a sunset at sea. I still feel a calmness when I recall sitting on the cigarette deck after a watch, a flat sea with a full moon, and being very comfortable in just a pair of cut-off dungarees, and sitting there until my next watch. I can still hear that beautiful purr of the diesels, the plankton shining in our wake, the sea rolling up the saddle tanks. I used to love watching how the porpoise would suddenly appear and play alongside, and then just as quickly disappear. I think it was just the whole atmosphere aboard Archerfish that made it so special. She was a great boat, and we had a great crew. That's the way Quartermaster John Foley rather poetically remembers his days aboard Archerfish. His thoughts are typical of those who served aboard the boat as she plied the waters of the Pacific, the South China Sea, and the Indian Ocean during Operation Seascan. But his final sentence could just as easily apply to any other incarnations of the boat. For the better part of the next 6 years, Archerfish crisscrossed the Pacific Ocean a number of times, steaming through dead-calm seas and storm-tossed maelstroms, diving and surfacing as need be, with the hydros in their hole taking gravitational readings. During that time, they completed Operation Seascan Phase 3, and a much shorter Phase 4 as well. All along the way, the submarine and her crew continued to maintain their rowdy reputation, even as they did a world of good with their recurrent public relations efforts in every port they visited. And those ports of call ranged from the mundane to the usual to the truly exotic. San Diego, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, and Vancouver, British Columbia. Pearl Harbor, Hong Kong, Kwajalein, Midway, Guam, and Yokosuka, Mazatlan and Acapulco in Mexico, Newcastle and Sydney in Australia, Auckland and Wellington in New Zealand, and Suva in the Fiji Islands. Of course, there were plenty more stories about wild nights on Liberty, broken hearts, and sprawling fights in which nobody seemed to ever get seriously hurt. Although this was mostly a new crew, they seemed doggedly determined to maintain the reputation of their forebears and of their legendary boat during the rest of her days. When her period in the yard was completed in the fall of 1962, Archerfish left the west coast of the United States en route once more for Pearl Harbor. It was a truly precarious time, and there would soon be a dark cloud over the entire nation. That especially included the military. Soviet missiles were discovered already deployed in Cuba, aimed at American targets. The world was about to come as close to nuclear war as it ever had. Archerfish didn't know about all this when she sailed away for her next portion of Operation Seascan, but she was about to find herself right in the middle of the preparations for World War III. With Whiskey Jack Lyman in command, they pointed for Pearl and final preparations before going back to work. There was no doubt about how Lyman got that moniker, by the way. While he was in command, Archerfish always made sure when she left port that she carried on board 2 cases of Jack Daniel's whiskey, one for the wardroom and one for the crew. Every Sunday while they were at sea, crew members would line up for a shot of the whiskey. There were rules that had to be followed. The whiskey could not be saved, sold, or given away to a buddy. Each man was required to either stand there and drink it or throw it away. No one remembers anyone throwing any of it away. Not long after they arrived in Pearl Harbor, the crew got its first hint of how exceedingly taut international tensions had become during their passage across the Pacific from California. Once they were moored, Larry Dockenhausen, one of the few old crew members remaining from the Atlantic phase of Operation Seascan, went over to another sub, the USS Wahoo, SS-565, to place a phone call to the power plant. He needed someone to come down to the pier and unlock the freshwater valves so Archerfish could hook up. He got past the other boat's topside watch, but when he dropped down the after battery hatch, he found himself staring into the business end of a .45 caliber pistol. The below-decks watch was demanding to know who the hell he was and what his business was aboard the boat. Over the next few days, the crew watched all the boats around them take on war shots and 90 days' worth of stores and full loads of fuel, all in preparation for heading out to sea, and God knows what after that. The base was soon almost empty of vessels. Archerfish had to remain behind. The non-combatants couldn't be placed in harm's way should all-out nuclear war break out. One good thing about the whole mess became readily apparent. There was little competition at Liberty. The crew set up a TV on the cigarette deck and watched the news coverage of the stare-down that was going on between President Kennedy and Chairman Khrushchev. To be truthful, some of the 311 crew sat on the deck, smoking and joking and making rude remarks to the sailors on the other boats. Jokes about how Archerfish was remaining in port so her men could repopulate the world after the nuclear war was over. About how the departing crews would find their wives and girlfriends just as they had left them, freshly loved. On October 22nd, everyone in the duty section gathered to watch President Kennedy speak to the nation about the missile situation and the blockade he was ordering around Cuba. The crisis had reached a truly dangerous point. Everyone realized that if war came, the crew would likely be disbanded and sent to the fighting navy. Most were gung-ho, ready to go fight if their country needed them. Still, there was sadness that their anticipated cruise might be postponed, or even canceled altogether. Jerry Oliver remembers, "My thoughts at that time were that it must be time to go to war, and what might happen to the Archerfish crew if we did." Such preparations for imminent hostilities were eerily similar to those that had taken place right there in Pearl Harbor less than 2 decades before. On October 28th, word came that President Kennedy and Chairman Khrushchev had reached an agreement on a way to end the crisis. Now the crew could worry about the more usual things, about having to stand for inspection in their dress whites on a hot deck, about making certain they had enough provisions to last the trip to their next port of call. Most everyone agreed on one point. They were tired of liberty in their home port. They were more than ready to steam out of Pearl and head off again for new places. Before they left Pearl Harbor, the boat's recreation committee invested in a hand trap, some clay pigeons, and a shotgun. The plan was to be able to shoot skeet from the cigarette deck. They held their first shoot on Sunday, November 4th, and it became a regular recreational event. The weather was beautiful that day, the sea calm, and everyone who partook in the trap shooting had a good time. Later in the cruise, after leaving Yokosuka, it was another Sunday, just after the noon meal, when someone invented a new variation on traditional trap shooting. The biscuits served in the mess hall that day were especially dense, so a tray of them was brought up to the cigarette deck. It turned out they made decent substitutes for clay pigeons. They sailed out over the ocean quite well, but according to Norman C. Gilmore, it was difficult to determine when you had made a direct hit, since they just wouldn't come apart. Contrary to popular belief, sailors are not immune to seasickness. Certainly some never experience it, but most who go to sea have fallen victim to the malady at least once, especially in storms while aboard small vessels. It even happens occasionally to those who serve on the mammoth nuclear submarines. Keith Norlin, one of the hydro-scientists aboard Archerfish, remembers a particularly rough time for him. The boat was between San Diego and Pearl Harbor when rough seas clobbered them. They were in the middle of a gale, 1,000 miles from the nearest land, when they surfaced. The lookouts were hardly in the shears before they spotted a Japanese fishing vessel, one of the small long-line boats that venture far from shore, and it was bobbing around like a piece of driftwood. It was so close that everyone on Archerfish realized that they had almost surfaced beneath the vessel. Even so, the swells were so high it took them a while to verify the ship. The sub would drop into a trough, and the fishing boat would be lost in the next deep trough. Then they would bob high again and spot it once more through the rain and wind-driven spray. Norlin was on the bridge, trying to get some fresh air in hopes it might settle his already queasy stomach. He could see a couple of the fishermen working on the other boat's deck while hanging on for dear life. He watched in fascination, unable to take his eyes off the vessel as it rose and fell, up and down on the towering waves. He got sicker and sicker, and finally vomited over the side. 3 days would pass before he would be able to eat again. Naturally, according to Murphy's Law, the middle of a rough storm was the perfect time for the scientific instrumentation to break down. Robert Christensen and Wally Scoggins joined Keith Norlin in the hydro hole to try to fix it, but between their violent bouts with seasickness and the constant lurching of the boat, they had no luck. Captain Lyman ran the boat in circles while they tried to fix the gear. He didn't want them to miss any of their survey points. Finally, Norland sent word up to the skipper that they would have to return to California to repair the equipment, that it couldn't be fixed at sea. When that word spread quickly throughout the boat, a loud cheer went up. Everyone was ready to leave the stormy waters and seasickness behind and head for sunny California to get their feet and their stomachs back. Norland, still weak and sick, headed for his bunk and was soon asleep. 2 hours later, one of the other hydros excitedly shook him awake. "Keith! Keith, wake up! I've fixed the meter!" It was Robert Christensen. "What do you mean? It can't be fixed," Norland responded drowsily. "Well, I kept working on it even when we turned for San Diego. Finally, something just clicked, and away she went. Now we don't have to return to port." When the pitch of the engines signaled a change in course, back to the survey line in the midst of a storm-tossed ocean, a loud groan ran the length of the boat. Norland knew anyone associated with the hydro crew was now a prime candidate for being thrown overboard or keel-hauled. But there was nothing he could do. The gravity meter worked now, and they would have to tough it out. Norland, though, stayed in his bunk, still too seasick to move. When Archerfish was in port during the latter 2 sea-scan phases, she typically was able to get the parts, supplies, and other items that were needed to keep the boat going. It still wasn't easy, because of limited funding, but they usually managed. However, on one of their visits to Pearl Harbor, the crew had a chance to hone their old scavenging skills. When they pulled in, there on the pier, as if left especially for them by a fairy godmother, were 10 55-gallon drums of 9250 lube oil and 10 Fairbanks Morse cylinder liners. Apparently, another diesel boat was planning an overhaul, but no one could possibly need this stuff as much as Archerfish did. Paul Hammock was among the duty enginemen that day, who quickly got the lube oil struck below before anyone noticed. They also requisitioned 9 of the cylinder liners, all they needed for the boat's 9-cylinder engines, and politely left the 10th liner on the pier with the empty oil drums. One problem. There was only one 9-cylinder Fairbanks Morse diesel boat stationed in Pearl at that time. Inevitably, the trail would lead to the 311 boat. The night before they were scheduled to get underway, the chief engineman on the boat that was supposed to have gotten the liners got drunk and decided he would come aboard Archerfish to reclaim his parts. When he reached the after-engine room hatch, he fell down the ladder, broke his shoulder, and had to be taken to the base hospital. He never did get his liners back. A-Fish made good use of them, though. There is inevitably a feeling-out period when new officers, and especially a new commanding officer, come aboard. The Archerfish crew quickly found out what kind of guy their new captain was. Lauren Eggleston remembers that soon after they arrived in Yokosuka in March 1963, word came down that Captain Lyman had received instructions from up the line to hold a personnel inspection. The COB collected every crew member's dress blue uniform and sent them out to be cleaned and mended, at the boat's expense, so they would be ready. Everyone certainly appreciated the boat picking up the tab. When the uniforms came back, the crew was told to lay them out on their bunks, then to fall in topside for quarters. They did. Captain Lyman was notified, and when he came around the Fairwater, Carl Masters, the executive officer, called out, "Ready for inspection." All the crew members still wore their dungarees and were hardly clothed for inspection. Their newly cleaned and mended uniforms were still below, laid out neatly on their bunks. Despite their attire, the captain told the executive officer to have the crew stand at ease, and then he went below to check their uniforms. He came back topside and said, "I'm pleased to announce you have all passed inspection. You are granted early liberty." Later that day, one of the men ran into Whiskey Jack in town. He asked him point-blank why he had not required the crew to put on their uniforms prior to holding inspection. "You don't think I would have you put your filthy bodies in those nice clean uniforms, do you?" he replied with a wink. 3 months later, the boat was heading up the Columbia and Willamette rivers in a cold, hard rain, making the 10-hour transit to Portland, Oregon. William H. Benny Bennett pulled on a rain slicker and asked the officer of the deck for permission to come up. Captain Lyman, who had the con, was on the bridge, along with the navigator and one of the quartermasters. When he spotted him, the skipper asked Bennett, "What in hell is a snipe doing up here in this freezing rain?" "I'm just interested in learning how you managed to keep the submarine lined up in the channel," he replied. "Are you really interested?" Lyman asked. "Yes, I am." Taking a chart from beneath his raincoat, Lyman showed Bennett a mark on the map and then pointed to the features along the beach that the mark indicated. As they talked, the skipper was continually calling course and speed down to the helmsman. The river was swift and the boat had to use plenty of power to keep on course, so the captain was busy. Even so, for over 2 hours, Lyman continued to patiently explain to Bennett what he was doing and why, and to answer the sailors' questions. Bennett says, "It was quite an education. I always thought that it was pretty neat for the captain of a ship to take the time to share his decisions with Joe Sailor." One other sailor got an insight into what made this particular skipper tick. Norman E. Skip Julian says, "I found out from Captain Jack just before he was transferred that he had a son who was killed in a car wreck. He had blonde hair and blue eyes and was about my size. Jack told me, 'Every time I look at you, I see him.' I guess that's why the skipper kind of took a shine to me and kept me out of a little bit of trouble." John Bryan left Archerfish in June of 1963, just before the boat arrived in Portland, Oregon, for the city's annual Rose Festival. Bryan still has a copy of a message he sent from the boat while at sea, asking his fiancée, Jan, to begin plans for their wedding. "Deferred. From USS Archerfish. To Navcom San Fran. TM 291006Z. Cost $1.90. FM NYUG. Tax 19 cents. To AMQD. Total $2.09. BT. Unclassified. MSG CK10 Com LE PA Westland 1015 Sylvan Circle, Naperville, Illinois. Plan wedding 2-2 or 2-3 June. John Bryan, USS Archerfish, BT." The wedding took place on June 22nd. Years later, Bryan was operating out of Guam aboard the USS Tecumseh, SSBN 628, Blue. There, he actually had an opportunity to use the gravitational anomaly overlay charts that were created from the data Archerfish dutifully gathered in the various phases of Operation Seascan. On the morning of July 25th, after returning to Yokosuka, the commanding officer awarded Silver Dolphins to Ron Reddick, Ben Vinca, Gary Davis, Fred Ferks, Charlie Dietrich, Martin Davis, Tom Mucker, and Ferminico Gallardo during personnel inspection. Liberty was granted as soon as inspection secured, and all hands not in the duty section proceeded to the Hatsune Hotel for yet another 3-day ship's party. Whiskey Jack Lyman was good friends with the commanding officer at Midway. He brought his friend some things on one of their trips over from Pearl, and in return, the friend agreed to turn one of the old barracks on the island into a party hut for the crew while they were there. They quickly made themselves at home. A collection was taken up, and a group went to the Chiefs Club to acquire beverages. The party was soon in full swing. 2 days later, the revelry was rather rudely interrupted. Just after midnight, sirens began blaring all across the base. Everyone ran out of the barracks to see what was going on. People were running in all directions in what looked like panic. Some of the Archerfish sailors stopped someone who was stationed on the base and asked him what the sirens were for. "Tidal wave warning," he shouted and bolted away. "Head for high ground," he called back over his shoulder. Well, they had visited Midway often enough to know there was no such thing as high ground on the island. It was little more than a sandbar in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. They headed for Archerfish instead. After all, they reasoned, their boat was accustomed to being underwater. When they got to the pier, the sailors found the sub was already breasted out, with only the bowline holding. They scrambled aboard, the line was tossed off, and they started backing down. All the topside hatches had already been secured, so they had to go below through the conning tower hatch. The object was to get the boat out of the port and away from land before the tsunami hit. Their chances were much better if they were some distance from the island. The boat's deck log says they anchored that night for 4 minutes as they maneuvered through the tricky channel. The truth is, in their haste to get as far from the island as possible, they ran aground. They were hightailing it for the open sea when the boat suddenly jolted to a halt. Captain Jack grabbed the microphone and called for help. Harbor Control, this is aground, we are aground." In an ironic twist, Archerfish's radio call sign at the time was aground. "Ship that is aground, identify yourself," the operator on watch in Harbor Control responded. "Where are you aground?" "Harbor Control, this is aground. We are aground," Lyman answered. The confusion continued, and it never got cleared up. William Dinky Earle reports that after a few minutes of blowing bow buoyancy and the forward group, the ballast tanks forward of the midpoint of the boat, all the while answering bells for all back full, they finally broke free and proceeded to sea without any help. The tsunami never materialized. Chapter 24. The Praise of an Admiral. The Navy base at Yokosuka had become a regular stop for Archerfish, and there always seemed to be little reminders of the submarine's previous history with the place. When they arrived there in November of 1963, they found a huge Mosler safe waiting for them on the pier. The problem was how to get the massive thing below. It was too big to fit through any of the boat's hatches. A master welder soon arrived from the ship repair facility. He took one look at the safe and another at the size of Archerfish's hatches, and then sent his helper back to fetch his special torch. While they waited, the welder shared a bit of history with Benny Bennett. The man recounted that he had been a young apprentice welder working on Shinano in 1944. He was aboard the ill-fated carrier the night she made her maiden run out of Tokyo harbor, seeking the shelter of the inland sea. He was in his bunk when the first Archerfish torpedo struck the massive ship. The explosion blew him out of the rack and onto the deck. Then each time he tried to stand up, another concussion would send him sprawling again. The welder told Bennett that there was no way he could have ever imagined that someday he would be working on the very vessel that had almost claimed his life that fateful night. Bennett would have liked to have heard more, but the helper showed up just then with the special torch. The welder proceeded to cut the edges off the indestructible safe, and rounded off its corners as if he were cutting through butter with a warm knife. They soon had the safe lowered below and rigged from compartment to compartment until it was at its new home in the control room. It was secured in place, and after a quick coat of paint, looked as if it had been factory installed. On November 19, 1963, Lieutenant Commander Thomas R. Iggy II relieved Jack Lyman as captain of Archerfish. Iggy was a native of Charleroi, Pennsylvania. The Lucky Bag at Annapolis noted his satirical sense of humor and talent for photography, two skills that would stand him in good stead on the slightly off-kilter and well-traveled Archerfish. The yearbook went on to say, "That warm smile and ability to make and hold friends presage success whatever his chosen field." Roderick H. "The Hook" Potter was the boat's public information officer, among other duties, while Tom Ege was skipper. He says, Tom, a former flag aide to ComSub Pac, was a great mentor. He played every angle possible to enhance our reputation as goodwill ambassadors, and he gave me lots of pointers on ensuring that we would receive a warm welcome when we hit the next port. We had a press kit that we would send ahead whenever possible, announcing the arrival of the famous World War II veteran submarine and her all-bachelor crew. Tom had about a 3 handicap in golf, and he would always challenge the SOPA as soon as we arrived in port. The SOPA is the senior officer present afloat, which equates to the senior commanding officer among all the COs of all the ships that might be in port at any given time. This could change daily as ships came and went from the port. Potter continues, in foreign ports especially, Ege's golf skill was always an entree into whatever could be done to make sure that the crew was properly welcomed. Of course, the crew had its own way to assure they had a good time wherever they moored. William G. Doc Shin, the first-class hospital corpsman, was legendary when it came to arranging parties, including what had by then become an Archerfish tradition, any time there was enough money left in the slush fund. The 3-day affairs that were held at the Hatsone Hotel in Yokosuka's Hinodecho district. Doc never did anything halfway. Larry D. Loganberry Meyer remembers. On one occasion, he spent days at one of the mess tables designing the gift certificates for the top 3 door prizes that were to be awarded at the party. The certificates were really ornate, their unique design and hand lettering making them suitable for framing. The 3rd prize certificate was redeemable for 1 routine jump, missionary position. 2nd prize was for an around the world, without ever leaving Yokosuka. And the top prize was a certificate good for an all-nighter, name your poison. Doc had prepaid for the prizes at a local house of prostitution. All the winners had to do was show up and redeem the certificates. I was not one of the winners, Meyer says, but I probably would have kept one of the certificates as a souvenir. November 23rd, 1963, November 22nd in the United States, was a dark day. Word of President Kennedy's assassination was received that morning. A conversation that took place in the mess hall is indicative of how out of touch the boat and her crew were with politics back home. Who's president now? The vice president, dummy. I know that, but what's his name? There were blank looks everywhere. No one could remember the name of the Vice President of the United States. A representative of Subfloat 7 came down to the boat and addressed the crew at quarters. The entire armed forces were immediately placed on alert because of the situation. Bill Gummert, one of the hydros, recalls that some of the Japanese yard workers were concerned that there would be a revolution in America, now that the president had been assassinated. No one knew what might happen. Being non-combatant, Archerfish was allowed to go ahead and leave on schedule for her cruise to Australia, despite the alert. The trip to Australia required another crossing of the equator, and, of course, the initiation of the Polywogs. Lloyd W. Max Maxwell had been to Australia as a member of the crew of USS Sterlet, SS-392, but the yeoman on that boat had failed to note it in his service record. To his dismay, Maxwell had to go through the initiation all over again when Archerfish crossed the line. The first order of business when they arrived in Newcastle, as was becoming the routine by now, was a 4-hour international relations cruise. Members of the media and a flock of local dignitaries were herded aboard. Then the boat went out and made dives, showing them how it was done. When they arrived in Sydney around the New Year, they made 2 guest cruises, each one lasting about 3.5 hours, with 2 demonstration dives for each group. Everyone aboard was duly impressed with the skill of the crew, but remarked most about the claustrophobic quarters in which the men lived. Navigator Richard Mew remembers the cruises as being tedious, giving them all time on the scope when harbor traffic was running around everywhere, but it was time well spent. He recalls they would dive, bottom, and feed them some good submarine chow, then cruise around submerged to give them periscope time. In the afternoon, we would surface and return them to the beach. It took 1 day of liberty time, but the returns were great. Lots of press coverage with the subsequent opening of many doors to all of us on board. Lynn Mac McCollum remembers one international relations cruise from Auckland, New Zealand, that almost gave their guests more excitement than they bargained for. McCollum had wandered back to the maneuvering room to talk with Larry Light Lunch Meyer, the senior controllerman working the port side of the cubicle. They were discussing the previous night's adventures when the klaxon sounded, signaling they were making a dive for their esteemed guests. Meyer continued with his story while he did his thing, working his levers and rheostats without even having to think about what he was doing. Then both sailors noticed that the down angle was increasing to far greater than what they usually took. Items began falling off shelves and skittering along the deck, and both men had to grab hold of something solid to keep on their feet. Suddenly, the motor telegraphs rang, "All back full." Meyer went to work again, slamming the chrome levers. So did the junior controllerman on the other side. Soon, the stern broached, and some serious blowing forward finally allowed the boat to level out on the surface. Meyer calmly started putting everything back where it belonged, and said, "So, after we left that bar—" He picked up his story where he had left off, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. They later learned that the officer of the deck was showing off for the visitors, and accidentally caused the sudden steep, dangerous descent. The passengers thought the whole thing was normal. The crew knew better. It could have been disastrous. There had always been conjecture about who decided which ports Archerfish visited in the vicinity of her assigned survey lines. The squadron commander in Pearl was under the impression that the Naval Oceanographic Office, formerly the Naval Hydrographic Office, told them which ports to go to. The Oceanographic Office assumed the folks in Pearl decided that. Captain Egie admits it was usually his decision. "In reality, we went wherever I decided to go," he says. When Rear Admiral Bernard A. Clary was being relieved by Rear Admiral Eugene B. Fluckey as Commander Submarine Force Pacific Fleet, the two men were looking at a map of the Pacific Ocean that covered one wall in the operations center. The map was speckled with pins to indicate the location of all the U.S. submarines throughout the Pacific. Admiral Fluckey commented, "I notice all of the boats are represented by black pins, with the exception of Archerfish. Why is their pin white?" Admiral Clary told him, "You watch it for a while, and you'll think it's a damn yacht." Richard Mew remembers, "The ship did range all over the ocean, and much of my time as navigator was spent in the South Pacific, using blank charts based on British Admiralty work from the 1850s. No electronic or satellite aids down there at all in those days, so classic celestial navigation was what we used at times. It was a great experience to have had." As long as there have been Navy exchanges, there have been complaints from single sailors about the checkout lines. One morning, while they were still in Pearl Harbor, Mac McCollum stood in line at the register for what to him seemed an interminably long time. In front of him were about 5 or 6 Navy wives, and none of them seemed to be in any particular hurry. The woman at the cash register was arguing with the cashier about something insignificant. The wife directly in front of Mac had a little boy with her who was crying and raising quite a ruckus. Still, McCollum waited patiently to pay for the few goodies he had selected. Soon after Archerfish returned to sea, McCollum sat down with Jerry Bowman and put together a letter to the editor of Navy Times, complaining about the women and kids who always seemed to be in the way of sailors at the exchanges. They wrote that sailors were tired of having to stand in line, waiting while some brown bagger's old lady with a pair of unruly snot-nosed kids dug through her purse looking for the correct change. McCollum's and Bowman's letter was published in Navy Times in the fall of 1964. They had signed the missive, "All Bachelor Submarine Crew." Needless to say, the answers came flying back to the boat. Who else in the Navy was there with an all-bachelor crew but Archerfish? Someone suggested that they send an apology, but they never did. Finally, the Navy Times editor wrote in his column that he, too, had been flooded with replies to the Bachelor Submarine Crew letter, and that he was calling a halt to the entire controversy. It must have done some good, though. Not long after the Archerfish sailor's letter appeared, the Navy exchange system initiated special registers that authorized head-of-the-line privileges for personnel in uniform during certain time periods. While the boat was underway, the uniform of the day was usually swimming trunks, shorts, sandals, and T-shirts. When they went on liberty, the crew members wore civilian clothes. When inspections were held, everyone had to scramble to find uniforms to wear. What a great Navy, Cy Getz recalls. Robert E. Deacon Davis remembers how, when it rained, the crew would grab their swimsuits and bars of soap and hurry topside to stand on the forward deck enjoying a shower, without having to worry about conserving water. One day they had about a dozen sailors all lathered up when they ran out from beneath the rainstorm. The officer of the deck requested that they stop, turn around, and drive back into the squall so they could rinse off. Permission was granted. Another day, a group was topside, getting ready for swim call, when one man, Ernie Goen, jumped over the side before the boat was completely stopped. Before he knew it, he was over 100 yards behind, bobbing in the boat's wake, waving and yelling, "Come back! Come back!" Martin D. Bilge Valve Davis grabbed a heaving line and went in after him and managed to bring him back. One night in Suva, a contingent from Archerfish returned to the boat after a night of imbibing. It was a warm night, and they were all hot, so they decided, on a whim, to go skinny dipping off the side of the boat. Walt Bumbarger, Pete Gunn, John Barabas, and several others had a wonderful time splashing around in the water. The next morning, while they were all topside, the chief of the boat, Harmon B. Gunner Lewis, made a special point of showing them something in the water next to the boat. There, in the exact spot where the men had been cavorting a few hours before, swam two of the biggest sharks any of them had ever seen. Archerfish submerged and surfaced for the 4,000th time at 08:30 on September 24, 1964, just prior to entering the port of Auckland, New Zealand. Lieutenant Rod Potter was the diving officer. The boat got her 14th commanding officer on November 24, 1964, when Lieutenant Commander Gordon W. Ingquist assumed command from Lieutenant Commander Tom Ege, while the boat was moored in Yokosuka, Japan, for upkeep. Captain Ege presented the new skipper with a brass Playboys of the Pacific plaque as a welcome aboard. The crew of Archerfish had devised and adopted the well-deserved nickname, Playboys of the Pacific, during Tom Ege's time as commanding officer. They wore the moniker proudly. An article in the Seattle Times on Saturday, July 4, 1964, described the rubber stamp with the Playboys of the Pacific logo on it that was used aboard the boat to decorate outgoing mail. It also told of the practice of branding new men with the stamp when they reported aboard. A photo accompanying the article shows Rod Potter and Jim Kendrigan branding their new shipmate George Eliasson on the bridge of Archerfish, while Ron Reddick and Charlie Dietrich look on. Archerfish made a 2-day fueling stop in Guam in December 1964. By then, staff personnel for the squadron of fleet ballistic missile submarines that would soon be in Guam had arrived aboard the tender Proteus. No boomer boat had yet visited Guam, But the first one assigned to Submarine Squadron 15 was already on patrol by then. Just that little bit of activity had already attracted attention. A Soviet spy trawler had taken up station just outside the 3-mile limit, keeping an eye on the comings and goings of vessels at Guam. On the spur of the moment, Archerfish decided to have a little fun with the snooping Russians. As Archerfish approached the outer harbor entrance one day, they dialed in an arbitrary VHF radio frequency and transmitted just 2 words: toilet bowl. Then they proceeded into port. Captain Ingquist was curious as to whether the trawler would even pick up such a short transmission on a non-assigned frequency. They must have heard it, though, because in 3 later encounters, the Soviets dogged Archerfish, coming to meet the boat on entry and going to flank to keep pace as long as she could on exit. The trawler gradually fell below the horizon, since 4-engine standard speed gave Archerfish some advantage. Of course, the radioman chose a different arbitrary frequency with each encounter and made properly elegant transmissions each time, such as douchebag or finger wave. Even today there is speculation about the possibility that dusty files on these encounters might exist, buried in some cobwebbed Russian OGPU office. Files that detail the mysterious diesel boat Archerfish and the secret radio code she was using. The crew took great delight in conjecturing about all the man-years of wasted Soviet spook time, all because of Archerfish's little practical joke. New Year's Eve of 1964 proved to be quite memorable and nearly tragic. Archerfish was running several hundred miles from the Marianas when a young sailor, George J. Smith, a fireman apprentice, came down with acute appendicitis. It was soon clear that his condition was serious, likely life-threatening, and he needed to get to a hospital at all due speed. Such medical emergencies were not uncommon, and the corpsmen on board would typically handle it until they could get to a medical facility. This time, though, they were steaming in an especially remote section of the ocean, far from doctors or hospitals. When they checked the sailing directions for the area, they found that there was a French atoll not far from their position that was supposed to have a hospital and doctor. Guam was the next closest medical facility, and it was 500 miles away. The radioman tried to raise someone on the atoll to verify they would be able to get help for Smith there. He was unable to raise anyone on any of the usual frequencies. Captain Ingquist made a command decision. Sailing directions weren't always right. Guam was a known quantity. Doc Shin kept Smith as comfortable as he could while the crew went to work. They blew the fuel ballast tanks and cranked on 4-engine flank speed. The engines never hiccuped the whole way across the Pacific. They averaged 21 knots on a light following sea on the speed run all the way to Guam at the tail end of the Marianas. Everyone aboard Archerfish was exhausted when they got there, but they still came topside to watch their young shipmate be lifted ashore and placed into an ambulance. He was operated on within the hour. Smith went on to a complete recovery and eventually returned to duty on Archerfish. Things could have turned out differently. Ingquist later learned that the French hospital was nothing more than a dispensary, and the doctor was a medical assistant, less qualified than Doc Shin to deal with a serious emergency like appendicitis. Captain Ingquist later said, "There is no doubt in my mind that Smith survived only through Doc Shin's expert care during the longest 24 hours of my tour in Archerfish, our speed run to Guam." The next morning, New Year's Day, it was back to sea and to work. By mid-January, the boat was back in Subic Bay for upkeep. The British submarine HMS Amphion S-43, which was home-ported in Singapore, made a port call there while en route to England for decommissioning. She moored alongside Archerfish to starboard, with the 311 assigned as host boat. It was a great week with a convivial group of fellow submariners. Also while in Subic Bay, Archerfish performed a very unusual operation that may not sound like much to the uninformed, but any submariner can appreciate its uniqueness. USS Perch, APSS 313, was home-ported at Subic and was in the floating dry dock for a partial overhaul. Before she left port, Archerfish was asked by ComSubFloat 7 to go alongside the dry dock and charge Perch's batteries. The other submarine had been in the dry dock longer than planned and needed a refresher charge. Cables were run from Archerfish's cubicle up and across the floating dry dock into Perch's cubicle, and for almost 6 hours she charged the other boat's batteries. As soon as the charge was complete, Archerfish got underway for a speed run to Hong Kong for a week's worth of R&R prior to surveying all the way back to Pearl Harbor. When they got to Hong Kong, Bruce Teasdale bought a camera and all the stuff that goes with it, so he could photograph various attractions in the city. One of the pictures he most wanted was of himself crossing the street with one particular building in the background. He carefully set his camera up on the tripod and got the scene framed and focused just the way he wanted. He set the timer on the camera and hurried out into the street so he could turn and walk back toward the camera for the shot. About the time he turned around, a car hit him. He was thrown up over the hood and landed in the middle of the street. The Hong Kong Police Department took him back to the ship. From there, he was taken to the USS Enrico, APA 45, where he was X-rayed. No serious injuries were found, so he was returned to duty. Teasdale would never tell anyone whether he captured the magic moment on film. Also, each day while they were in Hong Kong, the garbage barge tied up outboard and its all-girl crew picked up the ship's refuse. One afternoon, Ken Sanderlin did some smooth talking and persuaded the girls to take him, Archie Moore, and Phil Splann on a tour of Victoria Basin. The tour took place on the garbage barge, of course. Even as late as the 1960s, boats like Archerfish were still not equipped with online teletype or other ways for the crew to receive news reports. Instead, the Navy transmitted news updates, sports scores, and other information on regular nets using CW, Morse code, that had to be copied by the boat's radio operators. A fading signal, a static crash, or a quick bit of interference could blank out bits, or even whole sections of the transmission, sometimes leaving puzzling gaps. Still, everyone on the boat eagerly awaited the daily press, as soon as the radioman had copied it, typed it up, and if one was available, run off copies on the mimeograph machine. If there was no duplication equipment, he just made as many carbon copies as he could. When at sea, this rough newspaper was the crew's only link to what was happening back in the States or with the rest of the world. The daily press was usually quite succinct. Johnson elected in a landslide. Red Sox hammer Yanks. Sometimes there were only abbreviated box scores with some of the crucial numbers erased by the static crashes that are so common when using AM radio in the South Pacific. When details were missing or garbled, the radio operator simply X'd out the blanks or muddled characters and went on. The headline might just say, XXXXX elected in a landslide. To spice up the daily news, radioman second class Ken Das Goat Sanderlin began adding scores and standings to each day's sports updates for a totally fictional group of teams, all members of the non-existent West Coast Hockey League. He created the league in his head, patterned after the old Pacific Coast Baseball League. He made up teams, invented star players, and kept day-to-day standings based on totally imaginary games. By his own admission, Sanderlin knew nothing at all about hockey. However, he had read a fictional story about a hockey team in a book from the ship's library. In the book, Seattle had a team, so he added a Seattle team to his league. Sanderlin dubbed them the Seahawks, years before the National Football League team adopted the name. He also granted teams to Portland, San Francisco, Oakland, and Los Angeles. He put another team in San Diego and made them the league's underdogs. They were the Condors, and their hero was a young man named Angel Gomez, a Mexican native who had never even been on skates until he was 19 years old, but now he dominated the league. Gomez routinely performed hat tricks and other gallant feats that were mentioned in the book Sanderlin had read. But at one point, the young star was knocked out of the lineup by what the daily press dutifully reported was a particularly nasty social disease. The crew aboard Archerfish began avidly following the teams, most of them rooting for Gomez and the team from San Diego, since they could most closely identify with the underdogs. Of course, the season ended with the Condors claiming the title in a thrilling playoff series, in spite of the fact that their star player had been tragically killed before the final game. It all conveniently culminated just as they arrived in Pearl Harbor. Not long after arriving in Pearl Harbor for the first time after assuming command of the boat, Gordon Inquist got a taste of the anti-Archerfish prejudice that existed in some circles of the Navy's upper staff. Whether it was jealousy or a distaste for anything and anybody as far from spit and polish as the 311 boat, there was a great deal of open animosity toward her and her crew. That was especially true in her nominal home port, Pearl Harbor. That's one reason many of the crew disliked going home. The rowdy reputation of Archerfish throughout the submarine force provided good fun for us, Inquist later wrote. But Tom Egie had warned me about its downside when I relieved him. In fact, Tom had conducted a public awareness program during his tenure to diminish its negativity. His lengthy correspondence with the division commander, Bones Thomas, and others was informative, filled with positive facts, and underlaid with the crew's professionalism, while not downplaying their fun-loving spirits. Iggy's constant lobbying must have done some good. There had been a row while they were in Pearl for submarine refresher training. Engineman First Class Bob Heening and his forward engine room crew had started stripping about 15 layers of paint off the inside of their pressure hull before they ever reached port. Several days after their arrival, a dirty, disheveled Heening, sporting a 3-day growth of beard, took a break from the grimy work and was spotted across the street from the pier by some sub-pack staffer. Word quickly spread about this prime chance to see a typical Archerfish sailor. All that one needed to do was to look out the window. A filthy, disgusting crewman was at that very moment fetching a Coke and smoking a cigarette just outside the sub-pack headquarters building. In a bit of poor timing, all the Archerfish officers, except for the duty officer, were away from the boat at the time, in the submarine base attack trainer. The division commander heard about the slovenly Archerfish sailor and placed a call to the boat's skipper. Lieutenant Junior Grade Jim Kendrigan was the Archerfish duty officer. He reported that the commander was not on board. "How about the exec?" "No." "Any of the other officers?" "No." The division commander didn't give Kendrigan a chance to explain where they were. Almost instantly, word reached all the way to sub-pack Rear Admiral Gene Fluckey that all the Archerfish officers were ashore, goofing off, or worse, during working hours. The report also maintained that the boat's crew made the characters from the television show Hogan's Heroes look like the Buckingham Palace Guard. Meanwhile, in the attack trainer, the Archerfish wardroom was in the middle of a problem when a messenger from the duty officer burst in, shouting, "Get back to the boat on the double! Admiral Fluckey's on his way for a walk-through." Not knowing the reason for the sudden unexpected visit, the officers weren't concerned at all as they returned to Archerfish. But when the Admiral strode across the brow, the skipper knew from the look on his face and the fire in his eyes that they were in trouble for something. "Where has the wardroom been?" Fluckey demanded to know. "Attack trainer, Admiral." "All right, let's take a look below decks," he ordered. If there was a softening of his tone, it wasn't evident. So they proceeded to walk through the entire boat. Bob Heening and his forward engine room gang didn't look any better than before, but in the context of their air hammer environment, they presented a totally different picture. Heening looked the Admiral right in the eye and said, "When we get out of Puget Sound Shipyard, Admiral, come back down here and take a look at a classy engine room." By the end of the ordeal, Admiral Flucky, if not fully convinced, was at least coming around. It takes more than one positive impression to overcome years of prejudice, but it was obvious that points had been scored. The crew would get the last laugh. Admiral Flucky did visit the boat once again after the overhaul was completed. He walked through, and when he finished his tour, declared Archerfish the prettiest boat in the submarine force. That was high praise indeed, and especially when directed at Archerfish. The truth was that throughout the life of their boat, and despite their grousing about all the hard work, Archerfish's crew took pride in her appearance and safety. It was, after all, their home, and they tried to make it as comfortable as they could. It was a rare and memorable moment for the old Archerfish hands to savor, Captain Inquist says of the Admiral's comment. "I never heard any of them crow about it. They bragged and laughed a lot about Liberty adventures, but the Admiral's praise was something to hold close. We were lucky to have caught him instead of some other guy who might not have had a fair mind and an even hand." The bias against Archerfish didn't go away, though, not even with the Admiral's endorsement. Inquist would encounter it even after he left the boat. 3 years later, as a ComSubPac staffer, I observed that the old prejudice against my old boat, though more subtle, was still very much around, he wrote. Somehow I'm glad the word conventional always applied to Archerfish's power plant, not to its crew, even to the end. And to the crew of Archerfish, those words from one of her skippers probably meant even more than the praise of Admiral Flucky. Chapter 25. Earthquakes and War Zones. The old girl got a hysterectomy in March 1965. Archerfish settled into the shipyard at Bremerton, Washington, and the workers immediately got busy removing her torpedo tubes. This was to provide more room for berthing and storage for personal gear, and more space in which to install electronic equipment as needed for special operations. At the pre-overhaul conference in Subic Bay, the original shipyard estimate to do the work was submitted. They figured it would take $10,000 to $15,000 to accomplish the rather major surgery required to take out all 10 of the submarine's torpedo tubes. The squadron engineer looked over the estimate and approved the work list. Not long after that meeting, Archerfish was in Bremerton, ready for radical surgery. Had the cost been higher, the job would have never been approved. Problem was, there had been a misplaced decimal point in the shipyard's estimate. It should have been for $100,000 to $150,000. Once the work was started, though, with huge holes cut into the boat's pressure hull and the torpedo tubes already being removed, it was too late to stop. The tubes were removed one at a time and intact. Once out of the boat, all the ready-to-fire levers were chromed and made into paperweights. Admiral Flucky received one of them the day he declared Archerfish the prettiest boat in the force. Another paperweight was set aside for Captain Joe Enright, the Shinano stalker, but he apparently never received it. No one admits to knowing where the other 8 ended up. Archerfish lost all her distinctive-sounding klaxons while she was in Bremerton as well. An electronic tweeter that was sounded over the IMC replaced them as the diving alarm. Frank Ely remembers, "The damn thing sounded like a turkey call." To some, it seemed that their boat was being dismantled piece by piece, slowly being decommissioned a part at a time. Still, as long as the Navy kept working on her, that meant she had some life left, some useful purpose to serve. Archerfish had been in Bremerton for about 6 weeks when disaster struck the area. On April 29th, an earthquake measuring 7.3 on the Richter scale rocked the Pacific Northwest just after 8 o'clock in the morning. Captain Engquist was just putting on his pants in his room at the bachelor officers' quarters when the floor began rocking and rolling beneath him like the deck of his boat in a storm. He had to grab the bed and hold on to keep from being thrown to the floor. His first thoughts were of his boat, which at that moment was sitting on blocks in the dry dock. He could imagine her being tossed off the blocks by the quake, lying there on her side in the bottom of the dry dock. When he managed to get to the yard through all the panicky confusion, he found his charge still sitting upright, unharmed. The men working on the boat were all fine as well. Steve Hayne and Mike Royal were topside at the time of the tremor, and Ben Vinca was working inside the forward trim tank when the earthquake happened. All 3 of them made it to the top of the dock in record time. An inspection found Archerfish to be structurally okay as well, but she had shifted 1/4 of an inch on the blocks. The next day's edition of the Bremerton Sun reported, Puget Sound Naval Shipyard reported all dry docks to be all right, and watched with some apprehension as the tide dropped rapidly after the earthquake, 29 inches in an hour. Shipyard tugs were manned and sent away from the pier to stand by in Sinclair Inlet in case needed. Special watches were set on the mooring lines. A possible tidal wave alert was issued by the 13th Naval District. Maybe the part of the newspaper story that most distressed the Archerfish crew was the one that said, at the Rainier Brewing Company plant in Seattle, 2 2,000-barrel aging tanks were knocked off their foundations. One tank split, and enough beer for 15,000 cases spewed out. In the early hours of the morning of May 23rd, Wayne Tollefson, a young Archerfish sailor from the Polish section of Detroit, lost control of a rented motorcycle while on liberty at Milton, near Tacoma, Washington. He was thrown from the cycle and struck a tree. His liver was lacerated, and he died shortly after he was taken to the local hospital. It was the duty of the executive officer, Glenn D. Bates, to inform Tollefson's father of his adopted son's death. Benny Bennett had an even more difficult task. After being briefed by a Navy corpsman at a military hospital on the duties of an escort, he rode with the young sailor's body on the train all the way across the country from Tacoma to Detroit. The Naval Reserve Unit in Detroit provided a military honor guard for the funeral. Many of the 200 or so persons who attended the ceremony commented on the huge floral bouquet sent by Tollefson's shipmates, the crew of Archerfish. There are many instances that exemplify the strong brotherhood of submarine sailors in general, and Archerfish crew members in particular. Robert Davis experienced some of it when the Bremerton Yard period ended in August 1965. On the day they were to get under way, he received a telegram informing him that his father had suffered a serious heart attack, and he was needed at home immediately. Unfortunately, it was several days before payday, and the young seaman was flat broke. The Red Cross managed to get him a ticket home, but he had no travel money. As he was finishing packing, one of his shipmates came to his rack, told him that the crew had heard about his predicament and wanted to help. He handed Davis an envelope. There was almost $200 cash in it. Considering everyone else was counting the days to payday as well, and likely as tapped out as Davis was, that was quite an impressive sum of money. "I can't accept this," Davis told his shipmate. "I'd never be able to pay everyone back." "It ain't a loan," the other sailor responded without hesitation. "Consider it a gift to a friend in a time of need." Davis later wrote, That was when I found out that we weren't just crew members, but in an odd sense, we were family. Thanks, fellows, for the help and for the memories. On their return to Pearl Harbor, Blackstone Audiobooks presents Gallant Lady by Ken Henry and Don Keith. I remember once as we sailed down Tokyo Bay with the homeward-bound pennant flying, I involuntarily patted her on the side, and I swear she responded with a shudder from within. Archerfish, as I know her, and I know her well, is a fine woman. But I know her to be a great and gallant lady, and I shall always remember her just that way, the way she was. Former Archerfish Commanding Officer Commander Robert B. Scotty McComb at her decommissioning ceremony in San Diego, May 1st, 1968. Preface. The archerfish, found in the islands between Australia and India, does not appear to be all that different from any other fish. Once you learn more about it, though, you find it is quite a unique critter. This adept predator has the ability to hover just beneath the surface of the water as it watches its prey sitting on a stem or branch above. It waits patiently for just the right moment. When it's ready, it spits a jet of high-pressure water, stunning its victim, knocking it from its perch. It then devours it and moves on in search of other quarry. Archerfish was an apt name for a submarine. A sub also has the ability to lurk beneath the ocean's surface, patiently stalk its prey, then sneak up and shoot. But it's an especially appropriate name for one particular sub. The USS Archerfish, SS-311, didn't look any different than many of the other diesel-powered Vallejo-class submarines that were being hastily assembled and launched in the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard during World War II. She was about the same size, had the same engines, and was equipped with the same weapons as most of her class. She carried the same complement of crew, and at least in her first commissioning had similar missions assigned to her as did her sisters that were being constructed in Portsmouth at that same time. Once you learn more about this rather unusual boat, though, you'll see that the comparison to other submarines ends there. Like Forrest Gump or Woody Allen's Zelig, Archerfish had a knack for edging herself into the frame whenever history was being photographed. Her war record was not that remarkable, yet she had the distinction of sinking the largest ship ever sent to the bottom by a submarine. When the Japanese surrendered, there was Archerfish proudly sitting in Tokyo Harbor, her crew sipping Tokyo Bay Joy Juice, a mixture of grapefruit juice and medical alcohol, in celebration. She sat out most of the Korean War and, as far as we know, never played a single game of blind man's bluff with the Russians during the Cold War. Still, her super-secret mission during that period probably contributed as much to the end of the stare-down with the Soviet Union as anything else did. It was some of the members of Archerfish's crew who had a close encounter with Fidel Castro's guerrillas when the revolutionaries came down from the mountains of Cuba near Guantanamo Bay. Then several other Archerfish sailors were there to party with Castro's men when they claimed Havana on New Year's Day, 1959. When a pair of divers set the record for the longest buoyant free ascent from the ocean's bottom, it was Archerfish who regurgitated those two brave men and sent them on their impossibly long float to the surface. And with her role in the successful experiment, she gave new hope to submariners everywhere that they might survive a catastrophic accident aboard their boats. One day, while routinely doing her job, it was Archerfish who glided over and documented the deepest trench yet found in the Atlantic Ocean. Like their boat, Archerfish's crew was a reasonably good metaphor for all the others who rode in diesel submarines. At first glance, they were no different from any of the brave men who have become submariners down through history, who have chosen to serve their country in the cramped, claustrophobic confines of a boat that's actually designed to sink. They were sons of fishermen and sailors, but they were also sons of steel workers and dirt farmers and big city cops. They came from cities near the ocean, where they grew up breathing the sea air, and from the nation's heartland, where the only waves came when the prairie wind blew across vast fields of grain. But if you will take a closer look, you'll see that these men were as unique as their beloved boat and its namesake fish. They were the ones who broke the standard rules of engagement, and in the process broke the back of the Japanese Navy. Against all odds, they sent the aircraft carrier Shinano to the ocean floor, the vessel's Japanese captain voluntarily going down with his ship, dying in disgrace. They were members of the Navy's only all-bachelor crew, whose antics rivaled anything on the television show McHale's Navy, and who were later dubbed the Playboys of the Pacific. It was a moniker they richly deserved. They were the ones who steered their boat into exotic ports all around the world, many of which had never seen a submarine before. The people in those ports had certainly never seen the likes of the Archerfish crew. With equal hospitality, the submarine and her crew welcomed on board dignitaries, bee-girls, royalty, surviving members of the Shinano, school kids, a goat, members of the press, and Playboy bunnies, among others. They shot skeet off the bow, barbecued on the cigarette deck, and drew a tongue-lashing from John Wayne for not showing him proper respect. They outlasted Japanese destroyers and survived a treacherous fire. They worked hard and lived even harder. The men who became crew members of Archerfish were the lucky ones. At one point in the 1960s, there were over 300 names on the waiting list of those seeking a billet among the 60 or so who were fortunate enough to crew Archerfish then. And also in the 60s, they were the ones whose home port was movable, a mere formality to keep the paperwork straight as they steamed off for over a year at a time, dodging icebergs and tropical atolls along the way. Follow along as we track Archerfish from her birth in New Hampshire in 1943 until she died an explosive but noble death in 1968, still characteristically serving her country by doing whatever she was asked to do. Look at her more closely, and you'll see how exceptional this typical submarine was. You may well come to know and respect her as her crews did, as many of them still do. Biannual reunions draw scores of former shipmates and their families. Her alumni, most of whom also served on other subs or ships, choose to attend the Archerfish gathering even if they pass up get-togethers for their other ships. Somehow they still manage to dredge up new stories each time that no one has yet heard, and produce the photos and documents and corroborating testimony to prove them true. Their well-maintained and extensive Internet site attracts thousands of visitors. The shipmates who are still around keep in touch with each other as if their service together were only last year or a decade ago, not most of a lifetime past. One other thing. If you listen to them talk, they speak of Archerfish as if she were as much a living entity as they. That's why this is a biography. Her memory is still as alive with them as that of their departed shipmates. She may have been made of steel and aluminum, wires and pipe, but she lived and she died, just as so many of her crew have. They are determined that neither she nor they will ever be forgotten. But just like those submarine sailors whose remains are forever lost in the deep, there is no solid ground above Archerfish's head for a granite marker, no grave where wreaths can be reverently laid in remembrance. No matter. Those who knew her well believe the best way to remember her is to make certain her story is told. Told for the Archerfish crew members still alive, as well as for those on eternal patrol. Told for the thousands of submarine sailors who preceded them, and for those who still ply the planet's seas on the boomers and fast attacks, the nuclear boats. Told for those who admire and appreciate the skill and bravery of those who choose the all-voluntary silent service, even as they wonder about the manner of man who would do so. And told for anyone who loves a damn good story, populated by remarkable characters. We agree. This is the biography of a gallant lady, a diesel boat, a gloriously unique submarine, and of her exceptional crew. This is the biography of Archerfish. First Commission. 4 September 1943 to 12 June 1946. The sea, washing the equator and the poles, offers its perilous aid and the power and empire that follow it. Beware of me, it says, but if you can hold me, I am the key to all the lands. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Chapter 1. Good Scotch and Cigarettes. Malvina Thompson laughed out loud when she read the invitation that had just arrived from Rear Admiral Thomas Withers. The Admiral had addressed the letter to Mrs. Malvina Thompson. He had also felt the need to instruct her to keep in a restricted status the rather vague launch date of the submarine she was being invited to sponsor. Thompson took a long draw on her cigarette, downed another swig of scotch, and once again let loose that distinctive cackle of hers. Not only was she most assuredly not a Mrs., but the letter had also given very skimpy information. It only told her that this submarine, what was it called? USS Archerfish, was to be launched sometime in the middle of June 1943. Even if she happened to be sharing tea with some Nazi or Japanese spy, she seriously doubted that such vague details would be of much use to him. She knew from the idle conversation she overheard around the White House that they were launching submarines up there at Portsmouth, New Hampshire all the time, and floating them off to the Pacific. Almost one a month by now. She figured the enemy was adept enough at espionage to already know far more about the schedule than sometime in the middle of June. Still, she was quite pleased to be asked. It was an honor to be selected to sponsor a new submarine, and she appreciated the invitation. As the First Lady's personal secretary, Malvina Thompson usually remained in the background, behind her decidedly foreground boss. She had the thankless tasks of keeping up with Mrs. Roosevelt's daunting daily schedule and then reading it out loud to the press before each day's news conference. She had been Eleanor Roosevelt's right hand since being picked out of a Red Cross secretarial pool way back in 1917. The First Lady appreciated her secretary's hard work and efficiency, but Mrs. Roosevelt was quick to point out that Thompson's open-heartedness and sense of humor were equally valued. Actually, Thompson was quite happy about sponsoring this submarine and was sure E.R. would not mind her taking a couple of days to go up to New Hampshire for the event. After all, Mrs. Roosevelt had experience sponsoring ships. The First Lady had christened the aircraft carrier USS Yorktown, CV-5, in Newport News in 1936. There was another benefit, too. Malvina Thompson could invite her sister to serve as matron of honor, and have her niece come along as well. That would give them some time to visit during the train ride up to Boston and back. "Terrible waste of good champagne, though," she said out loud, and laughed some more. "Tommy, what's so funny?" E.R. called from next door. The First Lady always called her Tommy. Malvina hopped up and went to show her the letter. She knew the First Lady would also get a chuckle over the Admiral trying to marry her off. Meanwhile, in the U.S. Navy Yard in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, C.M. Elder, a retired Navy captain who was serving as the treasurer of the New Hampshire Auxiliary Navy Relief Society, had inadvertently made another error. Elder was charged with selecting the final design for launch tags to be distributed to attendees during the ceremonies for all the submarines that were being built in the yard. When he corresponded with the people at the Fraser Label Company in Chicago, he selected scarlet red on golden yellow as the colors for the Archerfish's tag. However, in the correspondence, he omitted the hyphen in the submarine's official name. All 8,500 tags should have had the boat's name spelled Archer-Fish. To this day, those who served on the submarine's first commission during World War II still spell the name with the hyphen as it was originally intended. Those who came after have dropped it and call their boat Archerfish. Such trivial mistakes were easily made in the rush of early 1943. There were far more important details to worry about. The United States was involved in a two-ocean war, one in Europe and another in Asia. The construction facility in Portsmouth was bustling, working night and day to turn out submarines for the war. At the height of production, 24,000 people worked there. 5 Baleo-class diesel submarines were under construction at the end of 1942 and in the first half of 1943. In addition to Archerfish, Apagon, SS-308, Aspro, SS-309, Batfish, SS-310, and Burrfish, SS-312, were either already undergoing sea trials or were well on the way to completion. Scheduling was crucial. The boat builders made do as best they could. For example, construction on Archerfish was not far enough along to permit installation of her torpedo tubes when they arrived at the yard. The workmen simply installed the tubes in Batfish. Batfish, the only one of the 5 sisters still around today, is on display in a grassy park in Muskogee, Oklahoma. She still has the Archerfish designation SS-311 stenciled on her torpedo tubes. It's interesting to note that she made good use of her borrowed tubes. She was officially credited with sinking 9 Japanese vessels, though the crew was certain of at least 15. The keel of the Archerfish was laid down on January 22nd, 1943, and she was far enough along to float, ready to launch, on May 28th. That was no small feat. Even as late as the day before, she was to be officially launched. Workers were still installing mooring lines, flashlights, fire extinguishers, and life preservers. Chippers and caulkers still hung from her sides, removing the last temporary clips. Painters were assigned to touch up the hull with anti-corrosive and anti-fouling paint as the blocks, shores, and cribbing were removed. Welding ground wires and the lightning ground were not taken away until the night before launch. Still, she was finished and presentable enough to launch on time. On Friday night, May 28, 1943, she rested in Slip 1 at the yard, ready to get the 8:20 p.m. ceremony over with so she could have her controls installed, begin sea trials, and get to her assigned port. The seemingly odd time of 8:20 p.m. was chosen for the launch because that was when the rather capricious tide would be most favorable. The Piscataqua River's high and low tides could vary by as much as 7 feet, and an ebb current of 12 knots was not uncommon. Navy Commander J. H. Spiller, the launching officer, and Captain S. E. Dudley, the production officer, were too busy getting ready for another send-off to ponder this latest boat's future. It was routine for them now, these launching ceremonies with all their detailed paperwork and onslaught of memos that covered every possible contingency, right down to who was responsible for pulling up the christening bottle, and to whom he delivered it. The men whose job it was to send these boats out to sea doted on minutiae. It likely kept them from thinking about where their charges might end up once they had left their care. They knew the odds. Many of the boats they saw launched down the Piscataqua toward the Atlantic Ocean would eventually rest on the bottom of the sea for eternity. So would many of the brave submariners who manned them. 35 riggers and laborers from Shop 72 stood by to help get her out of the slip and over to Berth 2 after the festivities, along with men from various other shops and the tugs sent over by the captain of the yard. A hospital corpsman was assigned to the submarine's deck, beginning an hour before the ceremony. Divers were scheduled to inspect the slip and skids from beneath at 2 o'clock that afternoon, and another crew would do a thorough inspection an hour later to make sure everything was tied down for the launch. Those yard workmen, who would be busy on other projects in the area around the new submarine, would be allowed to cease their work for the 25 minutes that the launching festivities would take. But that was all the rest they would get. They would have to resume their regular tasks immediately after the ceremony. Commander H. Ambrose would be aboard Archerfish, in charge of riding her out of the slip and supervising the trip from there to her berth. Though he was the first skipper of Archerfish, his tenure would only last a few minutes, until the tugs had eased the submarine into berth 2, port side 2, and tied her off. Someone else would eventually guide her toward the Pacific Ocean and the war. Before, during, and after the launch, the Coast Guard patrolled the fairway, making certain no one was in the area who shouldn't be, either accidentally or on purpose. Such a ceremonious occasion was hardly a good time to have a spanking new submarine collide with some errant tug. A special Marine contingent kept watch, both at the launch slip and at berth 2. There had been no incident of sabotage at Portsmouth. The Commandant intended to keep it so. Miss Thompson rode the train up from Washington that day, traveling with her sister and niece. They arrived in Portsmouth at about 6:30 p.m. She enjoyed dinner prior to the launching with Rear Admiral Withers and his wife. Withers had a special place in submarine history. He was considered the father of long-range submarines, the man who had convinced the Navy that subs could do more than defensively patrol our own coasts and harbors. New generation submarines like the Archerfish were built to carry more men, go farther, dive deeper, and run faster than their predecessors. For the first time in U.S. Navy history, these plunging boats were being designed to be aggressors. During dinner, Miss Thompson refrained from mentioning the marital mix-up in Admiral Withers's first letter to her, though she still chuckled when she thought of it. There was reason for celebration that evening. Archerfish was the 6th submarine to be launched from Portsmouth in the first 5 months of 1943. That was a matter of considerable pride to everyone involved. Still, it was to be a muted event. Gala receptions for guests had traditionally been held either before or after launch ceremonies in Portsmouth, where such events had been held for various type vessels for over 150 years. However, the parties had been discontinued during wartime. It was necessary to get the area cleared and everyone back to work as quickly as possible. Only a limited number of guests, officers, and shipyard workers were allowed to take part. That was both for security and scheduling reasons. Anyone wishing to attend had to have an invitation or direct orders or get special permission from the commandant of the yard to be there. A newly completed warship would be a juicy target for saboteurs. But more practically, the space around Archerfish's slip was quite cramped. It would be embarrassing to have some distinguished member of the sponsor's party bumped into the drink. This would be one of the few parties Archerfish missed in her colorful life. Miss Thompson's sister, Mrs. Charles Lund of Washington, D.C., who served as matron of honor, and her niece Cynthia were among those on the platform that night. So were Leon W. Gridmore and his wife. Gridmore was a toolmaker from the Navy Yard Central Tool Shop. He had been designated to present the employee's gift to the sponsor. It was a silver bowl with her name engraved on it. Thompson subtly checked to make certain it was engraved to Miss Malvina C. Thompson, as she had specifically requested. It was. The band began playing naval favorites promptly at 7:50 p.m. The official party marched up onto the sponsor's platform, and Gridmore presented the employee's gift at 8:05. Lieutenant Ralph Curtis, a Navy chaplain, offered a prayer at 8:07. After a few short speeches, a bright red warning flag flew at 8:15, followed 3 minutes later by one long blast on the warning klaxon and a single bell to alert Miss Thompson that it was time for her to go to work. As she posed for the photographer, the First Lady's secretary carried in her left arm a dozen roses, purchased for the occasion by the taxpayers of the United States for $24, and held the christening bottle in her right hand. When the bell sounded, she laid aside the flowers, seized the bottle in her left hand, and sang out, "I christen thee Archerfish." Then she whacked the bow of the new submarine hard. Everyone who had gathered in the area of the slip and on the deck of the new boat applauded heartily as the bottle shattered and its contents spewed all over. Immediately the triggers were released, and Archerfish eased down the carefully greased skids out of the berth and into the water. After all the frenzied work, the detailed preparations for the ceremony, the launch was over in less than half an hour. Archerfish had been conceived on January 22nd. Now, on May 28th, she had been birthed. It was a gestation of just over 4 months. The message went out the next day to the Bureau of Ships. "This is restricted. X. Archerfish successfully launched at 2020 Queen 28 May." There was no way any of those gathered there at Slip 1 that gentle New England spring evening could have suspected what lay ahead for the boat they had set afloat. Nor could they ever have fathomed the role she would play in her country's history over the next quarter-century. In retrospect, though, it seems especially appropriate that her sponsor was a woman who was respected for her hard work and efficiency, yet well known for her sense of humor and her fondness for cigarettes and good Scotch. Chapter 2. Down the Piscataqua. The U.S. Navy wasted no time after the devastating attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. Stunned by the surprise attack, Angered by its sneakiness and ferocity, the Navy immediately took stock of which of its vessels in the Pacific would still float, and then went to work with them. Within 6 hours after the dawn attack, the Navy issued orders to begin unrestricted submarine warfare against Japan. In a sharp departure from previous naval tactics, targets included commercial shipping as well as military vessels. Within days of the assault, U.S. submarines were on station, hunting near the Japanese home islands. After a stuttering start, they would eventually be gloriously, devastatingly effective. They would also suffer awful losses, more than any other naval force in the Pacific theater. At no time during World War II did submarine sailors comprise more than 2% of the Navy's total personnel. Still, they sent to the bottom more than 55% of all Japanese shipping, both military and merchant, that was sunk by all the agencies that were involved in the war. No doubt Archerfish and her prospective new skipper, a handsome Texan, Lieutenant Commander George W. Kell, were anxious to join the fray as they awaited completion of the boat. After the ceremonial launch at the end of May, the new boat sat patiently in berth 2 at Portsmouth, getting herself ready, being fitted for final inspection and shakedown training. She was scheduled to be completed on September 10th, and everyone hoped to be underway for the Panama Canal and on to Pearl Harbor by Thanksgiving. There was no way to know what lay in store for this new boat, but it was built to fight. Its crew was trained to fight, and it was, by God, ready to fight. There were the usual delays. The East Pittsburgh plant of Westinghouse Electric was building the boat's electrical controls, and they notified the Navy Yard in July that the controls would ship 8 days late. Batfish's completion had already been delayed as well from August 27th to September 6th. Burfish was still on schedule for September 30th. Of course, the submarine's elaborate electrical control system was crucial. Like most of the diesel boats, when she was submerged, the electric motors that were responsible for turning Archerfish's screws received their juice from 2 banks of storage batteries. When on the surface, the motors were usually powered by generators that were directly attached to each of the 4 main diesel engines. The engines and generator sets also kept the batteries charged. Though she could be gobbled up like a minnow by today's gargantuan nuclear boats, Archerfish was still an imposing sight when she was eased into dry dock number 2 on Saturday, July 24th, for more work. She was 311 feet, 8 inches long, from stem to stern, about the length of a football field and 1 end zone. Her beam was 27 feet, and she displaced 1,840 tons on the surface and 2,405 tons submerged. In the dry dock, the yard crew found that some of the anti-fouling paint had failed to stick to the hull and had to be reapplied. Workers also changed some troublesome shaft bearings and painted the propellers with black varnish. The electrical controls finally showed up from Westinghouse on July 29th. It now appeared that the new completion date of September 18th could be met, and that transit through the Panama Canal would come in mid-November. Archerfish could be at war by Christmas. The inspection and survey team from the Bureau of Ships in Washington set September 18th as a firm date for them to come up to Portsmouth and do the final run-through. The Commandant of the Navy Yard considered the progress reports and schedule and picked Saturday, September 4th, 10:30 in the morning, as the date and time for the commissioning ceremony for Sugar 311. When he wasn't dealing with the incessant paperwork, Lieutenant Commander Kell could stand on his boat's cigarette deck, the area behind the sail, and watch the workmen put the finishing touches on her. He wondered if there had been similar hold-ups when they built John Paul Jones's famous square-rigger warship, the Ranger, in 1777, near this very spot, but across the river. By early September, the winds off the Atlantic were already carrying a chill in the early mornings and evenings. It would be good to be heading south before they got too deep into the New England winter. Kell was ready to go someplace where the weather was warmer, where the war was just plain hot. Progress was definitely being made. Barring any other delays and subject to the inspection, they should be ready to begin shakedown and training by the third week of September. Kell had seen the paperwork from the dispersing officer transferring his and his officers' pay accounts to the new boat. If they were now being paid by the Navy to be billeted on Archerfish, the boat might soon be headed toward the canal and on to Pearl Harbor. Kell had already been joined by Lieutenant Commander James Clark, Lieutenants Sigmund Bobzinski and Clark Sprinkle, Lieutenant Junior Grade William Crawford, Ensigns John Andrews and Romulo Cousins, and Machinist Harold Brantner. The crew was coming together and continued to report right up until they were ready for their sea trials. Some were experienced and qualified submarine sailors. Others were novice sailors, NQPs, non-qualified personnel, known to experienced crewmen as non-qualified pukes, with plenty to learn. Officers and sailors in the U.S. submarine force have always been volunteers. No one has ever been forced to accept such duty. They were and still are carefully selected for service in the rather unique environment in which they are required to live and fight. During Archerfish's time, before being assigned to a submarine, most enlisted personnel spent 2 months and officers 6 months at the basic submarine school at the Navy facility in Groton, Connecticut. Enlisted men then spent more time in specialty schools, such as the ones for enginemen, electricians, and torpedomen. Once assigned to a submarine, officers served a probationary period of 1 year in which they had to learn all about their boat, her machinery, piping, weapons. The theory was that any man aboard should be able to step into any station and be proficient at what needed to be done. After the probation period, the officers faced written, oral, and practical examinations administered by commanding officers from 3 other submarines. If they passed, they were then entitled to wear the gold dolphin insignia that confirmed they were qualified submarine officers. Enlisted men had a 6-month training program in which they, too, had to learn everything about their boats. After vigorous examinations by qualified petty officers, in which they had to show knowledge of all systems and expertise in all compartments, they were re-examined by a qualified officer. This was followed by a one-on-one question-and-answer walk-through of the entire boat with the executive officer, XO. If he was satisfied, the man was awarded silver dolphins and designated as being qualified in submarines. This rigorous qualification scenario is only one reason submarine sailors have always been so proud of their dolphins. They also signify their membership in a strong, select brotherhood. George Kell started his Navy career as an enlisted man. He used a year of prep school to help get into the Naval Academy at Annapolis, Maryland, and graduated in 1932. He was a practical joker and a good athlete. His most prized possession at the Academy was a set of dumbbells. According to his class yearbook, he liked to casually toss the weights to an unsuspecting bystander while whispering a warning to catch. He married his wife, Laura, in 1932 as well. He was commander of USS R-14, SS-91, based in Key West, when he got orders as the prospective commanding officer of a new submarine that was then being built in Portsmouth. Kell moved his growing family into a rented house on Cutts Island, Kittery Point, Maine, not far from the Navy Yard. From there, he got up and went to work just as if he were going down to the office each day, until his new sub was ready to steam away to sea. He had the usual ups and downs of any commanding officer. As will happen, some of the wild young crew straggled in late for muster and had to be punished. Some showed up drunk and disorderly. One crew member even got bread and water for 5 days for some more serious transgression. There were the usual minor injuries and illnesses, and even a few cases of gonococcus infection of the urethra, serious enough to require treatment at the naval hospital. They were sailors, after all, and it was hard for some of them to stay focused while they waited for their orders to go to where the action really was. But there were hopeful signs that they would soon be at sea. The boat took on fuel for the first time on September 15th, receiving 90,112 gallons of diesel fuel. Archerfish was officially delivered and accepted on September 21, 1943, with only a few items still missing from her inventory: a portable hydrogen indicator, Momsen lungs for emergency escape, and a torpedo charging valve test set among them. Kell reported on September 23rd that the detail and assembly of his full crew of 70 enlisted men and 7 officers was satisfactory. She and they were about ready for their first dive. The shakedown and testing had to be rigorous. Any faults in the boat's complicated systems were better discovered in the waters off New England than beneath the Japanese destroyer somewhere in the China Sea. Archerfish eased out of the Navy Yard into the Piscataqua River for the first time on September 25, 1943, steaming down to open water, heading out for sea trials. It was a beautiful day. The seas at State 1, the wind never exceeding force 3, the temperature in the high 60s, and visibility better than 30 miles. They dived to 67 feet on their first attempt, taking only 90 seconds to do so, and completed a total of 8 dives on her first day. All went well, except for a minor injury to one of the crewmen. Fireman Second Class Charles Wells got a nasty cut over his left eye while shutting a hatch. Fred Doc Smith, the pharmacist's mate, took care of it, though, and Wells learned to duck when he closed a hatch from then on. Unlike when she was in dry dock, anyone watching Archerfish make her way in or out of the narrow channel for her first trip to sea that day would not have been impressed by her size. That's because, like an iceberg, most of the boat was under water. Only the superstructure, fairwater, and shears were visible when the boat was surfaced. Almost completely beneath the water was the pressure hull, a steel cylinder built to withstand the tremendous force of seawater when she went deep. Water pressure increases by 1 atmosphere with every 33 feet of depth. The pressure hull was tested to withstand the force of the sea at 412 feet. A series of tanks were installed around the pressure hull in the shape of an inverted saddle, with the space between forming the boat's ballast and fuel tanks. Inside the hull were all the machinery, weapons, and working and living spaces for the crew. If any observers on the shore that day could have toured the inside of the boat, they would have marveled at how compact and utilitarian the vessel's design was. There was no wasted space. As subsailors like to say, there's room for everything aboard a submarine, except a mistake. For the uninitiated, though, it was difficult to imagine where all those men slept, or ate, or relieved themselves, or how they lived so close to one another for such long periods of time without killing each other. This, too, was a reason for such a strong bond among submariners. A submarine is, by size and definition, a ship. Down through the years, they've been called eel boats, plunging boats, pig boats, and sewer pipes. Submariners, though, almost always refer to their vessels simply as boats. The business end of the sub was her forward torpedo room, the compartment in the boat's bow. As with most other compartments, this one served multiple purposes. There were 6 torpedo tubes protruding through the forward bulkhead of the compartment. 16 crewmen could sleep, live, and stow their worldly goods there. 14 torpedoes were usually stored in this area, and it was also where the fish were maintained and repaired. Hydraulic oil, torpedo alcohol, and emergency freshwater tanks were located in Archerfish's forward torpedo room. There were also a toilet and a shower for use by the officers. The sleeping berth